Chapter 1. At the 100th birthday banquet, the Golden Finger finally arrives. In the Qingfeng Universe country, Jushi sector, on the edge of the Golden Dragon Galaxy, on a planet numbered LH 5321, a grand banquet was being held in a manner covering over 100,000 square kilometers. The host of the banquet was named Lin Hao, said to be a descendant of a prominent family in the Jushi Empire, and he was also the master of this planet, LH 5321. Today was Lin Hao's 100th birthday. To the ordinary people on this planet, 100 years old was already a very long life, but Lin Hao had a full head of black hair and a face as handsome as jade, looking no more than 20 years old. This was not because Lin Hao took good care of himself, but because he was a planetary-level martial artist with a lifespan of a full 1,000 years. At 100 years old, he had just passed 1/10 of his life. The attendees included Lin Hao's 3 wives, 18 children, 32 grandchildren, and the governors of every province on the planet. Happy birthday, grandfather. May you live for trillions of epochs. The 32 grandchildren all knelt before Lin Hao. The eldest was already over 20, while the youngest was only 2. Lin Hao smiled slightly and said, "Good, you are all good children. Rise." "Thank you, grandfather." Subsequently, the 18 children came forward together and knelt on the ground. "Happy birthday, father. May you live for trillions of epochs." Lin Hao smiled and told them to rise. After the family finished their well wishes, the governors of the various provinces also came forward one after another, kneeling on the ground just like Lin Hao's descendants, offering their blessings in unison. Once these formalities were completed, the banquet officially began. The top-tier ingredients and finest wines from the entire planet were served on the tables. The most beautiful women danced gracefully on the stage. If the ordinary people of this planet saw this scene, they would surely feel that the entire banquet was extremely extravagant. But Lin Hao only felt that all of this was very boring. No matter how lively the banquet was, it could not cover up his inner emptiness. He was a descendant of a territory lord rank family in the medium civilization Jushi Empire. Although he had lived a life of comfort since childhood, his talent was very mediocre. He was not highly valued in his family. But fortunately, he was lucky enough to have a good father and a good older brother. Both were geniuses of the entire family. His father, Lin Zhen, was a genius who had comprehended the 5th level of domain while at the astral rank. His older brother, Lin Feng, was even more of a monster. He had comprehended a domain while at the planetary level, and now, not only had he reached the astral rank, but he had also comprehended the 3rd level of domain. Both were currently cultivating in the Qingfeng Secret Realm, and their futures were limitless. As for him, he had barely reached the 8th rank of the planetary level. As for a domain, he had absolutely no clue, and he was even a mess at practicing various secret techniques and moves. Of course, he had another secret: he was actually a transmigrator. When he first arrived in this world, he thought it was an ordinary technological world. But when his consciousness first entered the virtual universe at the age of 5, he realized that this was actually the world of the novel, Swallowed Star. After learning the truth about this world, he began to strive for self-improvement and cultivated hard. But the result was embarrassing. His talent was terrible, and he was just an ordinary person. Let alone comparing himself to the protagonist of the original work, he was far inferior even to his own father and older brother. But people like him were actually the portrait of the vast majority of ordinary people in this world. Never mind the territory lord rank, world lord rank, or even the immortal level. Even the small planetary level was not so easy to reach. If not for having a good father and a good older brother, he probably would never have reached the planetary level in his life. As a descendant of a territory lord rank family, his cultivation resources were much richer than those of ordinary people, and after his father and older brother became members of the Qingfeng Secret Realm, he obtained even more cultivation resources. Even with so many cultivation resources, it still took him over 40 years to reach the planetary level. His talent was evident. It didn't really matter if his cultivation talent was a bit poor. After all, this was the Swallowed Star world, where comprehension and affinity for laws were the most important factors. But clearly, he didn't have much talent in this aspect either. It was just like mathematics in his past life, as long as one could understand and master advanced books like mathematical analysis and advanced algebra. Even if one didn't become a mathematician, one could at least secure a decent job. But how many people could ultimately achieve that? What percentage of the entire population? And the cultivation secret manuals and law comprehensions of this world were even harder than the mathematics of his past life. Moreover, those secret manuals were not as cheap as the math books of his past life. Don't look at the protagonist in the original work and those around him who were always geniuses or monsters. In reality, ordinary people were the vast majority. This world was vast. The Jushi Empire alone ruled over 8,000 galaxies, each as vast and boundless as the Milky Way galaxy. How many people were born in the Jushi Empire every year? That was likely an astronomical number, but how many could ultimately become powerhouses? How many could eventually become undying with eternal lifespans? Over billions of epochs, among these accumulated undying, how many could become a universe exalt? And those who eventually became a universe lord. After understanding his own talent, Lin Hao felt relieved. Having a lifespan of 1,000 years was already much better than his past life. Not to mention that after his father and older brother became stronger, he might also be able to ride their coattails to become an astral rank powerhouse, allowing him to possess a lifespan of 10,000 years. That was 10,000 years. Living from the Qin dynasty to the present was only a little over 2,000 years. Lin Hao had rejoiced countless times that he had transmigrated into the world of Swallowed Star. Having such a generous primordial universe consciousness was simply too friendly for someone like him, who had mediocre talent but a bit of background. When the banquet was halfway through, Lin Hao suddenly received a notification from his smart brain. Master, your older brother Lin Feng invites you to enter the virtual universe to meet. Lin Hao's heart stirred, and he stood up and went to the lounge nearby. His 3 wives saw this and wanted to follow, but were rejected by Lin Hao. My older brother is looking for me, you don't need to go. The 3 wives nodded obediently. All right, husband. Lin Hao's departure caused the banquet scene to quiet down for a moment, followed by a burst of discussion. I heard that Master Lin is a descendant of a prominent family in the Jushi Empire. Who is this Master Lin's older brother? Master Lin wouldn't even let his wives go. Someone saw it clearly. These 3 wives of Master Lin are just natives of our planet. No matter how beautiful they are, it's useless, they can't enter the door of a prominent family. Being able to become Master Lin's wife is already a great fortune. Being able to enjoy the resources and wealth of a planet is something many people dream of. The outside discussion could not affect Lin Hao. His consciousness entered the virtual universe and arrived at a residential building on Jushi Mountain on the Qingfeng continent within the virtual universe. This was the Lin family's property in the virtual universe. His older brother, Lin Feng, was also here. Lin Feng smiled and said, Xiao Hao, happy 100th birthday. Lin Hao also smiled and said, thank you, big brother. Is there a red envelope? Lin Feng, of course there is. I have already sent it to you. Father's should have been sent to you as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao quickly opened his bank account to check. He saw that 2 huge transfers had arrived. One was 500 universe coin from his father, Lin Zhen, and one was 300 universe coin from his older brother, Lin Feng. A total of 800 universe coin. If converted into Qingfeng coins, it would be 800,000, and if converted into Jushi coins, it would be 800 million. 1 universe coin equals 1,000 Qingfeng coins equals 1 million Jushi coins. This might not give you much of a concept. For example, the planet LH5321 where Lin Hao is located is worth about 200 billion Jushi coins. This price includes the total value of the entire planet's resources and all living beings on it, including all humans who have not reached the planetary level. 800 million Jushi coins is roughly equivalent to 1% of the value of the entire planet. It is conceivable what a huge amount of wealth this is. The red envelope that his father and older brother gave casually was wealth that countless ordinary people would never dare to imagine in their entire lives. Seeing the red envelope arrive, Lin Hao was delighted. Tomorrow I will go to the capital planet of the Jushi Empire to have some fun. Lin Feng knew his younger brother too well, shook his head and said, "Little brother, you still need to focus on cultivation, do not be greedy for pleasure." Lin Hao's face stiffened. "Big brother, you know me, my talent is too poor, and hard work is useless. It's better to enjoy the moment. When you and father become powerhouses, you can take me with you." Lin Feng sighed helplessly. "You, suit yourself. By the way, I heard that you got married decades ago and now have over a dozen children and dozens of grandchildren. Why not let me meet them?" Lin Hao smiled awkwardly. "Hey, their talent is also average, it's the same whether you meet them or not." Lin Feng insisted. "No matter what, they are your descendants, at least let me see them. I probably won't get married or have children for the next few thousand years, so at least let me, this centenarian, enjoy some family happiness." Lin Hao said perfunctorily, all right, definitely next time." "Lin Feng, you must let me see them next time, don't forget." Lin Feng's time was tight, and after chatting for a few sentences, they both went offline to cultivate. His father, Lin Zhen, didn't even have time to see Lin Hao. Watching Lin Feng go offline, Lin Hao let out a long sigh. Actually, I also want to work hard to cultivate and become a powerhouse." Alas, his talent was insufficient. Just at this moment, a black panel appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Open black lens bracket name, Lin Hao close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket race, human close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket comprehension, 0.00000000, 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket descendants, 55 can be expanded to view details close black lens bracket. Lin Hao, Chapter 2, My comprehension is equal to the sum of my descendants, comprehension. Lin Hao hurriedly logged off from the virtual universe. Sitting in the banquet lounge, Lin Hao focused his attention on the panel that had suddenly appeared in his mind. Could this be my cheat? You've finally arrived. The expression on Lin Hao's face was a mix of crying and laughing. Do you know how he had spent the last 100 years? From the initial joy of learning about this world and the yearning for an eternal life in the future, to the later despair upon discovering his insufficient talent, and finally, to his current mindset of giving up and living for the moment. Yet, just when he had given up and started coasting, his cheat had actually arrived. Lin Hao's eyes instantly became determined. If possible, he also wanted to strive to reach the peak and see the scenery from the top. He submerged his consciousness into his mind to carefully examine the cheat. The panel was very simple: name, race, comprehension, and descendants. There was no need to mention name and race. The comprehension column surprised Lin Hao. He carefully counted how many zeros there were, and there were exactly 42. The last time he had seen so many zeros was back in Chengdu in his previous life. The last digit was 1, which meant his comprehension was 10 to the power of -43. It was basically equivalent to 0. Looking at the last column, he had 55 descendants. Lin Hao clicked to view the details and found it was similar to a family tree. He discovered that his children and grandchildren were all displayed there, totaling 50 people. Besides that, there were 5 unfamiliar children in the grandchildren column. Lin Hao quickly realized, these must be illegitimate children. Following the names of these 5 people upward, he saw the name of their father, Lin Yunfei. This was Lin Hao's 6th son, who was rumored to have a very chaotic private life. But none of that mattered, he only wanted to know what help this cheat could provide him. Soon, he discovered that the information displayed for his descendants was very similar to his own. Apart from their names, there was only a comprehension value. Every descendant's comprehension value was different. However, there was one thing in common: they were all very low. These descendants' comprehension values often had 70 or 80 zeros after the decimal point, with the lowest having 43 zeros. After counting through them, Lin Hao discovered that his own comprehension was actually the highest. Wait, that's not right. As a planetary-level martial artist with a sharp mind, he instantly discovered the pattern in these comprehension values. When all the descendants' comprehension values were added together, they were approximately equal to Lin Hao's comprehension. Could it be that the combined comprehension of these descendants increases my own? Lin Hao speculated in his heart. As for a method of verification, it was very simple. As far as he knew, he had several grandchildren still in gestation, and he only needed to wait a few months for them to be born. Lin Hao stood up abruptly, thinking to himself, if my cheat can really add my descendants' comprehension to mine, doesn't that mean once my descendants reach a certain number, I could become a peerless genius with heaven-defying comprehension? If he were even luckier and a genius with heaven-defying comprehension was born among his descendants, he would immediately gain extremely high comprehension. Thinking of this, Lin Hao felt a surge of heat in his heart. If that's the case, I need to speed up the number of my descendants. 3 wives are too few, marrying a dozen or 20 wouldn't be too many. No, why should I even marry wives? Wouldn't it be easier to just buy some beautiful slaves? Lin Hao patted his head. I'm still limited by the thinking of my previous life. Wouldn't it be easier to just obtain the right of first night for all? The women on the entire planet. The entire planet was his, no matter how excessive he was here, no one with eyes would dare to cause him trouble. Wait, that's still too slow. Wouldn't test tube babies be faster? As long as the money is there, having tens of thousands of descendants at once wouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, he stood up abruptly. Walking out of the lounge, he looked at the people attending the banquet and said, I have something to attend to, so I'm leaving. You all enjoy yourselves. After saying this, Lin Hao strode away, not caring in the slightest about the reactions of the banquet guests. Even those provincial governors who had reached the planetary level were of no concern to Lin Hao. This was the confidence of being a scion of a territory lord rank family. He went straight to the spaceport and boarded a spaceship. Set course for Weishin Planet. Weishin Planet was an important commercial planet in the Jushi Empire, containing all kinds of shops and markets. Lin Hao's smart AI automatically took over the spaceship's system. Understood, Master. Planning the route to Weishin Planet. The total distance is approximately 500 light-years, and it is estimated to take 4.5 hours of travel in the Dark Universe. In the world of Swallowed Star, there is a space called the Dark Universe. As long as one reaches the speed of light in the primordial universe, one can enter the Dark Universe. The distance ratio between the Dark Universe and the primordial universe is 1:10,081,000. This means that flying 1 light-year in the Dark Universe is equivalent to flying 10,081,000 light-years in the primordial universe. Although a distance of 500 light-years is very far, it is very close in the Dark Universe. Flying at the speed of light, it only takes a few hours to arrive. Lin Hao's spaceship was just a standard grade A spaceship, and its top speed was only slightly faster than the speed of light. If he had switched to a better spaceship, the arrival time could be even faster. Lin Hao's consciousness entered the virtual universe again, arriving at Jushi City, which was the city in the virtual universe corresponding to the capital of the Jushi Empire, where all kinds of shops could be found. Soon, Lin Hao found his target, a shop named Star Technology. He walked into Star Technology, and a well-dressed, elegant, and young, beautiful sales clerk greeted him. Welcome to Star Technology. Is there anything I can help you with, sir? Lin Hao said, I need to purchase an automated test tube baby cultivation device. Do you have any here? The technology for test tube babies was already mature on Earth in his previous life, and in this current interstellar era, it was naturally even more advanced. The beautiful woman smiled and said, Yes, sir, please follow me. Soon, Lin Hao was led by the sales clerk to a counter. The sales clerk introduced, Sir, this is the latest test tube baby device developed by our Star Technology. It features fully automated operation, is safe and reliable, and only requires periodic replenishment of raw materials to operate steadily for 100 years. While called a device, it was actually more like a factory building. This device integrated all the technology for test tube babies. It only required women to walk into it. It could complete the sampling and embryo cultivation of over 1,000 egg cells in a single day. 2 months later, they would be transplanted into a host mother, and 8 months later, the baby could be delivered. Lin Hao carefully examined the device's specifications while letting his smart AI assist in the analysis, comparing it with data from other shops in the virtual universe. This device from Star Technology had decent efficiency. As long as there were enough host mothers, it could complete 400,000 test tube baby transplantations in a year. Lin Hao said with satisfaction, "Not bad. What is the price of this device?" The smile on the sales clerk's face deepened. "If you place an order now, you can enjoy our company's new customer promotion. It only costs 500 universe coin to purchase. Our company promises a one-stop service for installation, debugging, training, and after-sales support, and we will also provide an additional 10 years of reagent supply for free." Lin Hao thought for a moment and said, "I'll take 3 sets, but I want you to provide 100 years of reagents for free." The sales clerk pursed her lips. "Sir, I cannot make that decision. Please wait a moment while I go ask my supervisor." The sales clerk led Lin Hao to the lounge, served him tea with both hands, and then left to consult her supervisor. Before long, the sales clerk returned. "Sir, the supervisor has agreed. When would you like to sign the contract?" Since the deal was settled, Lin Hao didn't hesitate and had her prepare the contract immediately. After having his smart AI check the contract, Lin Hao signed it and paid the deposit. The installation address was written down as Lin Hao's LH 5321 planet. "Very well, Mr. Lin. In 3 days, our staff will bring the devices to your location for installation." Chapter 3, Slaves Arrive. After signing the contract, Lin Hao spent a while longer in the virtual universe before arriving at his destination in reality, Weishan planet. Landing in accordance with the guidance signal from Weishan planet, Lin Hao's A-grade spaceship slowly descended into the A-grade spaceport on Weishan planet. His spaceship was of the most common model, so naturally, it did not qualify to land at a high-end port. After disembarking and paying 100 Jushi coins as a docking fee, Lin Hao took a hovercar toward the city center. As the most prosperous planet near LX 5321, Lin Hao was naturally very familiar with this place. He had often come here to enjoy himself in the past. On the way, Lin Hao dialed a number. "Hello, Lily, I've arrived at Weishan planet." A panting sound came from the other end of the line. A moment later, a charming voice replied, "Little Hao, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming, so I could tidy up and keep you company?" Lin Hao laughed. "Lily, you're so busy, how could I disturb you? I don't actually have much going on, I just want to buy some slaves to take back and play with." Lily giggled. "Sure, Little Hao. I have plenty of good stock here, what kind are you looking for?" Lin Hao said, "My requirements are very simple, female, young and pretty will do. I have no requirements regarding their cultivation level." Lily thought for a moment. "All right, I'll arrange for someone to find them for you. They will definitely all be top-tier beauties." Lin Hao quickly clarified, "Actually, they don't all need to be stunning. Average is fine. I need quite a large quantity this time, and I can't afford the ones that are too beautiful." Hearing the words, large quantity, Lily stood up quickly and hurriedly asked, "Little Hao, how many do you need?" Lin Hao thought to himself, the 3 sets of equipment could reach a maximum monthly production capacity of 90,000 embryos. That was over 1 million a year. However, he couldn't rely entirely on the slaves he purchased. After all, the cost of slaves was still too high. The local population of planet LX 5321 could also be utilized. Lin Hao said, "Let's prepare 500,000 slaves for the initial phase." Lily immediately told her male companion to leave and sat down in front of her vanity mirror to freshen up, while saying unhurriedly, "Brother Hao, you've really found me a great business deal. Don't worry, I will definitely gather the slaves and have them delivered to you as quickly as possible." In her speech, the way she addressed Lin Hao had changed. "Brother Hao, where are you? I'm coming to find you right now." Lin Hao checked and said, "I'll be at the slave trading market in 10 minutes. Lily said quickly, "All right, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the slave trading market." My treat today. After ending the call, Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. This Lily was something of a drinking buddy. He often bought beautiful slaves from her, so they had become familiar with each other over time. Lily was also very clear about Lin Hao's background, so every transaction went smoothly, and she never cheated him. 10 minutes later, the hovercar stopped at the entrance of the slave trading market. Lily had already been waiting for quite some time with two young and beautiful girls. Upon seeing Lin Hao, Lily hurriedly and obsequiously stepped forward to open the car door. "Brother Hao, you didn't tell me in advance that you were coming, or I would have gone to the port to pick you up." One girl stepped forward to pay the fare for Lin Hao, while the other girl took Lin Hao's arm to help him out of the car. Lily took the opportunity to take Lin Hao's other arm and pull it into her embrace. "Brother Hao, let's go to my company and sit for a while." Lin Hao nodded. "All right, you're the local expert, I'll listen to you." The two chatted and laughed as they walked toward Lily's company, with the two girls following closely behind. They arrived at Lily's office. Lily diligently poured tea for Lin Hao. "Brother Hao, what is the budget for the deal you mentioned this time?" Lin Hao looked at her with amusement. "Lily, who negotiates business like you? Asking for the budget right off the bat. Introduce the slaves you have on hand first." Lily wasn't embarrassed. She smoothed her hair and said, "Brother Hao, you know the strength of our company. We are one of the top 10 large companies in the slave industry across the entire Jushi Empire. As long as you have a requirement, we can satisfy it." As she spoke, she handed Lin Hao a document. "This is our company's slave introduction material. Take a look. We have slave bloodlines from the vast majority of human races. If you don't have any requirements regarding cultivation, we can provide all of these races." Lin Hao opened the document and began to read it carefully. Lily really hadn't exaggerated. Every race Lin Hao could name was included, along with many more that Lin Hao had never even heard of. There were giants who stood 10 meters tall, dwarves who were less than half a meter tall, naturally enchanting fox people, and ape-man covered in fur, though the vast majority were just ordinary humans. Lin Hao focused on the data for fox people, snake people, and the like, criticizing them severely, before turning his gaze to the information on the water spirit race. Water spirit race naturally possess affinity for the water law. Skin is moist and lustrous. Things like moist skin were secondary. What Lin Hao was focused on was the affinity for the water law. "I wonder if the comprehension from my cheat includes affinity for laws. If it does, as long as a large number of my descendants possess the water spirit race bloodline, with multiple layers of stacking, wouldn't I eventually possess an affinity for the water law that surpasses the water spirit race?" Lily keenly noticed that Lin Hao was staring intently at the water spirit race data. She spoke up at the right moment. "Brother Hao, the water spirit race are the best companions. Not only do they feel comfortable to the touch, but using them for a long time can also nourish the body. This is also our company's latest cultivated commodity." Lin Hao asked calmly, "How much does a water spirit race slave cost?" Lily smiled and said, "The price is very affordable. An ordinary water spirit race slave only costs 300 Jushi coins, while a premium slave is 800 Jushi coins. Besides that, there are top-tier slaves, every one of them exquisitely beautiful. The price for these fluctuates quite a bit. The cheaper ones only need 1 Qingfeng coin, while the expensive ones can reach hundreds of Qingfeng coins." Lin Hao's finger slid across the water spirit race data. "We're old friends, do I get a discount?" Lily's eyes twinkled. "Of course there's a discount. As long as you place an order with a succeeding 10 universe coin, I can authorize a 20% discount for you. If it exceeds 100 universe coin, I can apply to my superiors for an even higher discount. Based on our relationship, I definitely won't cheat you." Lin Hao actually had quite a lot of savings. Every year, his father and eldest brother would give him New Year's money, his brother would give him pocket money from time to time, and combined with the annual dividends distributed by the family, he had 20,000 universe coin in his account. Since he had a cheat, he naturally had to utilize it to the greatest extent possible. Lin Hao flipped through the information and found that the water spirit race was the only race that involved affinity for laws. Although it was a bit regrettable, he also knew that for a race with such innate good cultivation aptitude to become slaves was a low probability event in itself. A race with good cultivation aptitude meant that the probability of becoming a powerhouse was greatly increased. In the future, if a universe exalt were to appear among the water spirit race, slave traders would likely not dare to openly place the water spirit race on their shelves. He absolutely could not miss out on the water spirit race. Once he had his plan, Lin Hao began to place his order. 10,000 ordinary water spirit race slaves, 200 premium water spirit race slaves, and 1,000 of each of the other races, totaling 500,000. Lily's mouth opened slightly, and she asked in surprise, 500,000. What do you need so many for? Seeing Lin Hao's brow furrow slightly, Lily hurriedly tapped her own mouth lightly. Look at my mouth, I shouldn't have asked that. I'll have someone draft a purchase plan immediately, definitely ensuring you get the best deal. The price of ordinary slaves below the planetary level was roughly between 20 and 50 Jushi coins, so the price for 500,000 slaves, all things considered, would not exceed 30 universe coin. Of course, for a quantity of 500,000 people, the shipping costs would likely be a significant figure. Soon, Lily brought over a purchase plan. While handing the plan to Lin Hao, she explained on the side, 500,000 apprentice-level slaves, for a total amount of 25 universe coin. However, because the quantity is so large, the shipping cost cannot be waived, so we need to add 15 universe coin for shipping, making a total of 40 universe coin. Lin Hao carefully reviewed the plan and found that, in addition to the 10,000 plus water spirit race slaves, there were slaves of various other races which basically met his requirements. He closed the plan and gave a light cough. I would like to inspect the water spirit race slaves first. Lily blinked twice. No problem. There are 3,000 water spirit race slaves on Weishan planet, you can choose as you please. Lin Hao, are there any top-tier ones? Lily covered her mouth and chuckled, yes. Let's go take a look together. Chapter 4, Eldest Son breaks through to planetary level. Lin Hao stayed on Weishan planet for 3 days before returning to planet LH5321. Accompanying him was a stunningly beautiful young girl from the water spirit race. However, none of that was important. What mattered was that the in-vitro fertilization equipment Lin Hao had previously ordered had arrived. Lin Hao chose a valley not far from his manor as the installation site for this equipment. He had already communicated with Lily. Starting tomorrow, the purchased slaves would be arriving here in succession. After all, there were 500,000 slaves, and transportation would take some time. At the same time, he also released a notice on his planet. Simply put, it was to recruit employees from all female residents on the planet. The job involved participating in scientific research activities, and the pay was very generous, with an annual salary of up to 1 Jushi coin. This compensation might seem small, but in reality, the purchasing power of a Jushi coin was very strong. A single Jushi coin was enough to buy an 80 square meter house in a large city on the planet. After all, the Jushi coin was the currency of the intermediate civilization, the Jushi Empire. On this planet, apart from those high-ranking officials at the planetary level, ordinary people would never see a Jushi coin in their entire lives. Usually, the currency they used was the one issued by Lin Hao, which could only circulate on the planet. Consequently, after this notice was released, the entire population of the planet was in an uproar. The number of applicants climbed steadily, with over 10 million people signing up in just a few days. Lin Hao had to have each province conduct a screening process, but even so, over 3 million people eventually passed the screening. To make the most of these people, Lin Hao purchased another 7 sets of in-vitro fertilization equipment, totaling 10 sets, which could gestate 300,000 embryos per month. Lin Hao stood at the very top of his manor, gazing at the valley in the distance. Countless personnel were busy inside. He was filled with anticipation. Soon, I will be able to have higher comprehension, and at that time. Just then, a guard came to report, Master, the eldest young master requests an audience. Lin Hao didn't even turn his head as he replied, let him come over. A moment later, Lin Hao's eldest son, Lin Feng, arrived behind him and said respectfully, Father. Lin Hao asked, what do you need me for? Lin Feng said, Father, I want to go and see other planets in the universe. Lin Hao turned his head and glanced at him. No, you haven't even reached the planetary level. If you go out, you'll just be captured and turned into a slave. Lin Yufeng's aptitude was just like his, mediocre. At 50 years old, he was only at the 9th rank of the apprentice level. Moreover, Lin Hao's own cultivation resources were insufficient, so he hadn't invested much effort into Lin Yufeng's training. It was perfectly normal that he was only at the 9th rank of the apprentice level to this day. Lin Yufeng said, "Father, I feel like I'm about to break through. When I break through to the planetary level, can I go out and travel?" Lin Hao thought for a moment and said, "Fine. As long as you can break through to the planetary level, you can go wherever you want. But I'll say this up front, once you leave this planet, your father won't be able to help you. Everything will depend on yourself. The only thing I can do is give you some money when you leave." Lin Yufeng had anticipated this. "I understand." The father and son exchanged a few more words, and then Lin Yufeng left. Lin Hao did not force anything regarding his children's future, he let nature take its course. If they wanted to stay on this planet, he could naturally ensure they lived a life without want. If they reached the planetary level and were willing to go out and explore, not only would he not stop them, but he would also fully support them. Because going out to explore meant the expansion of his own bloodline. If they could truly make a name for themselves, this would, in a way, be a help to him as well. 3 months later, Lin Yufeng successfully broke through to the planetary level. He found Lin Hao again, full of anticipation. "Father, I've broken through." Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. By breaking through to the planetary level, you now have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Lin Hao continued, "And after breaking through to the planetary level, you can finally be entered into the Lin family genealogy and become a true member of the Lin family." Lin Yufeng couldn't help but hold his breath. He certainly knew how powerful his family was, but since he had been unable to break through to the planetary level before, he naturally couldn't enjoy the family's treatment and resources. Lin Hao sighed and said, "Yufeng, you also know that your father's aptitude is average. To this day, I am still at the planetary level. The family benefits only reach me and cannot be passed down to your generation. I have always been very sorry about that." The Lin family was considered a major family in the Jushi Empire, with the strongest member at the territory lord rank. However, there were many family members, so naturally, they couldn't cater to everyone. Therefore, the family had regulations. Family members could only be entered into the genealogy and enjoy family benefits upon reaching the planetary level. Upon reaching the astral rank, one could enter children who had not yet broken through to the planetary level into the genealogy in advance. Upon reaching the universe rank, one could enter grandchildren into the genealogy in advance. Previously, Lin Hao was only at the planetary level, so he naturally couldn't get his children entered into the genealogy, and because of this, they couldn't enjoy the family benefits. Lin Yufeng quickly said, "Father, in our hearts, you will always be the greatest father." Lin Hao waved his hand and said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Now that you've broken through to the planetary level, it's perfect. I'll take you back to the family to acknowledge your ancestors and return to the clan. You'll be able to enjoy the benefits you're entitled to. With those, you can then talk about going out to explore the universe." Lin Yufeng was overjoyed upon hearing this. "All right, father." After Lin Yufeng left, Lin Hao's consciousness entered the virtual universe, and he sent a message to his older brother, Lin Feng. "Brother, one of my sons has broken through to the planetary level. I'm planning to take him back to the family." Lin Feng happened to be online and quickly replied, "Congratulations. I happen to have some free time right now, let me see him too." Lin Hao had someone call Lin Yufeng back. "Your uncle wants to see you. He is an astral rank powerhouse and is currently a member of the Qingfeng Secret Realm. When you see him in the virtual universe in a moment, make sure to behave well. Even a small red envelope from him will be enough for you to use for a long time." Lin Yufeng quickly agreed upon hearing this. "I understand, father." The two then had their consciousnesses enter the virtual universe. Since Lin Yufeng had not yet been entered into the genealogy, he could not enter the Lin family's property in the virtual universe, so the three of them arranged to meet at a bar. Lin Hao brought Lin Yufeng to the bar and saw that Lin Feng had already arrived. Lin Feng smiled and said, "This must be my eldest nephew, right? He looks a bit old for his age." Lin Yufeng smiled awkwardly. "Hello, uncle." Lin Yufeng was already over 50 years old, and having just broken through to the planetary level, he looked somewhat aged. Lin Feng had long been at the astral rank, so he naturally looked much younger. Lin Feng tapped the air a few times and said to Lin Yufeng, "Nephew, this is our first meeting. I won't give you any of those superficial things. I'll give you a big red envelope. Your grandfather has been busy lately. When he's done, I'll have him send you a red envelope too." Ha ha ha. Lin Yufeng checked his account and quickly declined. "Uncle, this is too much. I can't accept it." Lin Hao said, "Take it if he gives it to you. We're all family, and your uncle isn't short on money." Lin Feng also said, "That's right. You're already over 50, and this is the first time I've seen you. This bit of money is nothing." Lin Yufeng had no choice but to accept it. "Thank you, uncle." The three chatted for a while longer, and then Lin Feng left. His cultivation tasks were very heavy, and he couldn't waste time. It was good enough that he could squeeze out time to meet. Lin Yufeng looked at Lin Hao and said, "Father, uncle gave me 500 universe coin. This money." Lin Hao said with amusement, "What? Do you want to hand it over to me? Keep it. Didn't you say you were planning to go out and explore? You can't do that without money." Lin Yufeng then stopped insisting. The two exited the virtual universe and heard some good news. The seventh young master's wife has given birth. "It's a boy." Lin Hao's heart stirred. He looked at his golden finger. Sure enough, the number of descendants, which had originally displayed 55, had now become 56. He looked at his comprehension. There wasn't much change. Oh well, this child's aptitude was also average. He glanced at the newborn child's comprehension, which was displayed as 10 to the power of -56. Lin Hao turned his gaze toward the valley behind the manor. It seemed that a significant increase in his comprehension would still depend on the water spirit race. Chapter 5, Comprehension and Affinity with Water Laws. Some time later, Lin Hao took Lin Yufeng back to the Lin family ancestral home, Linian Planet. It was a beautiful and bustling planet. The true core members of the Lin family lived here, and the territory lord rank ancestor also resided here. Of course, Lin Hao could also live here, as his father and elder brother were both members of the Qingfeng Secret Realm, holding a transcendent status in the family. Moreover, being able to comprehend a domain at the astral rank meant that, barring any accidents, becoming a territory lord rank in the future was a certainty. That territory lord rank ancestor of the Lin family had already lived for over 900,000 years, and his 1 million year lifespan limit was approaching. Once this ancestor passed away, the Lin family might have to rely on Lin Zhen and Lin Feng to hold things together. Therefore, although Lin Hao basically never returned to Linian Planet, no one dared to look down on him. This time, bringing his eldest son Lin Yufeng to acknowledge his ancestry went without any obstacles. The journey was smooth, and everyone they met was very friendly. Lin Yufeng was already over 50 years old and naturally understood that there was no love without reason in this world. Even among their 18 siblings, there was friction. How could these people with such distant bloodlines be so friendly? His father, Lin Hao, a mere planetary level, clearly didn't have such influence. Then, there was only one possibility. It was because of that uncle and the grandfather he had never met. Lin Hao didn't like staying on Linian Planet, so after finishing the procedures for his son to acknowledge his ancestry, he left with his son. The two returned to planet LH5321. After Lin Hao sent Lin Yufeng 500 universe coin, he left him to his own devices. Let him go out and explore. Time flew by, and 7 months passed in the blink of an eye. His eldest son, Lin Yufeng, was currently starting a business on a commercial planet in the Jushi Empire. Lin Hao, meanwhile, looked at the panel in his mind with great joy. Open black lens bracket name, Lin Hao close black lens bracket open black lens bracket race. Human close black lens bracket open black lens bracket comprehension, 0.000008 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket water law affinity, medium close black lens bracket open black lens bracket offspring, 315,000 expand to view details close black lens bracket. The panel had undergone some changes, the biggest being the addition of information regarding law affinity. This information appeared just after the offspring conceived by the water spirit race were born. As more and more offspring with water spirit race bloodlines were born, the water law affinity changed from extremely poor at the beginning to poor and now to medium. Lin Hao's previous guess was correct. His cheat could not only stack comprehension but also stack law affinity. After all, to some extent, law affinity was also a form of comprehension. Besides law affinity, Lin Hao's comprehension had changed the most. It had become 0.000008, which was already countless times stronger than the previous 10 to the power of -43. The external manifestation was that Lin Hao could vaguely sense a trace of the aura of the water laws. Although this feeling was very weak and blurry, and Lin Hao wasn't even sure if it was an illusion. He was still very excited, because before this, he hadn't even had such an illusion. Not only that, he also felt that in these past few months, his senses had become sharper, his thinking more agile, and even his memory had improved significantly. All these changes were the benefits brought by his cheat. Of course, compared to the armies of transmigrators he had seen in his past life, Lin Hao's cheat could only be considered mediocre. Those transmigrators often had heaven-defying comprehension, extraordinary talent, started with several clones, and comprehending laws was easier than eating or drinking. Domains. What kind of thing was that? They would reach the ninefold domain realm in minutes. And before long, they would start comprehending laws. But Lin Hao really couldn't be that heaven-defying. After practicing bitterly for decades, let alone comprehending laws, he hadn't even touched the edge of a domain. Now, it was different, he could take off too. Although it was a bit slow at the start, he believed that as time went on, one day he would become the person with the highest comprehension in the history of the entire primordial universe. None other. Moreover, during this time, he also discovered a feature of his cheat. That was, the comprehension stacked from his offspring was unrelated to whether the offspring were alive or dead. In other words, when he opened the offspring details, he could see the offspring whose names had turned gray, but his comprehension did not decrease by even a single bit. These offspring whose names turned gray had, of course, died. The reason was simple. After all, with so many people born each month, it was normal for a few to pass away prematurely. 300,000 people a month, that's 3.6 million a year. It's all right, the economic pressure isn't too big. Lin Hao thought. The planet he owned was a medium-sized life planet with a population as high as 20 billion. Supporting such a population was very easy. After all, Lin Hao didn't intend to let his children enjoy too lavish a life. Large-scale cultivation was fine. For those with good comprehension, Lin Hao would focus on cultivating them individually. His cheat could ensure that no genius would be buried. Once this batch of children grew up and started reproducing, the scale of Lin Hao's offspring would further expand, and the growth rate of his offspring count would also accelerate. As long as one genius appeared among them, then Lin Hao's comprehension could be greatly improved. Lin Hao didn't have high demands. As long as he could practice steadily until the immortal level, that would be enough. Looking at it in stages, as long as his comprehension was enough for him to break through to the astral rank within 1,000 years. Then, within 10,000 years, his comprehension would be enough to break through to the universe rank. Within 100,000 years, his comprehension would be enough to break through to the territory lord rank. Within 1,000,000 years, his comprehension would be enough to break through to the World Lord rank. Lin Hao didn't believe that after reaching the World Lord rank, he would have a lifespan of 10 million years. With such a long time, could it be that not even one genius capable of becoming an immortal level could be born among his offspring? Even if there was no such genius, with such a long time and so many offspring, even if each person could only provide a tiny bit of comprehension, the total added up should be enough to support him in breaking through to the immortal level, right? He didn't force himself to comprehend the two supreme laws of time and space, just comprehending one minor law would be enough. Just as he was contemplating, someone outside reported, "Lord, the fourth wife is about to give birth." The fourth wife was naturally the water spirit race woman Lin Hao had brought back from Weishan planet. Lin Hao had spent 800 Qingfeng coins to buy her back then, and her name was Shui Ruer. Although it was a bit expensive, Lin Hao liked her, so that bit of money was nothing. However, although she was bought as a slave, Lin Hao was not too harsh on her, giving her the same treatment as his previous 3 local wives. After Lin Hao's many efforts, she naturally became pregnant, and counting the days, she was indeed about to give birth. After all, it was a seed he had planted himself, so Lin Hao naturally paid more attention to her. He got up, left the room, and walked towards the delivery room. In the delivery room, more than a dozen doctors and nurses were busy. These medical staff were all the top experts on the planet, and since the wife of the planet lord, Lin Hao, was giving birth, they naturally didn't dare to be negligent. After Lin Hao entered the delivery room and comforted Shui Ruer, he stepped back out. Because this water spirit race wife was a planetary-level martial artist, the delivery went very smoothly. 10 minutes later, following the cry of a baby, the delivery room door opened, and a nurse walked out and reported, "Congratulations, Lord, it is a girl. Both mother and daughter are safe." Lin Hao seemed not to have reacted for a moment, stunned, before saying, "Good. Good, good, truly my good daughter. Ha 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 ha, everyone gets a reward. Ha 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 ha." The people outside the delivery room beamed with joy upon hearing this. After the delivery room was tidied up, Lin Hao walked in. Arriving at the bedside, Shui Ruer looked at the baby in her arms with a happy face and said to Lin Hao, "Master, please give the child a name." Lin Hao looked at this tiny baby, pondered for a moment, and said, "Let's call her Lin Wanyan." He stayed in the delivery room for a while and then left. The people in the manor were used to this. In the past, Lin Hao had always reacted this way when his dozen or so children were born. However, Lin Hao was extremely excited at this moment, because this child was very unusual. Chapter 6, Surge in Comprehension. Lin Hao maintained his usual habit and walked slowly back to his study. It was only after closing the door that his expression changed. At first, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and then his smile began to widen. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The soundproofing in the study was excellent, so the people in the manor did not know of Lin Hao's joy. He impatiently looked at the panel in his mind, only to see that the data on it had changed drastically compared to 10 minutes ago. Open black lens bracket name, Lin Hao close black lens bracket open black lens bracket race, human close black lens bracket open black lens bracket comprehension, 1.2 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket water law affinity, good close black lens bracket open black lens bracket offspring, 315,000 expand to view details close black lens bracket. His comprehension had finally reached an integer, and his water law affinity had also leapt to the good level. All of this was because of Lin Hao's newborn daughter, Lin Wanyan. He opened the detailed information of his offspring and found the data for Lin Wanyan. Open black lens bracket name, Lin Wanyan close black lens bracket open black lens bracket race, human close black lens bracket open black lens bracket comprehension, 1.2 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket water law affinity, medium close black lens bracket. Except for the water law affinity, her other attributes were similar to Lin Hao's. After Lin Wanyan's water law affinity was added to Lin Hao's, it brought his water law affinity to the good level. A few minutes later, Lin Hao finally restrained his smile. Lin Wanyan, your birth is truly a blessing for me. Although Lin Hao had tried to treat his previous 18 children equally, he intended to nurture his 19th child, Lin Wanyan, with special care. Everyone's comprehension is not static. Changes in circumstances and improvements in cultivation realm can all potentially change one's comprehension. The newborn Lin Wanyan already had a comprehension of 1.2, and it might even be higher once she grew up and started cultivating. After adding Lin Wanyan's comprehension, Lin Hao clearly felt that the world was different. Before, when he looked at the world, it was like a person with 700 to 800 degrees of myopia looking at distant scenery. But now that his comprehension had reached 1.2, it was like instantly putting on a pair of glasses that fit him perfectly. Everything was so clear. The vague, almost non-existent illusion he previously had regarding the water law had now become extremely clear. He felt that he only needed to cultivate a little to comprehend the water domain. Not only that, besides the water law being incredibly clear, he also had a feeling for the other 7 subordinate laws. Although it was far from as clear as the water law, it was countless times stronger than before. I want to go into seclusion and cultivate. From now on, I am also a genius. Lin Hao thought happily. After ordering his smart AI, Xiao Bai, not to let anyone disturb him, he went to the secret chamber behind his study to begin cultivating. Lin Hao had complete cultivation data for the domain. After all, his father and elder brother were geniuses who possessed a domain at the astral rank, so there was no shortage of such data. Over the past 100 years, he had taken out these materials countless times in an attempt to comprehend a domain, but unfortunately, it only resulted in having no clue. But this time, just by looking at those materials, Lin Hao felt he had fully understood the first level of the water domain. And, bypassing the concept stage, he had directly comprehended the domain. As Lin Hao focused his mind, countless water mists appeared throughout the secret chamber. This, of course, did not mean that Lin Hao's talent had defied the heavens to the point of surpassing the Earth powerhouses from the original work. In the original work, the Earth powerhouses Hong and Thunder God were able to explore and comprehend a domain at the planetary level without any contact with cosmic civilization or cultivation data for domains. Their talent and comprehension were naturally top tier in the entire universe. However, for a normal genius who could come into contact with cosmic civilization, the difficulty of comprehending a domain was greatly reduced with the help of complete cultivation data. Moreover, Lin Hao had practiced the materials countless times before, and it was only now, with both his comprehension and law affinity having improved, that he had comprehended the first level of the domain. However, even so, being able to possess a domain at the planetary level was considered top-tier genius material within the Jushi Empire, which was a medium-level cosmic civilization. Just like his elder brother Lin Feng back then, after revealing his talent, countless forces from the Qingfeng Universe country extended olive branches to him. After some selection, the Qingfeng Secret Realm accepted Lin Feng as a member through his connection with Lin Zhen. Lin Hao had never felt that cultivation was such a wonderful thing. Now that he had comprehended the first level of the domain, he struck while the iron was hot and continued to cultivate. 2 months later, he finally ended his seclusion. After this period of cultivation, his water domain had reached the 4th level. He was certain that his current talent absolutely surpassed that of his father and elder brother. The two of them had not comprehended the 4th level of the domain at the planetary level. Even his elder brother Lin Feng, who was already at the astral rank, was only at the 3rd level of the domain. Should I go to the killing field in the virtual universe to test it out? Lin Hao was eager to try. However, if I reveal my talent in the killing field, I'm afraid some forces will come to recruit me, and the first to arrive will likely be the Virtual Universe Corporation. Thinking of this, he hesitated. This, of course, did not mean that Lin Hao was qualified to join the core layer of the Virtual Universe Corporation. One would at least need to have grasped the basics of the laws at the astral rank to even have a chance. Lin Hao was still far from that. Besides the core geniuses at headquarters, the Virtual Universe Corporation also cultivated geniuses at the branches of various universe kingdoms. If these geniuses had average talent, they would eventually become staff members of the various universe kingdom branches. If their talent was exceptional, they could naturally enter the core layer of the headquarters through internal assessments. This was all that Lin Hao had learned previously. Emotionally speaking, what he should do now was contact his father and elder brother, reveal his domain, and join the Qingfeng Secret Realm. But rationally speaking, Lin Hao did not want to join the Qingfeng Secret Realm. He wanted to join one of the 5 great human powers. Even if he could only start as a branch member, he believed that as his comprehension continued to improve, becoming part of the core layer was only a matter of time. And if he joined the Qingfeng Secret Realm, he would only be able to enter the 5 great powers by relying on the Peak Genius Battle for the Astral rank and the Peak Powerhouse Tournament for the Universe rank. The last Peak Genius Battle was held by the Great Axe Battleground 1,000 years ago, which meant that if Lin Hao wanted to enter the Virtual Universe Corporation through such a method, he would have to stay at the Astral rank for several thousand years. Should I take a gamble? First, become a branch member of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Perhaps, without the protection of my father and elder brother, life wouldn't be as comfortable as in the Qingfeng Secret Realm, but this is a path to the heavens. After all, his current talent already surpassed his elder brothers, and staying in the Qingfeng Secret Realm might be a waste of time. Lin Hao weighed the options repeatedly and finally decided that if possible, he would join a branch of the Virtual Universe Corporation directly. Thus, his consciousness entered the virtual universe and arrived at the killing field. Dressed in white, he appeared in a desert. Please set your opponent, Lin Hao said. A planetary level 5 fighter, 3rd level of water domain, weapon is a blade. Except for the slightly lower domain, everything else was equivalent to his strength. As his voice fell, a black-clad, blade-wielding fighter appeared in the distance. Lin Hao gripped the blade in his hand. My path as a genius starts here. The black-clad fighter and Lin Hao rushed toward each other, both unleashing their water domains simultaneously. Lin Hao's domain was at the 4th level and instantly suppressed the black-clad fighter's domain, but the black-clad fighter was not panicked at all. Instead, he pushed off with his feet, increasing his speed slightly. The two crossed paths in an instant. A wound appeared on Lin Hao's waist that almost cut him in half, while the black-clad fighter only suffered a cut on his arm. Although Lin Hao's domain was superior, he was extremely lacking in combat experience, so such a result was actually quite normal. Lin Hao gasped, then reset the states of both fighters, again. The two began to fight again. Chapter 7, Invitation from the Virtual Universe Corporation Qingfeng Branch. In the Virtual Universe, on the Qingfeng continent, on a massive island. This is Qingluan Island, the online office location for the Virtual Universe Corporation Qingfeng branch of the Qingfeng Universe country. Inside a villa on Qingluan Island, a middle-aged man dressed in yellow clothes looked in surprise at the notification that had suddenly appeared before him. Killing Field Plane FO637127 has discovered a genius with Class C potential. There is no prior record of cultivation by any faction. It is recommended to recruit him into the Qingfeng branch and prioritize his cultivation. The middle-aged man is named Roland, and he is the supervisor responsible for talent cultivation at the Virtual Universe Corporation Qingfeng branch. Today, he suddenly received an internal company notification. Class C potential, a small chance of becoming a World Lord rank. That is indeed a good prospect. Roland pondered for a moment. Since he had no pressing matters at hand, he decided to go and see for himself. Soon, he appeared in the killing field plane where Lin Hao was located. Roland saw Lin Hao, who was fighting against a virtual enemy. He can comprehend the 4th level of domain at the planetary level. Not bad, not bad. It's just that his combat experience is a bit lacking, but that's not a big problem, this can be cultivated slowly. After watching for a while, Roland decided to reveal himself. Lin Hao exerted all his strength and finally defeated the enemy who was just a line weaker than him. Just as he was preparing to log off and rest, a man dressed in yellow clothes suddenly appeared before him. Hello, my name is Roland, and I am an employee of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Lin Hao thought to himself, finally, it's here. With a calm expression, he asked, hello, may I ask what you need? Roland said, it is like this, your performance in the killing field was excellent, and our Virtual Universe Corporation Qingfeng branch would like to invite you to join us. Our company values geniuses like you very much. As long as you can demonstrate sufficient potential, our company will provide you with the highest quality resources and benefits for your cultivation. Lin Hao showed a look of curiosity and asked, what kind of resources and benefits are there? My father and brother are both in the Qingfeng Secret Realm, can I receive better benefits than they do? Roland felt a stir in his heart and asked, who are your father and brother? Lin Hao said, my father is named Lin Zhen, and my brother is named Lin Feng. Roland immediately checked the relevant information. With a look of surprise on his face, Roland said, I didn't expect that all three of you, father and sons, are geniuses who have comprehended a domain. He pondered for a moment and said, a genius like you is classified as a Class C genius in our company's internal assessment. I can apply for the top-tier benefits within Class C for you. An annual living allowance of 10,000 universe coin, an annual quota of 100,000 universe coin to purchase cultivation resources, and in addition, at least one online guidance session per month from a World Lord rank or even an Immortal level powerhouse. Lin Hao listened carefully. Of course, such benefits could not compare to those received by Luo Feng and the others when they joined the core layer in the original story, but they were indeed better than what his father and older brother received. However, he had some doubts about this Class C genius that Roland spoke of. What does Class C genius mean? Roland explained, within our Virtual Universe Corporation, there is a detailed classification for geniuses. Class D geniuses have a higher probability of breaking through to the Territory Lord rank. Class C geniuses have a lower probability of breaking through to the World Lord rank. Class B geniuses have a higher probability of breaking through to the World Lord rank, and Class A geniuses have a lower probability of breaking through to the Immortal level. Based on your performance, the system has determined you to be a Class C genius. Of course, this is just the system's preliminary assessment. It will be adjusted based on your future performance. You are only at the planetary level now, anything is possible in the future. Who knows, you might even have a chance to become a genius exceeding Class A. Lin Hao asked, what kind of benefits would someone receive for exceeding Class A? Roland said, I am not sure what specific benefits you would receive, but I know that by then, you would be prioritized for cultivation by the Virtual Universe Corporation and would enter the core layer of the headquarters. Lin Hao understood instantly. In other words, one needs to exceed Class A potential in the system's assessment to qualify for entering the core layer. This is similar to how Hong joined the special elite training camp of the Great Axe Martial Arts Arena in the original story, where Hong stood out and eventually joined the core layer of the Great Axe Martial Arts Arena. Roland asked, so, what is your decision? Lin Hao said, I need to consider this matter. Can I give you an answer before tomorrow? Roland had no objections, of course. I have added you as a friend. Whenever you have decided, you can contact me at any time. After Roland left, Lin Hao sent an email to his older brother, Lin Feng, Big brother, I have comprehended a domain. Lin Feng replied in a second. Where are you? Let's meet up. Soon, the two met in their house in the virtual universe. Lin Feng asked with some excitement, Little Hao, have you really comprehended a domain? Lin Hao nodded, of course it's true. Let's go, let's spar. The two entered the killing field together. A moment later, the two came out of the killing field. Lin Feng was extremely excited. Little Hao, you have actually reached the 4th level of domain. And you achieved it at the planetary level. This is incredible. Lin Feng himself was a genius who comprehended a domain at the planetary level, so he naturally knew the difficulty of it. Furthermore, back when he was at the planetary level, he had only comprehended the 1st level of domain. Afterwards, he had no further breakthroughs. It wasn't until he broke through to the astral rank that he gradually reached the 3rd level of domain. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that among the three of us, father and sons, you, little brother, would have the highest talent. However, your combat experience is too poor, and your movement techniques, force exertion techniques, attack methods, etc., are all not good enough. You need to hurry up and make up for these. Lin Hao naturally did not object to Lin Feng's suggestion, he knew his own situation best. Before this, his comprehension was only 0.000008, and he struggled to learn various secret techniques, so his weaknesses were naturally obvious. But now that his comprehension had improved, he naturally needed to identify and plug the gaps, and perfect his own shortcomings. After joining the Virtual Universe Corporation branch, he would need to use resources to purchase various secret techniques to learn. Lin Feng tapped his forehead and said, "Right, this good news needs to be told to father. He will definitely be very happy. I will log off now and go to the place where he is in seclusion to wake him up." Lin Hao hurriedly stopped Lin Feng and said, "Big brother, after you log off, do not rashly tell others about my talent. You can tell father after he enters the virtual universe." Lin Feng asked in confusion, "Why? Isn't having such talent a good thing? Could it be that you have enemies, little brother?" "Don't worry, with such talent, you don't need to fear any enemies, there will be plenty of powerhouses covering for you." Lin Hao shook his head and said, "I don't have any enemies. It's just that after I revealed my talent in the virtual universe earlier, people from the virtual universe Qingfeng branch found me and invited me to join them." Lin Feng understood immediately, "So that's how it is. So what do you think, little brother? Do you want to join them? If you don't join them, you can also come to the Qingfeng Secret Realm. Wouldn't it be wonderful for the three of us, father and sons, to cultivate together?" Lin Hao said, "Big brother, I want to join the Virtual Universe Corporation." Having said this, Lin Feng no longer tried to dissuade him. "All right, since that's the case, I won't try to persuade you otherwise. However, remember that no matter when, father and I will unconditionally support you. Go ahead and do it." Lin Hao felt a bit moved upon hearing this. All along, his big brother had taken great care of him. Even when his talent was mediocre before, his brother had never looked down on him. Instead, he often gave him encouragement and sent him red envelopes every year. His father was a cultivation fanatic and rarely paid attention to him, so his brother was actually more like a father in caring for him. Lin Feng logged off, and not long after, he brought their father, Lin Zhen, online together. Lin Zhen asked with some confusion, "Fenger, we are in the virtual universe now. If there is anything to say, speak." He saw Lin Hao and nodded slightly. "Hao is here too." Lin Feng told him about Lin Hao's situation. Lin Zhen was truly a cultivation fanatic. His first reaction after hearing it was, "Hao, shall the three of us, father and sons, go to the killing field to practice?" Lin Hao sighed. He knew it would be like this. In his father's eyes, cultivation was everything, and everything else was just fleeting clouds. Whether it was the Qingfeng Secret Realm or the Virtual Universe Corporation Qingfeng branch, as long as it allowed for cultivation and could provide cultivation resources, they were all good places, and it didn't matter where he went. Chapter 8. Arrangements before departure. The father and his two sons finished their practice in the killing field after half an hour. Before leaving, Lin Zhen's assessment of Lin Hao was, "Your talent is not bad. But you have too many weaknesses, so you must continue to train hard. From now on, you will spar with me once a month." As for which faction Lin Hao would join in the future, Lin Zhen did not force him, he let Lin Hao decide everything for himself. Lin Zhen quickly logged off to continue his secluded cultivation. Lin Feng was somewhat speechless. "Dad is just like that. Every time he meets me, he drags me to the killing field for a spar, and he never holds back." Lin Hao touched his neck. In the killing field just now, he had been decapitated by his father, Lin Zhen, countless times. He had gained a new understanding of his father's strength. Even if neither of them used their domains, and even when their cultivation realms were the same, his father didn't need a second move to kill him. Lin Hao previously only knew that Lin Zhen was a cultivation fanatic, but he hadn't expected him to be so ruthless even to his own son. Although all of this happened in the virtual universe, every experience was real, including the pain. Lin Feng was actually very busy and would be leaving soon. Before leaving, he advised, "Little brother, train hard in the future. Don't worry about the family. After you join the Virtual Universe Corporation branch, the resources you are entitled to will not be lacking." "All right, big brother, go ahead and get busy." Since he had already spoken to his family, Lin Hao no longer hesitated and directly sent an email to Roland. "Mr. Roland, I have made my decision. I will join the Virtual Universe Corporation Qingfeng branch." Soon, Roland replied to the email, "Welcome to the team. I have authorized your access to Qingluan Island. You can teleport directly, and we can talk when we meet. In the virtual universe, some places cannot be reached without authorization. Yushang Mountain and Thunder Island from the original work are such places, and Qingluan Island, which Roland mentioned, is the office location of the Virtual Universe Corporation Qingfeng branch. The smart AI Xiaobai prompted, "Master, you have obtained authorization to travel to Qingluan Island." Lin Hao said, "Teleport to Qingluan Island." A moment later, a vast island appeared before Lin Hao's eyes. Cyan air currents permeated the sky above the entire island, and faintly, these cyan currents formed green birds flying in the sky. Lin Hao thought to himself, "I wonder if this place was created out of thin air by the virtual universe, or if it was generated based on some location in the original universe." Roland arrived to receive Lin Hao and said with a smile, "The scenery of our Qingluan Island is ranked in the top 10 among the branches of the 1006 universe nations. Isn't it beautiful?" In the original work, the human race had 1008 universe nations, but at this time, the human race only had 1006. It was from this that Lin Hao realized he had transmigrated too early, countless epochs earlier than the time in the original work. Lin Hao responded with a smile, "It is indeed very beautiful." The two chatted all the way to Roland's office, and soon a maid entered to serve tea. Roland took out a contract and placed it in front of Lin Hao. "This is the contract our company has preliminarily drafted. You can take a look first. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, we can discuss it further." Lin Hao opened the contract and found that it was exactly as Roland had previously described: an annual living allowance of 10,000 universe coin, a purchasing quota of 100,000 universe coin, and monthly online guidance from a powerful expert. Lin Hao suddenly asked, "Mr. Roland, this is a C-level genius contract, right?" Roland nodded. "That's correct, and it is the top-tier contract among C-level ones." Lin Hao asked curiously, "What do the higher-tier contracts entail?" Roland said, "Compared to the C-level contract, the B-level contract's living allowance and purchasing quota will be significantly increased. In addition, a World Lord rank expert will be assigned as your exclusive instructor. The A-level contract is an improvement over the B-level contract. In addition to the benefits mentioned above, you can choose one secret technique worth no more than 10 million universe coin to practice for free every 3 years. Besides having a World Lord rank expert as your exclusive instructor, an Immortal level expert will also provide guidance from time to time." After hearing this, Lin Hao had no more questions. The B-level contract was good, and the A-level contract was better, but compared to the core layer of the Virtual Universe Corporation, they were nothing. Lin Hao signed the contract. Roland extended a hand. "Welcome to the Virtual Universe Corporation. A staff member will contact you shortly." Lin Hao also extended a hand and shook it. "Thank you." Soon, someone contacted Lin Hao. "Hello, Mr. Lin. We need to confirm your location, and then someone will be sent to pick you up and bring you to our company for training." Such generous treatment is not given for free. Naturally, Lin Hao needed to accept the arrangements of the Virtual Universe Corporation Qingfeng branch. Centralized management is also a matter of course. If you want to gain something, you will lose something else. Although he might not be as free, in return, Lin Hao and the assets under his name would receive the protection of the Virtual Universe Corporation Qingfeng branch. Lin Hao informed the staff member of his location. "A spaceship will arrive in 1 month. Please pay attention to receiving emails at that time." Lin Hao immediately began to arrange matters for after his departure. The test tube baby project had to continue. His genetic material could still be used for a long time, but he still worked overtime for 10 days or so to supplement it with some more. It would be enough for more than 10 years. Lin Hao entrusted the daily affairs on planet LH 5321 to his 4 wives to manage together. He did not ask for any major development on this planet. As long as it did not affect his great cause of test tube babies, that would be enough. Subsequently, he called over all the children, grandchildren, and granddaughters who were still on the planet. More than 40 people stood respectfully below. Lin Hao spoke. "I have joined the Virtual Universe Corporation Qingfeng branch and will be leaving home for a long time. As soon as these words were spoken, all the adult children looked at Lin Hao in shock. Although they were not clear about what kind of status the Virtual Universe Corporation had within the human race, they knew it was a super large company. Among the descendants here, the second son was the oldest. He stepped forward and said, "Father, rest assured, we will handle the family's assets well." Lin Hao nodded. "I know that some of you are not satisfied with this planet and always want to go out and explore. I can give you a promise, as long as you reach the planetary level, you can go out and explore just like your eldest brother Yufeng. Not only that, but I will also give you a generous amount of startup capital." As soon as these words were spoken, many people revealed longing in their eyes. Lin Hao continued, "After you go out, whether you succeed or fail, I will not interfere. However, as long as you want to come back, our home will always have a place for you." With this step, Lin Hao wanted to stimulate the ambition of these children and fully bring out their subjective initiative. As long as they could establish themselves outside, it would be equivalent to the expansion of his own bloodline. As long as some time passed, the planets they were on would definitely have many more of his descendants. This was Lin Hao's true purpose. The more descendants he had, the higher his comprehension would be. As long as the number of descendants developed to billions, tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions or trillions, it wouldn't matter even if they were all ordinary people, it would always increase Lin Hao's comprehension by some amount. If he was lucky enough to have a few geniuses with superb comprehension appear, then Lin Hao would make a huge profit. Including those children born from the test tube project, Lin Hao would also give them similar arrangements. After they reached the planetary level, he would have them head to other life-bearing planets. Lin Hao left after he finished speaking. His descendants, however, were exceptionally delighted. No matter how good home was, it was not as free as being outside. They were truly envious that Lin Yufeng could go out and explore. Now, they finally had such an opportunity. Consequently, they all began to train diligently, striving to become planetary level as soon as possible. Chapter 9, Class B Genius. Mr. Lin, hello. I am a staff member from the Transport Department of the Virtual Universe Corporation's Qingfeng branch. I have received orders to pick you up and take you to the Qingfeng branch. 20 days later, Lin Hao received this email. After verifying the information against the virtual universe, Lin Hao boarded the spaceship. This was a D1 rank spaceship, and the person in charge was a Territory Lord rank powerhouse, the same rank as the ancestor of the Lin family who was nearing the end of his lifespan. Yet, such a powerhouse was merely the person in charge of a transport ship at the Virtual Universe Corporation. If it were in his past life, it would be equivalent to a long-haul truck driver. This Territory Lord rank powerhouse did not intend to interact much with Lin Hao. After greeting him, he went to rest. Besides this Territory Lord rank individual, there were dozens of crew members on the ship. Their strength ranged from Universe rank 8th tier at the highest to Astral rank 5th tier at the lowest. They were very curious about Lin Hao. After all, it was extremely rare for a mere planetary level individual to be personally picked up by a Territory Lord rank powerhouse. Could this Mr. Lin be the offspring of some high-level executive in the company? Or maybe he's a business genius. Who knows, he might even have a net worth of millions of universe coin. Although these crew members were curious, they did not disturb Lin Hao. Half a month passed in a flash. After traveling in the dark universe for over 10 days, they finally arrived at their destination, Yunhai planet. This was a planet perpetually shrouded in clouds and mist. Seen from space, it looked just like a white cotton candy. Lin Hao looked at Yunhai planet through the spaceship's external view simulation. Is this the planet where I will be living for the next period of time? After verification, the spaceship entered the docking port of Yunhai planet. Specialists were already waiting at the docking port. The Territory Lord rank powerhouse did not appear. He sent someone to escort Lin Hao down and complete the handover before the spaceship departed. A middle-aged man whose beard consisted entirely of tiny tentacles, resembling Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean, looked at Lin Hao with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Tuck, and I am the service personnel for your life and cultivation on Yunhai planet. You can inform me of any requests at any time, I am online 24 hours a day. Lin Hao nodded politely in greeting. Hello, Mr. Tuck. I'll be troubling you for the next period of time. The smile on Tuck's face deepened a little. You are too polite. This is what I am supposed to do. A genius with a friendly attitude is always better than one with a bad attitude, at least it makes working more pleasant. Our Yunhai planet is the genius training base for the Virtual Universe Corporation's Qingfeng branch. Geniuses of the 4 grades, A, B, C, and D, all live and cultivate here. I will send you an email with the details of Yunhai planet shortly. Now, we need to complete your identity verification first, and then I will take you to your residence. Tuck and Lin Hao boarded a hovercar. As they flew toward their destination, Tuck explained, personal flight is prohibited on Yunhai planet. If you need to go anywhere, you can take a hovercar, it's very fast. Before long, the hovercar arrived outside a massive stone platform. After asking Lin Hao to get off, Tuck pointed to the stone platform and said, Mr. Lin, you need to walk onto the stone platform and then connect your consciousness to the virtual universe. You just need to unleash all of your strength there. Lin Hao walked onto the stone platform as instructed. After his consciousness entered the virtual universe, he found that he did not appear in his own property, but rather on a white platform, with a man in black appearing opposite him. Just then, a prompt appeared in Lin Hao's ears, detected that your strength is at planetary level 8th tier, no special talents. Setting opponent data. Data setting successful. Your opponent's initial strength is an ordinary planetary level 8th tier. Please try your best to defeat him. Special note. After each victory, the opponent's strength will increase. Are you ready? Lin Hao spoke up. I am ready. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, battle start. As soon as the words fell, Lin Hao charged toward the man in black with his blade. The man in black also used a blade, but his speed was clearly slower than Lin Hao's. Although he tried hard to block Lin Hao's attacks, he was ultimately killed by Lin Hao with a single strike. Lin Hao had not rested for the past month. Every day he was either studying secret techniques or training in the killing field. The improvement in his comprehension was not only effective for domain insights and law insights, it was equally effective for learning secret techniques and accumulating combat experience. Over this month, although his domain was still at the 4th stage, his true strength had become 7 or 8 times stronger. Whether it was his power output techniques, movement techniques, or the use of secret techniques, he had improved tremendously. Although he hadn't sparred with his father, Lin Zhen, after his strength increased, Lin Hao estimated that he should be able to fight Lin Zhen for over a dozen moves before being cut down. Although Lin Hao's comprehension was high, Lin Zhen had been cultivating for over 200 years, and he had always been a genius. With over 200 years of cultivation, his strength was naturally very powerful. Congratulations on successfully defeating your opponent. A new battle will begin in 10 seconds. Lin Hao's condition was instantly restored, and opposite him, the man in black stood up again. Although his strength was still planetary level 8th tier, Lin Hao could feel that this man in black was much stronger than before. 3, 2, 1, battle start. Lin Hao charged at the man in black again. At the same time, the man in black's domain instantly covered his surroundings. Lin Hao's heart stirred, and his own domain appeared simultaneously. The man in black's domain was only at the 1st stage, so it was naturally suppressed directly by Lin Hao. With a flash of his blade, Lin Hao cut down the man in black once again. Immediately after, the 3rd battle began. This time, the man in black's domain reached the 2nd stage, and at the same time, he also began to use secret techniques, but he was still easily cut down by Lin Hao. The 4th time, the man in black's domain reached the 3rd stage. This time, Lin Hao's attacks were blocked a few times, but in the end, Lin Hao still killed the man in black. The 5th time, the man in black's domain reached the 4th stage. His power output techniques, movement techniques, and secret techniques were all on par with Lin Hao's, and Lin Hao immediately fell into a bitter struggle. Fortunately, he had been working hard to fight in the killing field during this period, otherwise, he would likely have been defeated instantly. Lin Hao gradually adapted to the man in black's attack rhythm, slowly turning the tide and beginning to launch a counterattack. Finally, Lin Hao seized an opportunity, used his newly learned power output technique, and with a burst of power, knocked the man in black back half a step. Then, he launched continuous attacks to expand his advantage, ultimately defeating the man in black in one fell swoop. Lin Hao gasped for breath and thought to himself, that round really took everything I had. Immediately after, the prompt sounded again. Congratulations on successfully defeating your opponent. A new battle will begin in 10 seconds. Lin Hao's condition was instantly restored, and he was no longer gasping for breath. And that man in black stood up again. Lin Hao knew that he had probably reached his limit. And that was indeed the case. The man in black displayed the 5th stage domain realm. Not only that, but his various techniques were also far superior to Lin Hao's. Lin Hao was defeated instantly. The next second, the man in black disappeared, and Lin Hao's condition was restored. Evaluating, please wait. After evaluation, your potential has reached the level of A Class B Genius. A staff member will contact you shortly to re-sign a training agreement. Before Lin Hao could react, he was kicked out of the virtual universe. Standing on the stone platform, Lin Hao blinked. It seems my status is about to be upgraded. Actually, thinking about it, it made sense. The reason he was initially evaluated as a Class C genius might have been calculated based on Lin Hao's age. A 100-year-old planetary-level individual who had comprehended the 4th stage domain, yet whose various secret techniques were all substandard and who severely lacked combat experience. All these factors combined were likely why Lin Hao was ultimately given a Class C rating. But in reality, it had only taken Lin Hao a few months to comprehend the 4th stage domain. With a comprehension of 1.2 and good affinity for the law of water, the combination of these two meant that his talent in the water law might far exceed Class C, potentially even exceeding the Class B rating currently given to him. Chapter 10, Instructor Ji Chen. Tuck looked at Lin Hao with a beaming smile. Mr. Lin, the certification here is finished, let us. Before he could finish his sentence, he stuttered to a halt. A moment later, Tuck looked at Lin Hao in shock. Mr. Lin, you have been rated as A Class B Genius. What is going on? Lin Hao smiled slightly. Just luck, just luck. Tuck took a deep breath. Apologies, I lost my composure just now. Mr. Lin, I have just received the latest notification that your rating has been upgraded. We need to re-sign a training agreement with you. Please follow me. The two of them took a hover car again and arrived in front of a high-rise building with over 100 floors. Tuck introduced, this is the office building on Yunhai Planet. A supervisor will be meeting with you next. The two walked into the building and saw Roland standing in the lobby, smiling as he watched them approach. Mr. Lin, we meet again, Roland said with a smile. Lin Hao nodded slightly. Hello, Mr. Roland. The two went to a reception room and sat down. Roland looked at Lin Hao in amazement and said, Mr. Lin, I previously thought your talent was astonishing, but I did not expect you to be recognized as having Class B potential so quickly. In that case, the contract signed with you previously is no longer suitable. We will re-sign a Class B contract with you shortly. Lin Hao asked, what are the changes compared to before? Roland said, the treatment we provide is, an annual living allowance of 50,000 universe coin, a quota of 500,000 universe coin to purchase cultivation resources, and our branch will appoint a World Lord rank powerhouse to serve as your instructor. Lin Hao was very satisfied with this. The overall compensation was 5 times that of before, and in addition, there was a World Lord rank serving as an instructor. A World Lord rank. The ancestor of the Lin family, who has lived for over 900,000 years, is only a territory lord rank, and now he can have a World Lord rank powerhouse as his teacher to ask for advice at will. This is a benefit that no amount of money can buy. Lin Hao asked, regarding the candidate for this World Lord rank teacher. Roland smiled and said, we have hundreds of candidates here at our branch, you can choose any of them. Lin Hao said, do you have any recommendations? Roland pondered for a moment and said, based on your previous performance, you have a more prominent affinity for the law of water origin. We have a world lord here who has been recognized by the law of water origin and is not far from fully comprehending the law of water origin. However, I can help ask if this person is willing to serve as your instructor. Being recognized by an origin law is not rare at the world lord rank, but being close to fully comprehending an origin law is much more difficult. This means that this world lord rank powerhouse is about to become an immortal level. The lifespan limit of a world lord rank is 10 million years, but becoming an immortal level allows for infinite lifespan. Theoretically, one can live until the end of the primordial universe. If one enters the small universe of a true god after the primordial universe ends, one can live for another 2 reincarnation cycles. From this, one can see how powerful this world lord rank powerhouse is. Perhaps they are nothing in the entire human race, but for the current Lin Hao, this is already an existence that needs to be looked up to. Lin Hao thanked him. Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Roland. Roland waved his hand with a smile. No trouble, it is all for work. He did not dawdle and immediately entered the virtual universe with his consciousness to send an email to that world lord rank powerhouse, and he also sent Lin Hao's combat footage to him. In less than 10 minutes, the world lord rank powerhouse replied to the message. Roland looked at Lin Hao and said, he replied. He said he wants to meet you. Why don't we enter the virtual universe together to meet him? Lin Hao had no objections. He asked, what is the name of this powerhouse? Are there any taboos? Roland said, his name is Ji Chen. There are no taboos, just treat him with a normal mindset. Even if he is unwilling to be your instructor, we have many other options, so do not worry. Subsequently, Lin Hao followed Roland into the virtual universe, arrived at Qingfeng Island, and met Ji Chen. This was a black-haired man with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, carrying a sword on his back, looking just like the legendary sword heroes from his past life. Roland greeted him. Ji Chen, this is the Lin Hao I mentioned. Ji Chen smiled. Your talent is quite good, but wanting to become my disciple, even if I am just an instructor, is not that easy. Lin Hao said neither humbly nor arrogantly, I will definitely give it my all. The 3 came to the killing field, and Ji Chen asked Lin Hao to attack him with all his strength. Lin Hao complied and used the 4th level of his domain, and he also used his force exertion techniques, movement techniques, and secret techniques to the extreme as he attacked Ji Chen. In the killing field, both were at the same realm. Facing Lin Hao's attacks, Ji Chen easily parried them with a casual wave. He didn't even use any secret techniques, but Lin Hao could sense the aura of the law of water from Ji Chen's responses. That is enough. Hearing Ji Chen's words, Lin Hao stopped his attack. Unexpectedly, Ji Chen suddenly asked, what is your relationship with the Lin family of the Jushi Empire? Lin Hao was stunned for a moment and quickly said, I am a member of the Lin family. Ji Chen heard this and smiled, so that is how it is. In that case, we are fellow countrymen. Seeing Lin Hao's puzzled expression, Ji Chen did not explain much, only saying, hundreds of thousands of eras ago, both our families came out from the same planet. Roland said from the side, I did not expect you to have such a relationship. Ji Chen looked at Lin Hao. I agree to be your instructor, but my requirements are relatively high. If you cannot meet my requirements, I will terminate this relationship. Lin Hao quickly said, I will definitely work hard to cultivate. After Ji Chen and Lin Hao exchanged contact information, he went offline. Yunhai planet. After coming out of the virtual universe, Lin Hao signed his name on the contract. Roland put away the contract and said to Lin Hao, your compensation will take full effect shortly, and your first month's living allowance will also be credited to your account. Tuck will take you to your residence. Lin Hao expressed his gratitude. Afterward, he followed Tuck out of the building, got into a hover car, and headed toward his residence. Before long, the hover car drove into a villa area. Tuck introduced from the side, this is the residential area for the geniuses trained by our Qingfeng branch. A total of 4,341 geniuses live here, including 4,135 Class D geniuses, 184 Class C geniuses, 20 Class B geniuses, and 2 Class A geniuses. There are over 10,000 villas here. You can choose any unoccupied one to be your residence. After you have confirmed your residence, if you are not satisfied with the interior decoration, you can make a request, and we will send people to renovate it. Lin Hao randomly chose an unoccupied villa. Tuck took him inside. Outside the villa was a garden of over 1,000 square meters, and the interior of the house was also extremely large. Even a person 5 meters tall would not feel cramped walking in. Lin Hao was very satisfied with this place. Suddenly, he remembered that in the original work, the core geniuses of the Virtual Universe Corporation could receive nutrient solution for free, in order to save the time that geniuses spent on the laborious process of accumulating genetic origin energy. He wondered if joining the branch had such benefits. He asked, by the way, does the branch have those kinds of cultivation resources that can save time on accumulating genetic origin energy? Tuck thought for a moment and said, you must be referring to nutrient solution, right? You are currently at the planetary level and need B-grade nutrient solution, but the price of nutrient solution is higher than ordinary energy liquids like Bibo Marrow. I suggest you purchase Bibo Marrow directly. The price of 1 gram of Bibo Marrow is only 3,000 Jushi coins. Logically, with the support of his father and older brother, it would be no problem for someone like Lin Hao to drink Bibo Marrow like water. But his talent was truly too poor. Previously, besides his poor comprehension and low affinity for laws, his efficiency in cultivating genetic origin energy was also low. Previously, even if he drank Bibo Marrow like water, it would only allow him to reach the 8th rank of the planetary level after several decades. Lin Hao asked, is the nutrient solution you mentioned easier to absorb than Bibo Marrow? Tuck did not think much of it and nodded proudly, of course. This is a treasure only available to the 5 major powers of our human race, which can save geniuses a lot of time. Chapter 11, Astral Rank, Success. After listening to what Tucker said, Lin Hao immediately asked, how can I obtain the nutrient solution? Tucker said, now that you should already possess the treatment of a Class B genius, you can enter the branch's mall in the virtual universe. You can place an order directly in the mall, and someone will deliver the nutrient solution here. However, you must note that these nutrient solutions are for your personal use only, you must not let family or friends use them. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was delighted, thank you for letting me know. This is what I should do. Tucker mentioned a few more precautions before leaving, if you have any needs, just contact me directly. I am online 24 hours a day. After Tucker left, Lin Hao impatiently logged into the virtual universe. This time, he did not appear in the property on the Qingfeng continent, but in a villa. Lin Hao took a rough look. This place was almost a one-to-one replica of reality. The location here was Yunhai Mountain, which is the online residence for the geniuses cultivated by the virtual universe Qingfeng branch. Lin Hao took a glance and didn't pay it much mind, instructing his smart optical brain to open the internal mall. At the top of the mall page, there were 2 numbers. One was 500,000 universe coin, this was the consumption quota he had received, 500,000 per year, which would expire if not used. The other was a little over 60,000, this was the amount of universe coin he possessed, 50,000 of which should be this year's living allowance that had just arrived, and the 10,000 plus was his previous balance. In the past, it took 100 years to save up over 20,000 universe coin, but now he could obtain 50,000 universe coin in a single year, plus an annual purchasing quota of 500,000 universe coin. This was the treatment of a genius. And his current treatment was merely that of a Class B genius, which was only comparable to the treatment of members of the Qingfeng Secret Realm. The treatment for the core layer was what you would call high. Set a small goal, join the virtual universe core layer within 100 years. Lin Hao quickly found the nutrient solution and checked the price. The price of 1 kilogram of Class B nutrient solution for planetary level use was 100 universe coin. As a Class B genius, he enjoyed a 20% discount, so 1 kilogram cost 80 universe coin. The price of Bibo Marrow was 3,000 giant stone coins per gram, which meant 3 universe coin per kilogram. The price of the Class B nutrient solution was 33 times that of the Bibo Marrow, no wonder Tucker had suggested he buy Bibo Marrow. Lin Hao looked at the usage instructions for the Class B nutrient solution. To advance from the 8th rank to the 9th rank of the planetary level like him, only 10 kilograms were needed. That was only 800 universe coin, not expensive at all. Just in case, Lin Hao placed an order for 20 kilograms of Class B nutrient solution directly. Soon, a staff member contacted him. "Hello, the Class B nutrient solution you ordered will be delivered in 3 hours. Please receive it then." Lin Hao guessed that the warehouse must be near Yunhai planet, otherwise, it wouldn't be this fast. Suddenly, his smart optical brain, Xiaobai, notified him that he had received an email from Ji Chen. Lin Hao opened it. Ji Chen recommended that he cultivate a secret technique. The secret technique was named Kanglin Record. According to Ji Chen, this secret technique could help him comprehend the water domain and the origin law. Lin Hao searched in the internal mall and discovered that the price of this Kanglin record in the internal mall was actually as high as 500,000 universe coin. Even if he could purchase it with a 20% discount, he still had to pay 400,000 universe coin. So, should I buy it? Lin Hao actually wanted to buy many things. He was truly greedy for the various items in the internal mall, including equipment, auxiliary life forms, high-level spaceships, and so on. These were all things the previous him had wanted to buy but couldn't afford. Spend 400,000 of his 500,000 universe coin purchasing quota all at once to buy a secret technique. After a long time, Lin Hao let out a long sigh. What am I thinking? No matter when, the domain and the origin law are the most important things. Other things are not important to me right now. He was very weak right now, just a mere planetary level. Even with the 4th stage of the domain, he was still very weak. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to fully display his talent. Only in this way could he obtain better treatment. With better treatment, would he still need to worry about not being able to afford the things he wanted to buy? Moreover, he suspected whether Ji Chen was testing him with this email to see if he would spend 400,000 universe coin to buy a secret technique because of his suggestion. Thinking of this, Lin Hao decisively placed the order. 400,000 universe coin were paid out instantly. Although it was only a consumption quota, this consumption quota, apart from not being able to be transferred, could really be spent like money. Heartache. In less than 10 minutes, the secret technique, Kanglin record, was delivered to his villa in the virtual universe. This was an ordinary paper book, and Lin Hao immediately began to flip through it. Just after one look, he felt that buying this secret manual was the right choice. Because he felt that he could seemingly comprehend the 5th stage of the domain at any time. Although he was very confident in his current comprehension and affinity for the law of water origin, he did not think he could comprehend the 5th stage of the domain in a short time. He didn't expect that just one look at this secret manual would give him such a feeling. Thus, he quickly immersed himself in reading the secret manual, and only woke up when the Class B nutrient solution arrived in reality. His consciousness returned to reality, and he opened the villa door. After the 3 staff members confirmed his identity, they carried the nutrient tank and the nutrient solution into the house. After installing the nutrient tank, one of the staff members informed Lin Hao of the method for using the nutrient solution. You only need to connect the nutrient solution to the nutrient tank, then lie in the nutrient tank and start according to the prompts. The operation was very simple. After confirming Lin Hao had learned it, the staff members left. Lin Hao impatiently finished the operation and lay into the nutrient tank. Just a moment later, he felt a massive amount of origin energy surging into his body, and he hurriedly calmed his mind to begin cultivating. 3 days later, he successfully broke through to the 9th rank of the planetary level. Another day passed, and the 9 planets slowly orbiting in his dantian suddenly lost their balance and began to aggregate toward the center. In an instant, the 9 planets collided, exploding into countless specks of dust, but at this moment, endless origin energy was still surging into his dantian. He saw the countless specks of dust beginning to rotate slowly, and the center of the dust began to emit a faint light. As this ray of light appeared, the rotation speed of the dust gradually increased. With every rotation, the volume of the dust shrank by a circle. Every time the volume of the dust shrank, the light at the center of the dust became brighter. Several minutes later, the volume of the dust shrank to the extreme, and the light at the center of the dust became fiery red, just like a star. Lin Hao opened his eyes and grinned. Astral rank, success. The astral rank brought him not only an improvement in strength but, most importantly, an increase in lifespan. Astral rank can live for a full 10,000 years. He walked out of the nutrient tank and clenched his fist gently. The increase in power is truly outrageous. In the Swallowed Star world, the improvement of every minor rank within a major rank is twice that of the previous minor rank, while the improvement of a major rank is 10 times. From the 8th rank of the planetary level to the 9th rank of the planetary level, the power increased by 2 times. From the 9th rank of the planetary level to the 1st rank of the astral rank, the power increased by 10 times. In other words, at this moment, compared to 4 days ago, his power had increased by 20 times. Suddenly, a look of joy appeared on his face. He could clearly feel that the law of water origin had become much clearer in his perception. He looked at the panel in his mind. He discovered that the comprehension and the law of water origin affinity in the panel had not changed. Open black lens bracket comprehension, 1.2 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket law of water origin affinity, good close black lens bracket. Looking at it this way, all of this should be the improvement of talent brought about by the breakthrough in the major rank. It was indeed mentioned in the original work that before the immortal level, the higher the rank, the faster the speed of comprehending laws. Because of the participation of world power, the speed of comprehending laws reaches its peak at the World Lord rank. Lin Hao's consciousness immediately arrived in the virtual universe and picked up the Candlin record on the desk to look through it. In an instant, he fell into an epiphany. Chapter 12, Water Domain, 6th level. Lin Hao saw water mist, saw ice crystals, saw raindrops, saw rivers, saw lakes and seas. It felt like an instant, yet also like an eternity. He felt as if he had turned into a tiny water droplet, descending from the sky and falling into the vast ocean. Endless water surrounded him. His domain realm slowly improved. 5 days later, Lin Hao woke up from his epiphany. He looked at the secret manual in his hand and couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a secret manual worth 500,000 universe coin. It is truly worth more than the price. His consciousness returned to reality, and with a thought, his water domain was released. Water domain, 6th level. Lin Hao's face showed joy. 5 days ago, he had only comprehended the 4th level, but after 5 days of epiphany, he had directly reached the 6th level. At this moment, he had already surpassed his father, Lin Zhen. One must know that Lin Zhen was currently only at the 5th level of the domain. Although due to secret techniques and other factors, Lin Hao might not necessarily be able to defeat Lin Zhen, in terms of comprehension, he had already left Lin Zhen far behind. It could be said that he was now the #1 genius of the Lin family. After testing his water domain, his consciousness arrived at the virtual universe. During these days, he had received a total of 3 emails. The first was an email from his instructor, Ji Chen. I have some free time this month. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me directly. Lin Hao hurriedly replied to the email, Teacher, I have had some insights while practicing the Candlin record you recommended. I would like to ask for your guidance tomorrow. The second was an email from his elder brother, Lin Feng. The family already knows you have joined the Virtual Universe Corporation Qingfeng branch. The Patriarch Lin wants to see you. There is no need to meet in reality, just find some time to meet in the virtual universe. By then, the family benefits can also be finalized. Lin Hao replied, I have time for the next few days and can go see the Patriarch Lin at any time. The third was an email from Tuck. This email was about the introduction of various training facilities on Yunhai planet, including gravity chambers, movement technique training rooms. Besides that, Tuck also reminded him, every month, there will be powerhouses at the World Lord rank or above giving public lectures. If you are interested, you can go and listen. This was also the guidance from World Lord rank powerhouses mentioned in the original Class C Genius contract. Now that Lin Hao had the guidance of Ji Chen, this item was optional, unless he planned to comprehend other laws besides the law of water origin. Soon, Ji Chen's email reply arrived. I am very happy that you listened to my suggestion and purchased the Candlin record. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, I will arrive at your location in the virtual universe on time. Lin Hao replied, I will be waiting for you, teacher. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. I wonder what expression Ji Chen will have when he sees my domain reach the 6th level. Then he thought again, I wonder if the 6th level of the domain can reach the standard of a Class A genius. Thinking of this, Lin Hao came to the killing field. After setting his opponent, he fully released his domain realm. Soon, the battle ended. Regrettably, no one came to notify him that he had reached the standard of a Class A genius. Lin Hao thought to himself, perhaps the standard for a Class A genius requires reaching the 8th or 9th level of the domain at the astral rank. As for stepping over the threshold of the origin law, that should be the standard for joining the core layer of the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters. After all, in the original work, those ranked 101st to 1000th who joined the Apocalypse Secret Realm were at this level. After Lin Hao came out of the killing field, he found that his elder brother, Lin Feng, had sent a message, the Patriarch Lin wants to see you now. If you are free, I will accompany you. Lin Hao had nothing to do at the moment, so he naturally agreed. Subsequently, the two teleported to the Lin family's property in the virtual universe. Lin Feng took Lin Hao, pushed open the door, and walked towards the depths of the residential area. While walking, he advised, don't be nervous when you see the Patriarch Lin. He is a very kind person. Soon, the two stopped in front of a manor. There was a row of guards standing guard outside the manor. However, since this was the virtual universe, these guards served no purpose other than for show. Lin Feng had already contacted the Patriarch Lin, so the guards did not stop them, and the two walked straight into the manor. Soon, the two saw the Patriarch Lin by a lake. He was holding a fishing rod, sitting by a pond, wearing a straw hat, just like an ordinary old man. He didn't even turn his head. You have come. After saying that, he pointed at two stools nearby with his finger. Sit down and let's chat together. Lin Feng pulled Lin Hao to sit down. The Patriarch Lin sighed softly. This old man is already over 980,000 years old. In another 20,000 years, I will die. Thinking back, I was just a child from an ordinary commoner family. Being able to become a territory lord rank and have such a massive family of descendants is already a blessing from my ancestors. I actually don't have that many regrets. He looked at Lin Hao and the other with a smile. What makes me even more gratified is having the three of you, father and sons. All three of you have the potential to become territory lord rank. As long as any one of you becomes a territory lord rank, our Lin family will not slide down the social hierarchy, and I will be able to die with a smile. Lin Feng and Lin Hao remained silent. They didn't know what to say. There is great terror between life and death. Both of them had limitless futures and possessed plenty of years to squander, but the life of the Patriarch Lin before them was already counting down. The Patriarch Lin laughed dashingly. I'm old. He looked at Lin Hao. You are called Lin Hao, right? You should have already joined the Virtual Universe Corporation Qingfeng branch, right? Lin Hao said. Reporting to the Patriarch Lin, I joined 9 days ago and was rated as a Class B genius. The Patriarch Lin showed a look of surprise. Class B genius. Your talent was rated as having a high possibility of breaking through to the World Lord rank. Having lived for so many years, the Patriarch Lin naturally understood various factions, and of course, understood what a Class B genius represented. Lin Hao replied, yes. The Patriarch Lin laughed heartily. Good, good. I didn't expect that before I die, I would be able to see stronger hope for the family. Lin Hao, if you have any requests, just tell the Patriarch Lin, I will definitely satisfy you. Of course, I need money. Lin Hao almost blurted this out, but the Patriarch Lin's words were just something to listen to. If he really wanted to give money, he would give it without Lin Hao asking. If he didn't want to give money, asking would be useless. So Lin Hao said, everything depends on the Patriarch Lin's decision. I don't have any special needs for the time being. The Patriarch Lin pondered for a moment and said, your father's and your elder brother's benefits are both 30,000 universe coin per year. Starting from this month, your benefits will be changed to 100,000 universe coin per year. Besides that, I will give you a token. As long as you show the token, any Lin family members you encounter outside must unconditionally follow your arrangements. This is the benefit of having a family. Besides the training resources provided by the faction, the family also gives a portion. 100,000 universe coin. This money is almost enough to buy a medium-sized life planet, and this is just 1 year's benefits. This far exceeded Lin Hao's expectations. Lin Hao hurriedly saluted. Thank you, Patriarch Lin. The Patriarch Lin waved his hand. This is all you deserve. I only hope that in the future, after you become a powerhouse, you will protect the family. Lin Hao promised. I am a member of the Lin family in life and a ghost of the Lin family in death. I will definitely protect the family. The Patriarch Lin was very happy. Ha ha ha, no need to be so serious. Everything revolves around you. This world is just like this, the strongest person in a faction determines the strength of that faction. Only when you geniuses become powerhouses can the family flourish. Lin Hao actually wanted to mention the matter of spreading his own descendants just now, but in the end, he held back. Chapter 13, From the Mountain and Sea Realm. Regarding things like test tube babies, it didn't matter if Lin Hao did it himself on a planet, even if someone found out, they wouldn't care. There are too many strange people in this world. Others would only think this was some kind of hobby of Lin Hao's and wouldn't associate it with the ability to improve Lin Hao's comprehension. But if Lin Hao proactively mentioned it to others and asked for help, then others would start thinking too much. Heaven knows if someone might discover the truth, so this matter still cannot be done in a big, flashy way. Of course, if Lin Hao could have a few more life planets in his name, doing this only on his own life planets would be much safer. However, there was no need to mention this to the Patriarch Lin. Once his status was confirmed, those Lin family executives would surely come to curry favor with him, and getting a few life planets would be easy. The Patriarch Lin asked, I remember that a Class B genius can designate a World Lord rank powerhouse as their mentor. Have you decided on your mentor? Lin Hao nodded and said, it's decided. His name is Ji Chen, and he is a World Lord rank powerhouse who has already been recognized by the Origin Law. The Patriarch Lin seemed to have heard of him. Ji Chen, huh? He is indeed a very strong World Lord rank. It is said that he is not far from the Immortal level. Lin Hao's heart stirred. He remembered that after he told Ji Chen that he was a member of the Lin family, Ji Chen had said that both families had come from the same planet. Lin Hao said, this Ji Chen seems to know quite a bit about our Lin family. The Patriarch Lin nodded and said, hundreds of thousands of epochs ago, the Ji family and the Lin family were both families on a planet called the Mountain and Sea Realm. However, the strongest person in the Mountain and Sea Realm died unexpectedly on the outside territory battlefield, which led to enemies coming to attack. Not long after, the Mountain and Sea Realm was completely destroyed by those enemies, and we, the original inhabitants, were scattered throughout the universe. The Patriarch Lin seemed to sink into memories. But Lin Hao was completely stunned at this moment. Mountain and Sea Realm. He clearly remembered the setting in the original work. Earth was not a natural, ordinary planet, but a special planet that the supreme existence in the universe, Luo Feng, had spent countless efforts to transform. Luo Feng used Earth as the core, linking planets within a radius of thousands of light years to construct a profound formation. Under the influence of this formation, any life form that was affected by its magnetic and energy fields during the embryonic gestation period on Earth would undergo a special evolution in some aspect of their soul, naturally possessing extremely high soul talent. Over the long years, Earth had experienced over a dozen instances of shattering and self-reconstitution, and from within it, 3 candidates qualified to recognize the Star Tower as their master were born. Earth at the time of the first candidate was called the Mountain and Sea Realm. Lin Hao touched his head, so after all that trouble, I'm still an Earthling. However, although this matter surprised Lin Hao, that was all there was to it. The Mountain and Sea Realm had already shattered, and it seemed he hadn't enjoyed any soul evolution. Who knows if this is the Yuan Star era, or the era when Earth just finished reconstituting. Regarding the mountain and sea realm, other than serving as background information, it seemed completely useless. The patriarch Lin talked with the two of them for a while longer, then let them leave. Afterward, at Lin Feng's invitation, the two of them came to the killing field to spar. The result was predictable. A month ago, Lin Hao was not Lin Feng's opponent, but now he could easily suppress and beat Lin Feng. Soon, Lin Feng gave up. I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore, it's boring. Lin Hao, on the other hand, felt he was getting into the swing of things. Big brother, you're not doing so well. Lin Feng looked embarrassed. It's not that I'm not doing well, I'm just not in good shape. You wait for me to go back and adjust my state. By the way, I'm going to go into seclusion for a while, don't contact me unless it's important. Realizing that he was no longer a match for his younger brother, Lin Feng made up his mind to cultivate properly. However, before logging off, Lin Feng asked, "Little brother, do you think you can beat father?" Lin Hao thought for a moment and said, "It should be a 50-50 match." His current domain realm was higher than Lin Zhen's, but his combat experience and other techniques were still insufficient. After combining the two, it was at most a 50-50 split. Don't think Lin Hao is a weakling. You have to know that a month ago, Lin Zhen could easily crush Lin Hao even without using his domain. 1 month being equivalent to nearly 200 years of Lin Zhen's cultivation was already rapid progress. Lin Feng indicated he understood, then said, "Little brother, if you are sure you can defeat father, remember to tell me. I'll have father log on to fight you." Lin Hao blinked his eyes. That wouldn't be good, right? Thinking of the scene at that time, Lin Feng could barely suppress the corners of his mouth. Father cultivates so hard every day just to find an opponent. Little brother, an opponent like you is just right. Lin Hao thought about being slashed in the neck countless times by his father a month ago, and couldn't help but feel a bit more anticipation about defeating his father. He. The two brothers looked at each other and smiled. The next day, at 8 in the morning, Ji Chen appeared on time outside Lin Hao's villa in the virtual universe. He didn't waste any words, directly bringing Lin Hao to the killing field. "Demonstrate your doubts for me to see." Lin Hao followed instructions and displayed all the progress he had made in these days. Water domain, 6th level, rise. Ji Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance. "You have already reached the 6th level of the domain." Lin Hao nodded and said, "Thanks to the Kanglin record you recommended, teacher. After reading this secret manual, I feel that the places I didn't understand before have all been explained, which is why I have made such progress." Ji Chen nodded slightly. "Even so, your progress is truly astonishing. All right, attack me with all your strength, let me see your current strength." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao rushed toward Ji Chen. The two immediately engaged in battle. Ji Chen wanted to identify Lin Hao's shortcomings, so naturally, he only defended and did not attack. Half an hour later, the two stopped. Ji Chen offered guidance. "Your movement techniques and force exertion skills still have significant shortcomings. I will send you some secret manuals later, practice them when you have time." Afterward, Ji Chen began to give guidance on the shortcomings Lin Hao had just displayed. 3 hours later, Ji Chen's guidance finally ended. However, he did not leave directly, but after hesitating for a moment, he said, "Generally speaking, to comprehend the origin law, one needs the domain to reach the 8th or 9th level. But your talent is truly astonishing, perhaps you can have some insights at the 6th level of the domain. Next, I will express my insights into the law of water origin in the form of a secret technique. Try your best to watch. If you can comprehend it, that's best, if you can't, it doesn't matter. Perhaps after some time, you will be able to comprehend it on your own." Lin Hao immediately perked up upon hearing this. The origin law is the most important thing of all, and it is also the key to improving one's status. Now that a World Lord rank powerhouse who is about to fully comprehend the law of water origin is demonstrating their insights into the law, this is something that is hard to come by. Ji Chen extended one hand, and a mass of water mist appeared out of thin air in his palm. A moment later, the water mist condensed into small water droplets. Then, the small water droplets aggregated into a water sphere. Faintly, the sound of waves surging came from within the water sphere. Ji Chen extended his finger and popped the water sphere. In an instant, the water sphere dissipated into water mist, covering the entire killing field space. This was not the end. The water mist continued to increase and thicken, eventually turning the entire space into an ocean of water. Ji Chen snapped his fingers, and the water disappeared. The ocean from just a moment ago seemed as if it had never existed. He looked at Lin Hao with a smile. "Do you have any insights?" Lin Hao honestly said, "It seems like I do, but it also seems like I don't." Ji Chen was very happy to hear this. "Good. Log off immediately and recall this insight. Don't force anything. It's fine if you have insights, and it's fine if you forget it all completely." Lin Hao immediately logged off upon hearing this. Ji Chen let out a long breath. This little guy's talent probably already surpasses mine. Joining the core layer of the virtual universe is probably just a matter of time. Who knows, I might even be able to bask in his glory in the future. Speaking to the end, he also laughed. Chapter 14 Goodbye Lily. Lin Hao logged off the virtual universe, sat cross-legged, and silently recalled everything he had just seen. It took a long time for him to come back to his senses. Perceiving the origin law is indeed much harder than the domain. Lin Hao sighed. After watching Ji Chen's demonstration, he felt like he understood, yet also felt like he didn't. However, one thing was certain: perception of the origin law was truly difficult. Even with his current high-grade affinity for the law of water origin, this remained true. This was also the helplessness shared by countless geniuses in the devouring starry sky world. The further one went in law perception, the harder it became. Talent and affinity for the origin law were both indispensable. If any one aspect was lacking, it was difficult to gain any insight. Geniuses in this world were as numerous as carp crossing a river. They were countless. A top genius on a planet might just be an ordinary person in a primary universe civilization kingdom. A genius in a primary universe civilization kingdom might only have slight aptitude in an intermediate universe civilization kingdom. And a genius within a universe kingdom, when placed within the entire human civilization, was merely one of hundreds of millions. Throughout endless years, how many so-called geniuses had been born and fallen? Countless people's efforts ultimately amounted to nothing. Lin Hao's current aptitude might count as genius within a single universe kingdom, but he was still far from joining the 5 major powers. After being treated favorably these past few days, the slightly arrogant mindset Lin Hao had developed was reined in. Before this, I was just a small fry who struggled even to break through to the astral rank. The fact that I can stand here now is the result of my cheat working its magic. I cannot afford to get carried away. He decided to calm his mind, first fill in his shortcomings, and then raise his domain to the 8th or 9th level. Only then would he consider matters of law perception. Lin Hao thought to himself, it is better to be down to earth. One must not reach for things beyond one's grasp. Cheat. I will have to rely on you in the future. A thought stirred in Lin Hao's mind. His consciousness entered a tavern private room in the virtual universe to send an email to someone named Lin Baiken. This Lin Baiken was an orphan Lin Hao had adopted previously. He had been clever since childhood, and Lin Hao had bestowed the surname, Ellen, upon him. He was one of the eyes Lin Hao had left on planet LH5321 and was also the person in charge of the test tube babies. Before long, Lin Baiken arrived before Lin Hao. "Master." Lin Hao asked, "While I was away, has everything been well at home?" Lin Baiken replied, "Everything is normal, except for the first wife, second wife, and third wife arguing frequently. Nothing major has happened." Lin Hao asked again, "How is the fourth wife?" Lin Baiken said, "The fourth wife is focused entirely on raising the 19th young miss and ignores all other matters." Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. "Pay more attention to the test tube baby project. I will arrange for some slaves with special bloodlines to be sent over later." Lin Baiken responded, "Understood." Lin Hao added, "No one is allowed to disturb the test tube baby project. If anyone dares to interfere or sabotage it, capture them directly." "Understood, Master." After Lin Baiken left, Lin Hao pondered for a moment and sent an email to Lily. "Lily, I need some slaves with special bloodlines. Lily replied to the email quickly, Brother Hao tilde congratulations. I heard you joined the Virtual Universe Corporation. I will have to rely on you in the future. Are you free for a video call now? Lin Hao, I am. Soon, the video call connected, and a light screen appeared before Lin Hao. A hot-bodied, sexily dressed beauty appeared on the screen. It was Lily. Lin Hao laughed. Lily, I have never seen you dressed like this before. Lily smiled charmingly. Brother Hao tilde, I dressed up specifically to see you. Do you like it? Lin Hao laughed. Of course I like it, but I prefer you looking serious. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, Lily's outfit changed, transforming into a capable professional suit. Lily said with a serious face, Brother Hao, is this okay? Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. You have a good temperament. All right, let's talk about business. Lily quickly said, please go ahead, Brother Hao. Lin Hao said, does your company have any slaves with special bloodlines, like those of the water spirit race? Lily immediately shook her head. No, absolutely not. Our company has always been law-abiding. We absolutely do not sell special bloodlines that are prohibited. Lin Hao said, I am not joking with you. You can go back and ask your superior before giving me an answer. Lily was silent for a moment. All right, I will go ask. Immediately, she ended the video call. The slave industry was a legal existence within the entire human race, but some special bloodlines were not allowed to be sold. The reason was that some powerful individuals came from these special bloodlines, and they naturally did not allow anyone to sell their own kin. But this world was not that absolute. Since these special bloodlines had unique aspects, there would naturally be people who took risks to sell them. They didn't even need to use violent means, just some money was enough to make people with special bloodlines sell their own bodies. With the technological level of this world, once a matrix was obtained, it was naturally easy to cultivate descendants of such bloodlines. Over time, such bloodlines began to circulate in the slave market. However, since such bloodlines were not allowed to be sold, these slave traders could only conduct transactions secretly. Although Lin Hao had never bought such slaves before, he had heard some information about them. Lily's company had such business, but the previous Lin Hao was very weak and also very poor, so he naturally could not afford such expensive slaves. But now it was different. He was backed by the Virtual Universe Corporation Qingfeng branch. Although he was still only at the astral rank, he was already considered a big shot. Lily's attitude also illustrated this point. Moreover, he no longer needed to worry that buying such slaves would cause him trouble. Although his talent could not compare to top geniuses, he was still considered an outstanding talent within this Qingfeng Universe country, and no one would look for trouble with him just because he bought some slaves. Lin Hao calculated his funds. He had a total of 160,000 universe coin on hand, 100,000 of which was this year's allowance given by the Lin family. Next, he just needed to buy some slaves with bloodlines that provided bonuses to law affinity. Lily replied quickly, Brother Hao, my superior wants to meet you. Lin Hao refused without hesitation. No, I only deal with you. Lily replied quickly, all right, my superior has agreed. When would you be convenient to meet? Lin Hao told Lily the tavern he was in. In less than 5 minutes, Lily arrived. At this moment, she was wearing a small black suit, a hip-hugging skirt, high heels, with her long hair draped over her shoulders and light makeup. She was also carrying a small bag. If someone unaware saw her, they would definitely think she was an abstinent workplace elite. Lin Hao smiled. Long time no see. Lily extended a hand. Long time no see, Brother Hao. Lin Hao shook her hand, and just at that moment, Lily's legs suddenly went soft, and she fell toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao. He instantly stood up, dodged Lily's body, and let her fall onto the sofa. Chapter 15. Purchasing Special Bloodline Slaves. Lily looked at him with a resentful expression. Brother Hao, you didn't even help me up tilde. Lin Hao smacked his lips. Lily, you know how I am. I'm a germaphobe. Lily looked aggrieved. I know, I didn't do it on purpose. Having said that, she didn't dare to pester him anymore and sat on the other side. Lin Hao said, all right, let's talk business. What kind of special bloodlines does your company have? Lily's face quickly returned to calm, and she took out some documents from her bag and placed them on the table. Brother Hao, these are the files for all our special bloodline slaves. Because of their special bloodlines, the number of these slaves is not large, and their quality varies somewhat. Lin Hao picked up the documents and flipped through them. There were a total of 78 types of special bloodline slaves in the documents, all of which were of the 4th rank or higher. Lin Hao even saw the Mancaxing bloodline among them. One had to know that Mancaxing infants were born at the planetary level, were at the astral rank during childhood, and could reach the territory lord rank upon adulthood. This was a first-class bloodline among the human race. He hadn't expected the company Lily worked for to actually have such slaves. Lin Hao had truly underestimated their company. Lily noticed Lin Hao looking at the Mancaxing files and hurriedly explained, Brother Hao, these Mancaxing bloodlines are not pure. If they aren't specially cultivated, they only have a chance of reaching the universe rank upon adulthood, and most can only reach the astral rank. Lin Hao nodded. This was normal. After all, the strongest person in Lily's company was likely only at the territory lord rank, so how could they possibly have Mancaxing with high bloodline purity? Lin Hao quickly skipped over the files for the Mancaxing and other such races. He didn't need descendants with such high-level bloodlines. These high-level bloodlines could not stack cultivation talent onto Lin Hao. He needed races similar to the water spirit race that possessed affinity for origin laws, because this affinity for origin laws could be stacked onto Lin Hao. The previous 10,000 water spirit race slaves, along with the descendants born to him by his 4th wife, Shui Ruer, had brought his affinity for the law of water origin to a good level. Only with these talents could he obtain his current treatment. Soon, he found 3 similar races: the Lightwing race with affinity for the law of light origin, the Stone Man race with affinity for the law of earth origin, and the Wind Wolf race with affinity for the law of wind origin. Among these 3 races, apart from the Lightwing race which fit Lin Hao's aesthetic, the Stone Man race and the Wind Wolf race were indescribably ugly. The Lightwing race was fine. They were similar to the angels from the legends of his past life, only they didn't have halos above their heads, but instead grew a patch of fine white downy hair. The Stone Man race had stone-like protrusions on many parts of their bodies. The Wind Wolf race was even harder to describe. They had wolf faces, and although they had human bodies, they were covered in tough fur. Lin Hao thought to himself, fortunately, the children are born through test tube baby technology, otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to bring myself to do it. Lin Hao pointed at the documents and said, for these 3 races, the Lightwing race, the Stone Man race, and the Wind Wolf race, I want 100,000 slaves of each. Strength doesn't matter, the lower, the better. Lily looked at Lin Hao with a strange expression. The Lightwing race was understandable, but why did Brother Hao want the other 2 races? Perhaps this was just the peculiar hobby of a powerhouse. Lily's mind wandered, but she maintained a polite smile on her face and said, all right, I will have people prepare it immediately. Lin Hao added, oh right, send another 100,000 water spirit race slaves. Lily nodded and agreed, then said, Brother Hao, because these special bloodline slaves are relatively rare, the price will be a bit higher. What do you think? Lin Hao waved his hand. No problem, money is not an issue. Just calculate the order and give it to me. I can pay the deposit now. Lily smiled. All right, Brother Hao is generous. We can calculate it in half an hour. Lily sent Lin Hao's requirements to the company, then clapped her hands. 4 stunning beauties opened the door and walked in. Lily introduced them. Brother Hao, these 4 are the latest martial artists trained by our company. They have many questions regarding their cultivation, so I ask Brother Hao to provide some guidance. Oh right, this is their first time seeking guidance from a teacher, so their bodies are very clean. Ha ha ha, I won't disturb you too, Tilda. After speaking, Lily picked up her bag and walked out of the room. Lin Hao looked at the 4 with a kind expression. Who wants to go first? The 4 exchanged smiles and stepped forward one by one to demonstrate what they had learned. Lin Hao watched carefully with a serious expression, then provided guidance to each of them individually. For any incorrect movements, Lin Hao would personally demonstrate them and teach them hand in hand, and in the end, he even imparted everything he had learned in his life. 3 hours later, Lin Hao's guidance finally ended. He nodded with satisfaction. You are all very good. I am very satisfied. The four felt they had benefited greatly and stood up one after another to bow and thank him. Lin Hao said, all right, you may leave. The four left the room. Before long, Lily knocked on the door and entered. She said with a mischievous smile, Brother Hao, you're amazing. When will you provide me with some guidance? I'm very clean in the virtual universe, and I have plenty of experience. Lin Hao coughed. Lily, given our relationship, let's skip the guidance. By the way, is the order calculated? Speaking of business, Lily handed a document to Lin Hao. This is our price quote, which contains the list of slaves for this time. Please take a look. Lin Hao took it and looked it over, then had his smart brain analyze it. Water Spirit Race, Light Wing Race, Stone Man Race, Wind Wolf Race, 100,000 of each of the 4 races, totaling 400,000. Including shipping costs, the total price was 30,000 universe coin. The high cost was mainly due to the other 3 races besides the Water Spirit Race. After all, these were special bloodlines that couldn't be seen in public. In addition to their inherent value, there was also a risk premium included. The Water Spirit Race was relatively cheap, basically equivalent to being given away for free. 10 minutes later, Lin Hao made the decision, no problem, this price is fine. He immediately paid the deposit. Lily looked delighted. Brother Hao is generous. She winked at Lin Hao. Brother Hao, do you really not need me to thank you? Lin Hao shook his head. No need, I am going back to cultivate. Lily looked a bit disappointed. All right then, goodbye Brother Hao. The slaves will be delivered to your territory one after another within a month. Lin Hao nodded. No problem, I will notify someone to receive them. After handling matters here, Lin Hao sent a message to Lin Baikan, and then returned to the real world. Lin Hao thought to himself, with this, I only need to wait quietly. The affinity for the 4 origin laws, light, wind, earth, and water, were all settled. In just a few years, a few decades, or a few centuries, his affinity for origin laws would reach an unimaginable level. Coupled with the accumulation of his descendants, comprehension over so many years, Lin Hao believed that he would definitely be able to successfully perceive the origin laws. Lin Hao felt a stir in his heart and sent 500 universe coin to his 4th wife. Shui Ruer, this is living expenses for Lin Wanyan. Wanyan has good talent, so cultivate her well. If the money is not enough, tell me again. Shui Ruer replied, looking somewhat flattered, thank you, husband. I will cultivate Wanyan well. Lin Wanyan was a child with good comprehension. As she slowly grew up, her comprehension might even improve. Her improvement in comprehension meant an improvement in Lin Hao's comprehension. This was a win-win situation, so Lin Hao naturally paid attention to it. Chapter 16. 20 years pass in a flash. For some time afterward, Lin Hao focused his attention on studying secret techniques and comprehending his domain. Since the 7th level of the domain was quite difficult and enlightenment was unlikely in the short term, he naturally put more effort into studying secret techniques. Occasionally, he would also enter the killing field to spar. Until one day, 3 months later, Lin Zhen suddenly sent a message to Lin Hao, asking to spar and, incidentally, to test Lin Hao's cultivation progress. The corners of Lin Hao's mouth curled up slightly as he thought to himself, Father, you are the one who asked for this spar. Don't blame your son for being ruthless if you lose. Lin Hao's domain was still at the 6th level, but after studying various secret techniques and sparring during this time, he had fully mastered the strength of the 6th level of the domain. Lin Zhen was at the 5th level of the domain, so he was inferior to Lin Hao in terms of realm. Although he had much more combat experience, he was truly no match for Lin Hao. On the day of the spar, Lin Hao specifically invited his elder brother, Lin Feng, to watch. Father Lin Zhen had no objections to this. After all, they were both his sons, and there was nothing to avoid. In the end, after a bitter struggle, Lin Hao won the spar by relying on his higher domain realm. After Lin Zhen lost, he was stunned for a moment before finally sighing with emotion. The younger generation is formidable. Since you have such strength, Hao, I no longer need to worry about you. He paused and said, your talent far exceeds mine and your elder brother's. I'm afraid we won't be able to help much on your future path, so I have only one piece of advice for you. Lin Hao wiped the smile from his face and said seriously, please speak, father. Lin Zhen looked at Lin Hao. In the future, prioritize your life safety when encountering issues. As long as you are alive, everything is possible. If you die, nothing remains. Lin Hao saw the worry in Lin Zhen's eyes, and his heart softened involuntarily. Although his father had not paid much attention to him since he was young, he had indeed shouldered his responsibilities as a father. From childhood to adulthood, he had never lacked money or cultivation resources. All of this was provided by his father and elder brother. Lin Hao said earnestly, I understand. I will be cautious in the future. Lin Zhen nodded. Afterward, the three father and sons found a tavern in the virtual universe to drink and chat. After an honest and heartfelt exchange, the three of them logged off. Given their talents, they would likely have few opportunities to gather in the future, but since they could meet in the virtual universe, it wasn't so hard to part ways. Time flowed by like water, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years passed. Yunhai Planet Villa area. Lin Hao was instructing his daughter, Lin Wanyan, on the water domain. The above are the key points of the third level of the water domain. You must work hard to comprehend it when you go back and strive to reach the third level of the domain as soon as possible. 20 years had passed, and Lin Wanyan had grown into a young woman. She nodded earnestly and said, I understand, father. All right, you may go back now. Lin Wanyan took her leave. Yes. Lin Hao watched Lin Wanyan walk out of the villa gate before turning around to return to his room. Lin Wanyan was now the same as Lin Hao, a genius of the Virtual Universe Corporation Qingfeng branch, but she had just been recruited. Unlike Lin Hao back then, she was rated as a genius with Class B potential the moment she joined. After all, Lin Wanyan was only 20 years old and had already comprehended the second level of the water domain at the planetary level. When Lin Hao first joined, he was already 100 years old. If given another 80 years, no one would be surprised if Lin Wanyan reached the 8th level of the domain. In fact, Lin Wanyan's comprehension was now 1.8, which was a great improvement compared to the 1.2 she had when she was born. This was an increase in comprehension caused by her growth in age and experience. Lin Hao's previous guess was correct. The increase in Lin Wanyan's comprehension also improved the comprehension stacked onto him. The 0.6 points of comprehension gained by Lin Wanyan had already been added to his own. However, he was not as simple as he had been 20 years ago. Many years had passed, and the in-vitro fertilization program had never stopped. Furthermore, many of the oldest in-vitro children had already married and had children, so the number of Lin Hao's descendants naturally began to grow at an accelerated rate. He looked at the panel in his mind. Open black lens bracket name, Lin Hao close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket race, human close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket comprehension, 34.7 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket law of water origin affinity, excellent, light origin law affinity, excellent, wind origin law affinity, excellent, earth origin law affinity, excellent, thunder origin law affinity, poor, gold origin law affinity, poor, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket number of descendants, 158,367,000 expand to view details close black lens bracket. More than 90% of these over 100 million descendants were those Lin Hao had cultivated using in vitro fertilization over the years. They were distributed across the 7 planets under Lin Hao's name. Before reaching adulthood, they were raised with funds provided by Lin Hao. After reaching adulthood, they would receive a fund to become self-reliant. Among these people, Lin Hao would select descendants with high comprehension and high origin law affinity for focused cultivation. For those with average comprehension, Lin Hao arranged quality education and skills training, sufficient for them to live by their own hands in the future. After developing in this way for 20 years, Lin Hao's panel finally underwent a major change. His comprehension was directly increased to 34.7. In addition to the 4 origin law affinities, light, water, wind, and earth, being raised to excellent, the other 4 lower-tier origin law affinities were also raised to poor. Do not underestimate the poor grade. Although it sounds low, it is already a rare existence among ordinary people. And the fact that the 4 origin law affinities of light, water, wind, and earth were raised to excellent was thanks to the water spirit race, lightwing race, stone man race, and wind wolf race. With 400,000 descendants born every year, his 4 origin law affinities were stacked to this height. However, he discovered that there was a significant gap even between different, excellent, grades. For example, both the law of water origin and the light origin law were excellent, but in his perception, the aura of the law of water origin was clearer. He guessed that there might be another grade above excellent. Of course, he had not yet crossed the threshold of the law of water origin, but he had a premonition that he was not far from this step. Through 20 years of uninterrupted cultivation and with the help of his comprehension, his water domain had reached the 9th level. If he were to participate in the astral rank peak genius battle now, he could at least ensure he would stand out from the Qingfeng Universe country. When his domain reached the 8th level, his status was adjusted to Class A genius. Once he crossed the threshold of the law of water origin, he would become a special elite of the Virtual Universe Corporation. At this stage, he would have half a foot in the core layer. Afterward, he would only need to wait for the decennial assessment to join the Apocalypse Secret Realm of the core layer. It was not that Lin Hao had not thought about entering the core layer of the Virtual Universe Corporation through the Peak Genius battle, but there were still nearly 4,000 years until the next Peak Genius battle. The time was simply too long. Lin Hao did not want to stay at the astral rank for such a long time, and if he did not join the core layer of the Virtual Universe Corporation, the resources he could enjoy would be greatly discounted. Perhaps when the next Peak Genius battle began, he would be able to achieve the top 10, or even the first place, by relying on the comprehension stacked from countless descendants. But in the end, he still felt it was not worth it. Chapter 17. Crossing the Threshold of the Law of Water Origin. Lin Hao sat cross-legged in the underground cultivation room of his villa, his consciousness arriving at the Yunhai Mountain in the virtual universe. He opened the first volume of the Taichu Water Sutra, gifted by Ji Chen. Lin Hao had previously searched for this secret manual in the internal mall. The first volume alone required 1 billion universe coin to purchase. Even though Lin Hao's status had been elevated to a Class A genius, he still could not afford this secret manual at all. A Class A genius received a living allowance of 200,000 universe coin per year. Even if Lin Hao didn't spend a single cent, it would take him 5,000 years to afford the first volume. This showed just how precious this secret manual was. This secret manual explained the key points of comprehending the law of water origin in much greater detail than the Candlin record. Over the years, every time Lin Hao read the secret manual, he would gain new insights. Today, he looked at the Taichu Water Sutra again. In his sea of consciousness, wisps of linear trajectories representing the law of water origin were slowly extending. Suddenly, it was as if a thunderclap exploded in his consciousness, or like a wave crashing against the shore. The linear trajectories of the law of water origin that Lin Hao had comprehended reached a certain level. In reality, Lin Hao instantly opened his eyes. He stood up instantly, raised his right arm high, and slashed forward with his hand as a blade. He saw that his palm was surrounded by a trace of blue halo. This was the external manifestation of containing a trace of the law of water origin. A look of joy appeared on Lin Hao's face. I have finally crossed the threshold of the law of water origin. It hadn't been easy, taking nearly 20 years. Over these years, his comprehension had constantly improved, and he had continuously practiced the Taichu Water Sutra, but he always felt he was just a little bit away from crossing the threshold of the origin law. However, this little bit felt like a chasm. He could see it, but he couldn't touch it. Finally, heaven rewards the diligent. His efforts had not been in vain. However, his smile quickly faded. He knew his own situation. Even with superior affinity for the law of water origin, it had taken him such a long time to reach this point. Yet, Luo Feng from the original work and the geniuses who achieved excellent results in that year's peak genius battle had not only crossed the threshold of the lower-level origin law but had already traveled a long way within it. Some had even begun to comprehend the two higher-level origin laws, space and time. Compared to such figures, the achievements Lin Hao had attained at this moment were nothing, let alone compared to the protagonist of the original work, Luo Feng. Someone who had only practiced for 20-some years became one of the top 10 in the peak genius battle. It was truly inconceivable. Lin Hao reckoned that his affinity for the law of water origin wasn't low, so the gap between him and the original protagonist probably lay in comprehension. Just how high is Luo Feng's comprehension? If it were displayed on a panel, would it be thousands or even tens of thousands? Lin Hao secretly guessed. Forget it, why think so much? One day, I will become the unprecedented and unrepeatable number one. Lin Hao immediately sent an email to Ji Chen. Teacher, I have crossed the threshold of the law of water origin. Ji Chen quickly replied, let's go to the killing field right now. The two met outside the killing field. Ji Chen asked quite excitedly, have you really crossed the threshold of the law of water origin? Lin Hao said with a smile, I have had some insights, and I ask for your guidance, teacher. Good, let's enter the killing field now. The two stood still in the killing field plain, and Ji Chen said, attack me with all your strength. Hearing this, Lin Hao didn't say much. He gripped his blade, and a trace of the aura of the law of water origin attached itself to the long blade. A glint of light flashed in Ji Chen's eyes. Good. Attack me. Lin Hao moved, and the next instant, he appeared in front of Ji Chen, the long blade in his hand slashing fiercely towards Ji Chen. Ji Chen held a long spear and blocked it lightly, completely stopping Lin Hao's fierce attack. Ji Chen laughed. Come again. After the two fought for dozens of rounds, the battle finally ended. Ji Chen commented, not bad. Your foundation is very solid. Although you have just stepped into the threshold of the law, your application of the law of water origin is quite good. Lin Hao said humbly, teacher, you overpraise me. Ji Chen glanced at his inbox and said with a smile, all right, we should head out. Your status is about to be elevated again. After Lin Hao revealed his realm of having stepped into the threshold of the law in the virtual universe, the virtual universe system would naturally notify the people at the Qingfeng branch. Lin Hao also received a message from Roland. Okay, teacher, Lin Hao said. Ji Chen sighed with emotion. I didn't expect you to rise from a Class B genius to a special elite in just 20 years. Next, the Qingfeng branch should arrange a middle management position for you. You can apply to serve in the Jushi Empire and, by the way, protect your Lin family. This is something the company's upper management tacitly allows, as long as you don't cause public outrage. Lin Hao nodded upon hearing this, indicating he understood. A special elite had already surpassed a Class A genius, so there was naturally no need to stay on Yunhai planet for centralized management. This was already considered middle management of the Qingfeng branch. And serving in the Jushi Empire was also what he hoped for. He could take this opportunity to spread his bloodline descendants across the entire Jushi Empire. He had already drafted what he needed to do, just waiting to head to the Jushi Empire. Ji Chen said again, the next selection for the company's core layer will be held in 8 years. Do you want to enter the core layer through this method? Or do you want to wait for the peak genius battle in 4,000 years? Lin Hao said, the genius tournament is too far off, I plan to enter the core layer directly. Ji Chen nodded, that's fine too. After entering the core layer, don't slack off. You must know that there are always people better than you, and heavens beyond heavens. Although your talent is high, among the many geniuses in the core layer of the Virtual Universe Corporation, you can only be considered middle to lower tier. You must work hard. Lin Hao indicated he understood. Ji Chen let out a long sigh. All right, you need to walk the path ahead by yourself. I'm afraid our teacher-student relationship will have to end here. Ji Chen's role as a mentor was only effective when Lin Hao was below Class A genius. Now that he was about to become a special elite, Ji Chen naturally didn't need to serve as his mentor. Lin Hao quickly said, teacher. Ji Chen raised his hand to stop him. I used my internal company points to purchase a spot for enlightenment in the Primal Universe. Next, I will head to the Primal Universe to comprehend the laws. Of course, if there is anything you don't understand in your cultivation, you can still ask me in the virtual universe. When I see the message, I will reply to you. Moreover, if you join the core layer in 8 years, we can meet in the Primal Universe. Lin Hao nodded upon hearing this. Ji Chen tapped a few times in the void. I have transferred 500 billion universe coin to you. Although your talent is good, standing out in the core layer requires various resource support. Don't refuse, this is a token of your teacher's care. 500 billion universe coin is 0.5 Hunyuan, an average territory lord rank wouldn't have such net worth. Even for a world lord like Ji Chen who was about to become an undying, this amount of money was not a small sum. Lin Hao certainly needed money, but he couldn't take this money. Seeing that Lin Hao was still unwilling to accept it, Ji Chen said with a smile, you can also treat this money as my investment in you. Your talent is much stronger than mine, perhaps in the future, I will have to rely on you to cover me. Seeing Ji Chen's persistence, Lin Hao said, if there is ever a place where you need me in the future, I, Lin Hao, will definitely give it my all. Ji Chen laughed, good, then I will prepare to bask in your glory in the future. The two teleported back to Qingfeng Island. Roland stood not far from the teleportation point, looking at Lin Hao with a smile. Lin Hao, congratulations on crossing the threshold of the law. You have graduated from Yunhai Planet. Chapter 18 Marquis Qingfeng. Lin Hao looked at Roland and thanked him, thank you for taking care of me over these last 20 years. The smile on Roland's face deepened, ha ha ha, I didn't do much, it was all thanks to Ji Chen's good teaching. Ji Chen smiled slightly from the side, not saying anything. Roland looked at Ji Chen and said, I am going to take Lin Hao to meet Marquis Qingfeng now. Ji Chen said, all right, I will go submit the mission. He then looked at Lin Hao, we shall meet again if fate allows. Lin Hao bowed and saluted, thank you, teacher, for your 20 years of guidance. Ji Chen nodded slightly, then walked towards the interior of Qingfeng Island. Roland sighed inwardly. This Lin Hao is truly a rare, grateful, and righteous talent. Ji Chen has certainly taken on a good task. Afterwards, Roland looked at Lin Hao and said, Marquis Qingfeng wants to see you. He is one of the leaders of our Qingfeng branch and a great undying. Please mind your words and actions when you see him later. Lin Hao felt a jolt in his heart, an immortal level powerhouse, and a Marquis level undying at that. Although in the original work, Marquis level undyings quickly became as common as roadside weeds in front of Luo Feng, in reality, a Marquis level undying belongs to the upper middle echelon of the entire human race. Especially within the various universe kingdoms, apart from the universe kingdom masters, they are the existences standing at the apex of the pyramid. With just one word, this Marquis Qingfeng could make an ordinary family flourish, or conversely, with one word, he could cause a world lord rank family to fall into ruin. Lin Hao asked, does this Marquis Qingfeng have any taboos? Roland shook his head, you don't need to worry. Marquis Qingfeng is quite kind-hearted, you just need to remain respectful. Lin Hao followed Roland to a mountain peak in the center of Qingfeng Island. He saw 3,000-meter-tall grand halls standing at the summit, with plaques reading, Qingfeng Hall, Qingguang Hall, and Shanlin Hall. Roland introduced them. The three halls are the offices of Marquis Qingfeng, Marquis Qingguang, and Marquis Shanlin. The three of them are the leaders of our Qingfeng branch. Roland took Lin Hao straight toward Qingfeng Hall, and the two arrived at the entrance. Roland said respectfully to the gate, Marquis Qingfeng, your subordinate Roland has brought Lin Hao to request an audience. Soon, the gate opened. The two walked through the gate and entered the grand hall. They saw a throne dozens of meters high facing the gate, and sitting upon it was a giant 8 or 9 meters tall. This was Marquis Qingfeng. Marquis Qingfeng said with a smile, you've arrived. He looked closely at Lin Hao and said with amazement, I had heard of you before. You were initially rated as a Class C genius, then after arriving at Yunhai Planet, you were re-rated as a Class B genius. Less than 10 years later, you were promoted to a Class A genius, and another 10 years later, you have already become a special elite. What a shocking speed of progress. Marquis Qingfeng encouraged him, after you enter the core layer in the future, I hope you continue to maintain this speed and keep surprising us, ha ha ha. Lin Hao bowed, I will certainly strive to do so. Marquis Qingfeng said, as our special elite, the Qingfeng branch also has corresponding rewards. Later, 100 billion universe coin will be deposited into your account. After you enter the core layer, you will be rewarded with another Hunyuan, which is 1 trillion universe coin. Lin Hao was delighted, the organization's benefits were truly excellent. He bowed again to thank him, thank you, Marquis Qingfeng. Marquis Qingfeng encouraged him one last time, I hope that one day you can stand at the same height as me. Keep working hard on your cultivation, little one. Soon, Roland and Lin Hao retreated from Qingfeng Hall. It was only after they had walked quite far from Qingfeng Hall that Roland couldn't help but say, I really envy you geniuses, to possess so many universe coin at the astral rank. Lin Hao smiled and said, today, the treat is on me, let me treat you to a drink, brother Roland. Roland was somewhat moved, he also intended to build a good relationship with Lin Hao, how could I let you pay? You are a special elite now, it should be your brother here congratulating you. The two went directly to a bar in the virtual universe, drinking and bonding. After a few rounds of drinks, Lin Hao asked casually, brother Roland, how will the company arrange positions for a special elite like me? Roland took a sip of his drink and said, normally, you would be assigned a position overseeing a medium-level universe civilization. Since you come from the Jushi Empire, you can directly apply to serve at the virtual universe branch in the Jushi Empire. Lin Hao asked, I would like to take care of my family. I wonder if there are any taboos regarding this. Hearing this, Roland laughed, rest assured about that. As long as you don't maliciously use the armed forces under your command to wantonly attack other factions, there is no problem at all. Giving your own family some special treatment is only human nature, and the company's upper management generally tacitly accepts it. Lin Hao asked again, I want to establish a trading company. My initial plan is to set up outposts on various life planets under the jurisdiction of the Jushi Empire. I wonder if this company can be affiliated with the Jushi branch. Roland didn't even think about it and said, no problem at all. It's such a small matter. Once you arrive at the Jushi branch to take up your post, you only need to reveal your intention slightly and someone will handle it for you. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. In this way, his plan to spread his bloodline would be foolproof. Roland hesitated for a moment and said, however, I would like to remind you of something. Please go ahead, brother Roland. When you arrive at the Jushi branch, there will definitely be people currying favor with you, or even bribing you. You must maintain the right balance. You are a genius and will eventually enter the core layer of the company headquarters. Do not make a wrong move because of some trivial benefits. Lin Hao asked, if I encounter these things, what should I do? Roland pointed his index finger upward, when you encounter such things, just turn on the recording function of the virtual universe. The company will not let corrupt elements off the hook, nor will it wrong any good person. Lin Hao understood immediately. The main program of the virtual universe is a sentient life form at the level of a universe lord. This existence once followed the origin ancestor, so its authority is naturally incomparable. If you are unsure what to do, just submit everything to the virtual universe, and naturally, someone will distinguish what is right and wrong. As a special elite, he certainly wouldn't be wronged. The two drank for a long time before parting ways. After settling down, the smart brain Xiaobai issued a prompt, Master, the Qingfeng branch has sent an appointment preference form that requires your input. Lin Hao looked at this appointment preference form. It was very simple, he only needed to fill in the department he wished to serve in. He could not only choose from the branches of the various medium-level universe civilization empires under the Qingfeng Universe country, but there were also various departments within the Qingfeng branch to choose from. However, upon arriving at a medium-level universe civilization branch, Lin Hao himself would be the leader, granting him greater freedom. While his influence might only be limited to a medium-level universe civilization empire, in this small territory, his power could almost rival that of a medium-level universe empire's master. But if he joined the various departments of the Qingfeng branch, he probably wouldn't be as free. Lin Hao filled in his preference for the Jushi Empire and had Xiaobai send the appointment preference form back. 10 minutes later, an appointment notification was sent to his inbox. At the same time, this notification was also sent to the Virtual Universe branch of the Jushi Empire. Chapter 19, Asking for a Beating. File number, VUCQF 9928374. Confidentiality level, Top Secret. Virtual Universe Corporation Qingfeng Branch Personnel Appointment Order. In accordance with the Advanced Cosmic Civilization Management Law, and the Virtual Universe Corporation Safety Regulations, and upon deliberation by Marquis Jingfeng, Marquis Qingguang, and Marquis Shanlin of the Qingfeng branch, the following appointment is hereby made. 1. Appointment Decision. Lin Hao is hereby formally appointed as the Inspector of the Virtual Universe Corporation stationed at the Jushi branch. 2. Grant of Authority. Full responsibility for the inspection of Virtual Universe Corporation operations within the territory of the Jushi Empire 13,421 star systems. He is granted independent command authority over armed forces within the Jushi Empire. Upon discovering any acts of collusion with alien races, disruption of human harmony, or severe damage to the company's interests, he may mobilize all forces within the Jushi Empire, including the Jushi Empire's own military and the military units belonging to the 5 major human factions within the Jushi Empire, to handle the situation without needing to report it beforehand. 3. Effective date. This appointment takes effect immediately from July 13th. Year XXXXX. No authorization to view. Inspector Lin Hao is required to report for duty at Jushi Planet, the capital of the Jushi Empire, within 1 year of receiving this order. We hope you will use this position to deter the wicked and protect the stability of our human territory. Virtual Universe Corporation Qingfeng Branch Seal. July 13th, Year XXXXX. No authorization to view. Lin Hao reviewed his appointment notice from beginning to end and discovered that the power of his position as inspector of the Jushi branch was unimaginably vast. Full authority to inspect Virtual Universe Corporation operations went without saying. This was the inherent duty of an inspector. It was only the independent command authority over armed forces within the Jushi Empire, mentioned later, that he couldn't quite fathom. This authority seemed a bit too excessive. As long as he discovered acts of collusion with alien races, disruption of human harmony, or severe damage to the company's interests, he could mobilize all armed forces within the Jushi Empire, including the forces of the other 4 major human factions. Lin Hao looked at the 6 characters, disruption of human harmony. Isn't this a catch-all crime? Any action could be labeled with these 6 characters. Even the slave trade, which was legal within human territory, could be considered a disruption of human harmony. Lin Hao felt a chill in his heart. Could this be a test of character? The Virtual Universe Corporation simply wanted to test what a special elite would do when granted such immense power without having to answer to anyone. If someone who couldn't control their character obtained this kind of power, who knew what insane things they might do? This power was far greater than that of the tyrants in his past life's ancient times. Lin Hao took a deep breath. Fortunately, he understood how vast this world was and how strong its powerhouses were. He understood even better what he wanted. All he needed to do was have his test tube children go to the various inhabited planets under the jurisdiction of the Jushi Empire to reproduce. He couldn't help but shake his head. He had previously worried that the inspector's authority would be too small and that he would have to put in effort to achieve his goals. He hadn't expected the inspector's authority to be so great. He had been too narrow-minded. It was likely that the higher-ups of the Virtual Universe Corporation didn't care about these interests at all. Lin Hao looked at the date on the appointment notice. No authorization to view the year. Humanity had existed in this universe for a very long time. Perhaps this date was the duration of humanity's existence. It seems normal that there's no authorization to view it. As an inspector, I can only throw my weight around in the Jushi Empire. In the entire human race, I'm just at the bottom and can't even get on the stage. Just then, an email was sent to Lin Hao's inbox. Greetings, Inspector Lin. My name is Isabella. I am the captain of the guard team arranged by the Qingfeng branch, responsible for escorting you to your post and ensuring your safety during your tenure. You may handle your personal affairs first. When you are ready to take office, simply transmit your current location to me, and I will transport you to the Jushi Empire at the fastest possible speed. Lin Hao didn't actually have anything to deal with, so he replied, I am on Yunhai planet and can depart now. Isabella replied immediately, we will arrive at Yunhai planet in 2 days and will contact you upon arrival. Lin Hao thought for a moment and sent an email to his father, his eldest brother, and the patriarch Lin. I am about to head to the Jushi Empire branch of the Virtual Universe Corporation to serve as an inspector. Eldest brother Lin Feng replied to the email in seconds. Then he sent another email, what is an inspector? Lin Hao replied, it's hard to explain in a short time. Once I'm settled, we'll meet up in the virtual universe. No problem. The patriarch Lin also replied to the message, congratulations. However, while serving as inspector, it is best to perform your duties impartially. I heard from others that your performance during this tenure is very important. It seems to be closely related to some kind of assessment. Lin Hao's heart stirred. The patriarch Lin had lived for so long and must know many secrets. This inspector position was definitely not just for him to enjoy. He replied, I understand. I will definitely take this position seriously. He made up his mind that, apart from spreading his bloodline to the Jushi Empire, he would absolutely not do anything unnecessary. His father, Lin Zhen, did not reply to the message for a long time. Lin Hao was not surprised by this. He guessed that his old father was in seclusion cultivating again. Over these years, perhaps stimulated by Lin Hao's talent, the number of times Lin Zhen went into seclusion had greatly increased. Lin Hao's consciousness left the virtual universe, and he sent a message to Tark via the planet's internal communication system. Tark, I am about to leave Yunhai planet. Tark understood in his heart, Lin Hao must have become a special elite. Congratulations, congratulations. For the past 20 years, Tark had been serving Lin Hao with all his heart, and Lin Hao was not a stingy person either. He transferred 10,000 universe coin to Tark. Tark was just an ordinary astral rank. 10,000 universe coin were more than his 10-year salary. He asked in astonishment, Lin Hao, what is this? Lin Hao replied, accept it, this is a token of my appreciation. After the two of them declined and accepted, Tark finally accepted the money. Lin Hao then transferred 100 million universe coin to his daughter, Lin Wanyan. Father. Lin Wanyan's villa was not far from Lin Hao's, so she came directly to Lin Hao's place. Lin Hao said with a smile, I have crossed the threshold of the law of water origin and have been promoted to a special elite. I am going to the Jushi Empire to take up a post. You should cultivate well here, and if you have anything you don't understand, ask me directly in the virtual universe. Lin Wanyan said with admiration, Father is truly amazing. I will definitely cultivate diligently in the future and strive to cross the threshold of the origin law as soon as possible. Lin Hao rubbed Lin Wanyan's head. Good, I will wait for the day you also become a special elite. Lin Wanyan stuck out her tongue. Yes. Among the dozen or so children who were not born via test tube, Lin Hao treated his youngest daughter, Lin Wanyan, the best. After all, his ability to rise so quickly relied mainly on the stacking of her comprehension. Because of this, he naturally gave her a little more care. Lin Hao said, although Yunhai planet is safe, some trial missions still have a certain degree of danger. I cannot be by your side, so be careful when you encounter things in the future. As long as you are alive, everything is possible. If you die, you'll have nothing left. Lin Wanyan nodded earnestly. I will remember that, Father. She hesitated for a moment and said cautiously, Father, will you come home when you go to the Jushi Empire this time? Lin Hao asked in confusion, what is it? Lin Wanyan said somewhat embarrassedly, if you go home, could you spend more time with Mom? She is very lonely at home by herself, and I, her only daughter, cannot be by your side. Lin Hao understood. Lin Wanyan wanted a younger brother or sister. He flicked Lin Wanyan on the forehead. You little girl, you're really asking for a beating. Don't meddle in your parents' affairs. Lin Wanyan rubbed her head, unconcerned. Father, you must remember to spend more nights at Mom's place. Lin Hao. Chapter 20 Welcome. 2 days later, Isabella's spaceship arrived at Yunhai Planet. At the Yunhai Planet spaceport, Lin Hao arrived. He didn't have much luggage, some important items were already placed in his space ring. With his current financial means, he couldn't quite afford a world ring yet. Lin Wanyan, Roland, Tuck, and others came to see him off. Roland said to Lin Hao, Brother Lin, I wish you an early breakthrough of your shackles, to achieve undying status and enjoy endless lifespan. Lin Hao, many thanks, Brother Roland. Please continue to look after my daughter, Wanyan. Roland smiled and said, Easy, easy. Lin Wanyan has outstanding talent, perhaps it won't be long before she also becomes a special elite. Tuck also stepped forward and said, Mr. Lin, I wish you a bright future and an early entry into the company's core layer. Lin Hao also smiled and replied, Thank you. Lin Wanyan said, Father, have a safe trip. Lin Hao, you must cultivate diligently and not let it go to waste. After Lin Hao finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the spaceship. This was an E3 rank spaceship. Average World Lord rank individuals couldn't afford such a ship. Isabella was at the World Lord rank, and this spaceship was assigned to her by the Virtual Universe Corporation for work. As soon as Lin Hao entered the spaceship, he saw the beautiful woman with long, wavy blonde hair waiting in the corridor. This was Isabella. Isabella smiled and said, Your Highness Lin Hao, the next journey will take 5 days. I have already prepared a room for you to rest in. Hearing the title, Your Highness, Lin Hao waved his hand and said, Isabella, you are too polite. I cannot bear the title of Your Highness. You can just call me by my name. Isabella smiled and said, You are already a special elite. Barring any accidents, you will soon enter the core layer of the company headquarters. This title is not presumptuous. Seeing this, Lin Hao didn't explain further, just saying, It is better to be humble. Isabella followed his lead and said, I understand. Isabella made a gesture of invitation, Please come this way. I will introduce you to the spaceship. This spaceship will also serve as your escort vessel for the coming period. Our escort team consists of 1 World Lord rank, 5 Territory Lord rank, 100 Universe rank, and 3,000 Astral rank members. However, we are only responsible for your safety and travel. Aside from that, we are not responsible for anything else. Please be aware of this. Seeing Lin Hao nod to indicate understanding, Isabella continued to introduce, This is the main control room, which also serves as the combat command room. Over there is the rest area, and your room is also in that direction. This side is, ... The above is the functional introduction of the entire spaceship. Do you have any other questions? Lin Hao shook his head, No. Isabella nodded and said, All right. If you have any needs, you can contact me directly. I will not disturb you further. Lin Hao walked into his lounge. He suddenly remembered when he first came to Yunhai Planet 20 years ago. At that time, he was picked up by a Territory Lord rank using a D1 transport ship, and he hadn't even seen the face of that Territory Lord rank from start to finish. And this Isabella, a World Lord rank powerhouse, was so humble and respectful in front of him. All of this was brought about by the talent he displayed, or more directly, because he might one day become a powerhouse surpassing Isabella, which is why she was so respectful. This is a world where strength is paramount. The strong can do whatever they want, while the weak can only pray for the mercy of the strong. Lin Hao closed his eyes, his consciousness entering the virtual universe to continue studying the first volume of the Taichu Water Sutra. Ever since his comprehension had improved, he had devoted almost all his time to cultivation, having long ago left behind the eating, drinking, and playing of his first 100 years of life. 5 days later, the spaceship arrived at Jushi Star, the imperial star of the Jushi Empire. Not only did the administrative agencies of the Jushi Empire gather here, but the Jushi branch of the 5 great human forces were also established here. This was a giant life planet with a diameter of over 200,000 kilometers, with a surface area 1,000 times larger than Lin Hao's LH 5321 planet. Moreover, Jushi Star was not only very prosperous on the surface, but the underground was also developed on a large scale. Ordinary citizens couldn't afford houses on the surface, they could only afford to live in underground residences. However, the so-called ordinary residents on this Jushi Star would be super rich on other planets, it was just that there were too many powerhouses here, which made them seem ordinary. If it were the Lin Hao from before he obtained his golden finger, he probably would have gone bankrupt just to buy a small 10 square meter room on the surface. However, the current Lin Hao had already become one of the top 2 most powerful figures in the entire Jushi Empire, so naturally, someone had arranged everything for him. The spaceship did not stop at the designated spaceport of Jushi Star but flew directly to the landing pad of the Virtual Universe Corporation's Jushi branch. Lin Hao stepped off the spaceship, and the 3 leaders of the Jushi branch had been waiting for a long time. The strength of these 3 was at the World Lord rank. Inspector Lin, greetings. Welcome to the Jushi branch to take up your post. All the staff of our branch express our warmest welcome and highest respect for your arrival. Inspector Lin, your arrival has made our desolate planet of Jushi Star seem to glow with vitality. Your arrival makes every one of us feel excited, and we will definitely do our utmost to push the business of the Jushi branch to new heights under your wise leadership. A lean man among the 3 delivered the above speech with great passion. Lin Hao. He felt this guy was a bit exaggerated, the flattery was so much that he felt a bit embarrassed. Lin Hao coughed and said, that's too exaggerated. Why don't you introduce yourselves first? The lean man immediately introduced himself. Subordinate is named Lucas, responsible for the daily work of the business department. Lucas kept his posture very low, a World Lord rank powerhouse could actually treat an astral rank like this. It was truly eye-opening. Even though Lin Hao was an inspector, they only needed to maintain politeness, there was no need to go this far. Subsequently, he pointed to a 3-meter-tall strong man and said, "This is Owen, responsible for the daily work of the Martial Department." After that, he pointed to a serious-looking middle-aged man and said, "This is Reed, responsible for the daily work of the Military Department." After Lucas finished speaking, Owen and Reed saluted and said, "Welcome Inspector Lin to the Jushi branch." Lin Hao. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Hao. I will be working at our Jushi branch from now on, and I hope everyone will support my work in the future. Subsequently, Lucas and the other 2 invited Lin Hao to a banquet. Although Isabella was only a guard, she was also invited due to her World Lord rank strength. In the banquet hall, hundreds of big figures on Jushi Star were looking forward to it. As one of the 5 great human forces, the Virtual Universe Corporation had immense power throughout the entire human territory. And as a subordinate force of the Virtual Universe Corporation, the Virtual Universe branch here also controlled the military department, so the power of the Virtual Universe Corporation branch here was even more astonishing. And the position of inspector was generally left vacant, only filled when a genius from the Virtual Universe Corporation was sent out. An inspector at the Universe Kingdom level was generally held by a Core Territory Lord rank genius sent out from the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters. Inspectors in the lower-level medium civilization countries were held by special elites who emerged from the local area. What kind of position is an inspector? Why are the 3 giants of the Virtual Universe Corporation making such a big fuss to welcome him? This is a Qingfeng sword hanging over the heads of the 3 giants. As long as this inspector gives an order, even the 3 giants would have to obediently offer their necks to be executed. This power is too great. How could the Virtual Universe Corporation establish such a position? That, I don't know. The Virtual Universe branch of the Jushi Empire hasn't had an inspector for countless years. I only learned about this news from a friend in the Qingfeng Universe country. Chapter 21, Banquet. Lin Hao and the other 3 walked into the banquet hall, immediately attracting everyone's gaze. Countless gazes swept over Lin Hao and Isabella. Lucas clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "Good evening, everyone. This is the newly appointed inspector of our Virtual Universe Corporation Jushi branch, Lin Hao." As soon as he finished speaking, enthusiastic applause erupted in the banquet hall. It took a long while for the applause to cease. Lucas pointed to a private room on the side and said, "Inspector Lin, please." Lin Hao and his group walked into the private room. The crowd in the banquet hall, initially buzzing with quiet discussion, gradually grew louder, and the hall became noisy once again. However, this time, the discussion was mainly focused on Lin Hao's cultivation level. "This inspector is merely at the astral rank." The speaker's voice was filled with disbelief. To hold such an important position at the astral rank, the Virtual Universe Corporation's appointment is far too childish. Lin Hao, could he be related to the Lin family of our Jushi Empire? As soon as this was said, many people turned their gazes toward the head of the Lin family in the corner of the banquet hall. In this corner of the Jushi Empire, the Lin family's influence could only be considered average. The patriarch Lin was already over 900,000 years old and was nearing the end of his life. Furthermore, the Lin family had no successors and no other territory lord rank powerhouses. Originally, the Lin family's strength was that of an ordinary territory lord rank family, but now it had begun to shrink its influence. Its reputation was naturally not what it once was, giving people a sense of decline and decay. The head of the Lin family was named Lin Yi, a universe rank martial artist. He tried hard to control his expression, doing his best not to laugh out loud. Long before he came to this banquet, the patriarch Lin had personally found him and informed him who the inspector would be this time. When he learned that the inspector was the Lin family's genius, Lin Hao, he was both shocked and confused, mainly because he didn't know what an inspector did. After a lecture from the patriarch Lin, Lin Yi was left with nothing but shock. He hadn't expected that a mere astral rank could wield such great power. He immediately thought that since a descendant of the Lin family had such great power, his family could completely stop shrinking its influence and instead expand with big strides. But soon, the patriarch Lin poured a bucket of cold water on him. "You must absolutely not rely on Lin Hao to expand our influence in these next few years." Facing Lin Yi's confusion, the patriarch Lin could only say, "I don't know the specific situation too well, but I've only heard that the inspector position seems to be related to some sort of important assessment. We absolutely cannot hinder Lin Hao because of our Lin family's temporary expansion. This point is very important." Lin Yi asked unwillingly, "Does this mean our Lin family won't get any benefits at all this time?" The patriarch Lin shook his head, "Of course not. Our Lin family will enjoy the fairest treatment throughout the entire Jushi Empire. This in itself is already quite good." Hearing this, Lin Yi was overjoyed. Fairness. This was truly the greatest benefit. Since the founding of the Jushi Empire, the word, fairness, had never existed. For the Lin family to enjoy fair treatment during this period, the benefits were indescribable. Lin Yi buried his head in his dinner plate, eating hard to hide the corners of his mouth that he could barely keep from curling up. The patriarch Lin was right, temporary gains or losses were nothing at all. Based on Lin Hao's talent alone, his future power would surely be even more astonishing. It was better for the entire Lin family to keep a low profile for these few years. Once Lin Hao truly became a powerhouse, the Lin family would really take off. Lin Yi thought happily to himself, with Lin Hao's talent, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become a world lord rank, right? He even had a thought he dared not entertain: what if Lin Hao became an immortal level powerhouse with eternal life? Wouldn't the Lin family be able to create a medium level civilization nation? A family head who was on good terms with the Lin family couldn't help but ask, "Lin Yi, is this Inspector Lin a member of your Lin family?" Lin Yi acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to bury his head in his meal. Seeing this, the man asked again, but Lin Yi remained indifferent. Although Lin Yi said nothing, everyone knew the truth. This Inspector Lin definitely has a connection to the Lin family. Someone whispered, "The Lin family is going to take off." Someone cursed jealously, "That Lin Hao is just an astral rank, who knows when he might be killed." Unlike the various speculations in the banquet hall, the atmosphere in the private room was much more harmonious. Those who could enter the private room were either representatives of the Jushi Empire's royal family or representatives of the other four major powers of the human race. As inspector, Lin Hao was authorized by regulations to command all armed forces within the Jushi Empire, and he held independent command authority, not needing to answer to anyone. Even if he were to command these armed forces to attack the Jushi Empire's royal family, no one would have the authority to stop him. The people in this private room understood this point, so naturally, no brainless person would jump out to provoke Lin Hao. Lin Hao also intended to be on good terms with these people. Work and such were secondary, the main goal was to spread his bloodline to all the life planets across the entire Jushi Empire. After much exchanging of toasts, everyone in the private room began calling each other brothers. The banquet lasted for a whole day. Lin Hao met with many power representatives and specifically met with the head of the Lin family, Lin Yi. Therefore, everyone in the banquet hall understood that Lin Hao indeed came from the Lin family. Everyone was thinking about how to interact with the Lin family in the future. The banquet finally concluded successfully. Lin Hao did not rush to propose his ideas at the banquet, as the saying goes, patience brings success. The day after the banquet, Lin Hao officially took office. He did not over-supervise the work of the Jushi branch, as long as there were no major problems, it was fine. 1 month after taking office, he arranged to meet with Lucas, the person in charge of the Commerce Department. Lucas asked with a smile, "Inspector Lin, are you getting used to working in the Jushi Empire?" Lin Hao replied, "Not bad. After all, I am from the Jushi Empire, this is my home, after all." Lucas, "Then I am relieved." Lin Hao added, "By the way, Minister Lucas, I would like to establish a trading company and hope to borrow the name of our branch." Lucas didn't even think and said, "No problem. How much do you think our branch should invest?" Lin Hao shook his head, "No, just borrowing the name. The branch doesn't need to provide any money." Lucas continued to persuade, "The branch has an annual investment quota. It's money that has to go somewhere anyway, right?" Lin Hao silently activated the virtual universe recording function, and then said, "This is actually the Lin family's own company. Other than borrowing the name, there will be no dividends, so it's better to give the investment quota to those who need it more." Lucas tried to persuade him a few more times, but seeing that Lin Hao remained unmoved, he finally gave up. Lin Hao said, "The trading company I am establishing will set up stations on all the life planets in the Jushi Empire. I am worried about being targeted by local forces, which is why I am borrowing the name of the branch." Lucas patted his chest and guaranteed, "No problem, Inspector Lin. Just tell me the name of the company, and I will notify the other forces later." Lin Hao shook his head and said, "Do not tell the other forces the details. I just want to run a company normally, don't do anything extra." Seeing that Lin Hao was serious, Lucas gave up, only saying, "Then I will just notify them that this is a subsidiary of the Jushi branch. This way, you won't be targeted, and no one will disrupt your plans." Chapter 22, Taoduoduo Mall. Very quickly, a company named Taoduoduo Mall was established. The company was flush with cash. From the very beginning, it hired tens of thousands of people and then began aggressively establishing bases on major commercial planets throughout the Jushi Empire and on administrative planets of lower-level civilizations under the Jushi Empire. Immediately after, Taoduoduo Mall continued to recruit employees. This recruitment requirement stated, "Must be willing to go to remote life planets to establish bases and be capable of enduring hardship." The requirements were easy to discourage people, but the salary offered by Taoduoduo Mall was very high. Consequently, there were still a large number of planetary-level individuals applying, along with a small number of astral-rank individuals. Not long after, Taoduoduo Mall began establishing bases on one life planet after another. However, once the bases were successfully established, the headquarters would send some apprentice-level employees to live on these planets long-term. Various major powers within the Jushi Empire received notification from the Virtual Universe Corporation Jushi branch, learning that this was its subsidiary. Consequently, the major powers notified their subordinate factions one after another not to provoke this Taoduoduo Mall. All of the above was, naturally, the work of Lin Hao. The funds he currently controlled were more than those of an average world lord rank, so mere employee salaries were naturally nothing to him. Moreover, Tao Duoduo Mall did not rely entirely on Lin Hao for support. Naturally, it was slowly setting up trading operations. The company might not be profitable in its early stages, but at the very least, it could reduce Lin Hao's capital investment. As for the bases on various life planets of Tao Duoduo Mall, those apprentice-level employees were, of course, the children he had cultivated through in-vitro fertilization. He did not issue any orders to these children, he simply let them live in peace. As the saying goes, warmth and satiety breed lust. After living on various life planets for a long time, they would naturally continue the bloodline, and thus, Lin Hao's goal would be achieved. On the other side, the Patriarch Lin sent an email to Lin Hao, wanting to meet. Lin Hao had no objections. Thus, Lin Hao arrived once again at the Patriarch Lin's residence in the virtual universe. Unlike last time, this time the Patriarch Lin was waiting for Lin Hao at the entrance of his residence. Lin Hao sighed inwardly, strength is truly what matters. When I met the Patriarch last time, he treated me as a junior. This time, it was clearly different, he was basically being treated as an equal. Lin Hao smiled and stepped forward, saying, Patriarch. The Patriarch Lin nodded with a chuckle, you've arrived. I should have been the one to go and welcome you that day, but I have long since stopped involving myself in worldly affairs, and it would have been inappropriate to go suddenly. My apologies. Lin Hao said, Patriarch, you are too kind. The Patriarch Lin pointed to Lin Yi behind him and said, this is Lin Yi, the current clan leader. You should already know him. Lin Hao nodded and said, I have met him before. Lin Yi also said with slight respect, the demeanor of Inspector Lin is truly admirable to me. Lin Hao said with some distress, since we are family, let's not be so formal, right? Patriarch. The Patriarch Lin laughed heartily, that is true. Then let's not be formal. Come, let's go inside and talk. The three of them went into a reception room and sat down. Lin Yi poured tea himself. The Patriarch Lin said, Lin Hao, what are your plans now that you've returned? If you need the Lin family's help, don't hesitate to ask. Lin Hao's heart stirred, Tao Duoduo Mall did indeed need the Lin family's support. It looked like the company had enough employees at the astral rank and above for now, but as Tao Duoduo Mall expanded across various planets, there was still a large shortage of astral rank employees. Cultivating them himself would be completely too slow. And the Lin family, as a territory lord rank clan that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, had many descendants, including quite a few at the astral rank. These people were excellent labor. Lin Hao spoke up, Patriarch, you are wise. I do indeed have some ideas. The Patriarch's eyes lit up. Meeting with Lin Hao this time was mainly to build a good relationship. After all, although Lin Hao was a member of the Lin family, he could not be underestimated, and the proper respect had to be shown. It was not a concern that Lin Hao had requests, the concern was that Lin Hao might not need the Lin family's help. The Patriarch said, whatever ideas you have, feel free to say them. The Lin family will certainly assist with all our might. Lin Hao said, actually, it's not a major matter. I established a company called Tao Duoduo Mall. It will expand rapidly in the future and needs a large number of personnel, especially astral rank employees. Hiring from the outside can only serve as an emergency measure. In the long run, our own Lin family members are the most reliable. The Patriarch was somewhat puzzled. Tao Duoduo Mall. Lin Yi explained from the side, so that Tao Duoduo Mall is your business. No wonder the Virtual Universe Corporation Jushi branch suddenly established a subsidiary. The Patriarch realized, so that's how it is. That's no problem. Lin Yi bowed slightly, Patriarch. The Patriarch said, you heard him. Tomorrow, hand over the information of our clan members at the astral rank and above to Lin Hao. At the same time, send a notice to these clan members, whoever is selected must obey the arrangements and work diligently. If they do not obey, in addition to the punishment from Tao Duoduo Mall, the clan will also never show leniency. Lin Yi nodded and replied, yes, Patriarch. Lin Hao waved his hand and said, Patriarch, it's not that serious. Tao Duoduo Mall is still in the startup phase, everyone just needs to work together. Subsequently, Lin Yi suddenly said, by the way, Lin Hao, there is something I am not quite sure about. Lin Hao said, "Please speak, clan leader." Lin Yi said, "After your welcoming banquet, quite a few powers came to visit our Lin family. They offered us many business opportunities and orders. I rejected the unreasonable orders, but there are still many orders with prices that match market rates. I am not sure if we should accept them. I am not sure if this would affect you." The unreasonable orders were clearly disguised bribery. Lin Yi was right to reject them. However, the fact that Lin Yi came to ask for Lin Hao's opinion on those reasonable orders was enough to show that the Lin family members were all intelligent people. Regarding this, Lin Hao naturally reciprocated, saying, "Of course you can accept them. Making money is nothing to be ashamed of." However, the Lin family had best maintain this principle: absolutely do not accept what should not be accepted. With these words from Lin Hao, Lin Yi was relieved. "I understand." The patriarch Lin added from the side, "To avoid any suspicion of impropriety, it is best not to accept business from the Virtual Universe Corporation in the future, so as to avoid affecting Lin Hao." Lin Yi nodded and said, "Very well, patriarch." Thinking about how long the patriarch had lived and his vast experience, Lin Hao asked with some curiosity, "Patriarch, do you know anything about the assessment for Special Elite?" The patriarch Lin pondered for a moment and said, "I am not clear on the specific details, but I have heard people say that the difficulty of the Special Elite assessment is linked to one's performance while serving as an inspector. It is said that for some, the Special Elite assessment difficulty is extremely high. Some have even been Special Elites for thousands of years, without being able to pass the assessment, ultimately having to give up their Special Elite status to break through to the universe rank." Hearing this, Lin Hao frowned slightly. Previously, he had wanted to look up information on the assessment, but he hadn't been able to find anything. He hadn't expected to obtain some information here from the patriarch Lin. Assessment difficulty is linked to inspector performance. Lin Hao asked, "I wonder what kind of connection there is between the two." The patriarch shook his head, "I do not know this either. People outside cannot know this information. Those on the inside might know, but they would absolutely not disclose it to you. Therefore, during your tenure as an inspector, it is best to act with caution." Lin Hao nodded slightly, "That is all I can do." Chapter 23, The Inspector is about to take office. 8 years passed in a flash. Lin Hao looked at the panel in his mind. Name, Lin Hao. Race, human. Comprehension, 78.9. Law of water origin affinity, excellent. Light origin law affinity, excellent. Wind origin law affinity, excellent. Earth origin law affinity, excellent. Thunder origin law affinity, poor. Gold origin law affinity, poor. Descendants, 389,810,000. Expand to view details. Compared to 8 years ago, both his comprehension and the number of his descendants had doubled. Most of these descendants were the offspring of those test tube children who had reproduced on various life planets. In recent years, Lin Hao had gradually stopped the cultivation of test tube babies. The population base had already grown, and in the future, the number of descendants produced naturally would far exceed the number cultivated through test tube methods. Thus, there was naturally no need to maintain the test tube baby program. As for the slaves Lin Hao had purchased, he took full responsibility for their future lives until their natural deaths. Lin Hao's progress in cultivation was also not insignificant. Regarding the law of water origin, Lin Hao had gained many new insights and was several times stronger than he was 8 years ago. If his strength 8 years ago was roughly equivalent to the top 1000 in the peak genius battle across the entire universe, his current strength was equivalent to the top 700. The progress was considerable, mainly because Lin Hao's comprehension had increased significantly, making it naturally easier to gain insights than before. A secondary reason was his origin law affinity. Although it still displayed as excellent, Lin Hao could clearly feel that his affinity had indeed improved somewhat. Lin Hao guessed that the improvement in affinity would become slower and slower. But he was not discouraged. As long as it could improve, that was enough. Besides the law of water origin, he had also grasped the light, wind, and earth origin laws to the threshold of the laws. This was naturally comprehended after both his law affinity and comprehension improved, and it didn't take much time at all. It was a pity that Lin Hao still hadn't managed to find races with affinity for the thunder, gold, wood, and fire origin laws. Lin Hao was reviewing this year's report for Taoduoduo Mall. After 8 years of development, Taoduoduo Mall had established bases on over 200 million life planets and developed over 10 billion types of products, many of which were quite distinctive. The mall's sales were average, but it could now barely maintain a balance between income and expenditure. Lin Hao was already very satisfied that the company could develop to its current level. After all, he had previously planned to pay out of pocket to support the operations of Taoduoduo Mall for the long term. Achieving such results far exceeded his plans. His eldest son, Lin Feng, and adopted son, Lin Baikan, were standing opposite Lin Hao. Lin Feng was the chairman of Taoduoduo Mall, and Lin Baikan was the general manager. Both of them had some talent, and combined with Lin Hao's power, Taoduoduo Mall had achieved its current success. Lin Hao closed the report and praised them. "You two have done a very good job. Remember to have the finance department issue rewards to both of you when you go back." Both Lin Feng and Lin Baikan wore smiles. Being praised by Lin Hao was better than any reward. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and said, "I am about to step down as inspector. You must keep the people under you in check regarding the company. The attitudes of other factions might change. Of course, they might not, but you must prepare countermeasures in advance." Lin Feng suggested, "Father, should we slow down the construction of bases on other life planets?" Although they had already established bases on over 200 million life planets, these planets actually accounted for less than 1/10 of all life planets in the Jushi Empire. There were still a vast number of life planets without Lin Hao's bloodline, and how could he allow that? Lin Hao flatly refused. The establishment of bases cannot stop. After a pause, his tone softened. "After I leave, you can appropriately slow down the construction of bases and prioritize establishing them on life planets that are easier to communicate with." Lin Feng and Lin Baikan nodded and responded, "Yes." Lin Hao added, "If the company is short on money, you must tell me. In the future, my assets will only increase, and the money the company spends is just pocket change." This was also a characteristic of the Swallowed Star world. The superstructure determines the economic base. Just like with Lin Hao, the money for running his company was just a drizzle to him. And even if Taoduoduo Mall developed to its limit, it wouldn't be of much help to Lin Hao. Its speed of earning money was far inferior to Lin Hao's. Looking at the entire human race, it was the same. The great axe founder of the human race was a true god. The human race could only live under his protection, and he even frequently gave the supreme treasures he found in the universe sea to the human race for free. And the things the human race could do for him were extremely limited. Lin Hao gave Lin Feng a few more instructions and then let him leave first. He looked at Lin Baikan, who had stayed behind. That matter must continue. That matter referred to arranging Lin Hao's test tube children and their descendants to the newly established planetary bases. This matter had been Lin Baikan's responsibility from beginning to end, and it would remain so. As long as these people arrived at a new planet, these bloodlines could easily cause an explosive growth in the number of Lin Hao's descendants. Just imagine, a man arriving on a planet almost entirely populated by indigenous people could easily start a harem if he wanted to. His children could easily reach dozens, or even hundreds. In the past few years, one of his descendants named Taylor had managed to produce 3,000 offspring on that planet in just 3 years. Regarding this, Lin Hao only wanted to say, "Look, all other descendants, this is the example you should learn from." Lin Baikan, "Yes, this subordinate understands." Lin Hao suddenly asked, "I heard you have been with Lin Wanru often recently." Lin Wanru was Lin Hao's 15th daughter. Lin Baikan suddenly knelt on the ground. "Master, I. Lin Hao stood up, walked to Lin Baikan, and helped him up. "Enough, I am not blaming you. You are not young anymore. Romance is a natural human emotion." Lin Baikan's face was flushed red. "Master, I don't know what's wrong with me. I just want to talk to Wanru. Even if it's just to take a look at her, I would be satisfied. I dare not have any delusions." Lin Hao looked at Lin Baiken speechlessly. You are now a planetary level 9 individual, what is with this novice expression? Lin Baiken's face remained red, but he stubbornly said, where is there a novice expression? Lin Hao stopped teasing him and asked, what does Wanru think? Does she like you? Lin Baiken stuttered, I don't know. Fine, I understand. Wait a moment. After saying that, Lin Hao's consciousness entered the virtual universe, arrived at his home, and contacted his third wife. After some questioning, he had an idea of the situation. In reality, Lin Hao said to Lin Baiken, congratulations, I just asked, and Wanru is also interested in you. Lin Baiken's eyes lit up, really? Lin Hao nodded, of course it's true. Prepare yourself and pick a time to get married. Both of them were in their 40s, but fortunately, Lin Wanru had also broken through to the planetary level, so their current age was not considered old. Moreover, the two had practically grown up together and knew each other well. Lin Baiken bowed, thank you, master. I will definitely treat Wanru well in the future. Lin Hao asked with a smile, what should you call me? Lin Baiken suddenly knelt on the ground, father. Lin Hao helped him up again, That's more like it. Chapter 24, The Task of Cleaning House. Just half a year before Lin Hao was set to step down as inspector, Lucas, Owen, and Reed simultaneously received a task notification. Taoduoduo Mall is involved in illegal activities. Its employees, Lin Yan, Floss, Lin Shu, and 621 others have committed serious crimes. Please apprehend them within 3 months. The three were stunned after reading the message. After probing each other, they discovered they had all received the same task. The three arrived in a conference room. Lucas's expression was grave. Let's talk. What should we do? Inspector Lin is stepping down in half a year, and now this task comes up at the last minute, requiring completion within 3 months. Owen, who was in charge of the Marshal Department, said, why don't we just arrest these people? Inspector Lin probably won't say anything. Lucas shook his head and said, no, if we anger Inspector Lin, we'll be in deep trouble. As long as he hasn't stepped down, he can still unconditionally mobilize the armed forces within the Jushi Empire. Besides, his inseparable captain of the guard, Isabella, is not someone to be trifled with. We can't afford to provoke her. Reed, in charge of the military department, tentatively suggested, how about we just pretend we don't know about this notification? At the very least, we can drag it out until Inspector Lin steps down. Lucas pulled up the task notification and pointed to the 5 stars on it. Look closely. This is a 5-star task. It must be completed within the specified time. There's no room for negotiation. Otherwise, we will be charged with dereliction of duty. Owen scratched his head and said, we could go easy on them during the arrest. Reed's eyes lit up. Good idea. But there are over 600 people, we definitely can't let them all go. Lucas covered his head and groaned, can you two use your brains? I'll emphasize this again, it's a 5-star task, and it must be completed. Besides, arresting some and letting others go, isn't that just failing on both ends? When the time comes, Inspector Lin can just use the charge of dereliction of duty to deal with us. Owen and Reed were both rough, burly men. Faced with this, they were at a loss. They exchanged glances and then looked at Lucas in unison. What do you think we should do? Lucas fell silent for a moment. There is no solution to this. No matter what, we can't bypass Inspector Lin. I propose that we inform Inspector Lin about this task together. Owen asked skeptically, if we do that, won't Inspector Lin be able to tip these people off so they can run away? Won't we still fail the task and end up with a charge of dereliction of duty? Lucas said, no, Lin Hao is still the inspector. During this time, he has the right to inspect all the work of our branch, including this task. A glint flashed in his eyes. Besides, this task doesn't state that we cannot report it to the inspector, so we can report it to him. If Lin Hao ends up tipping these people off himself, then it's not our responsibility. After all, he is the inspector and our superior. Owen asked, what if he doesn't tip them off and lets us make the arrests? He won't be held responsible, but we will still have angered him. Lucas shook his head, then we'll need to prepare to run. After completing this task, we should hurry to find someone to transfer our positions. It's useless to think about that now. Let's take it one step at a time. Lin Hao woke up from his cultivation. His intelligent AI, Xiao Bai, reminded him, Master, you have received a message from Lucas. He invites you to meet in the virtual universe. Lin Hao was a bit puzzled. Since becoming the inspector, he had rarely intervened in the affairs of the Jushi branch. Why was Lucas looking for him? Although puzzled, he agreed. Before long, Lin Hao met Lucas in the virtual universe. What surprised him, however, was that Owen and Reed were also there. Lin Hao asked, Lucas, what do you need me for? Lucas invited Lin Hao to sit down before saying, Inspector Lin, it's like this, the three of us just received a 5-star task. Out of consideration for your oversight, we decided to report it to you. Lin Hao asked, what task is it? Lucas displayed the task content to Lin Hao. Lin Hao frowned as he looked at the task content. He recalled the experience of Luo Feng serving as an inspector in the Ganwu Universe country in the original story. It seemed he had gone through a similar task. Cleaning house. He then thought about what the patriarch Lin had said regarding his performance during his time as inspector. Could this be what he was referring to? If his performance was poor, would it increase the difficulty of the assessment? Then what would count as good performance? Recalling Luo Feng's performance in the original story, Lin Hao felt that perhaps only by putting righteousness above family and eliminating his own kin could he be considered to have performed well. Lin Hao carefully examined the names mentioned in the task. Many of them had made great contributions to the development of Taoduoduo Mall, and there were also some members of the Lin family. Lin Hao even saw the name of his fourth son, Lin Wanli, among them. Lin Wanli, illegally captured slaves, causing the deaths of thousands. The impact is severe. Taoduoduo Mall did not have a slave business. Lin Wanli must have been conducting these slave capturing activities privately. So, should he deal with him? Lin Hao hesitated. Even a tiger won't eat its cubs, let alone a human. He had thought that his current talent was enough to protect his family, but he hadn't expected Lin Wanli to cause such trouble. Should he tip him off and let Lin Wanli escape? Lin Hao then abandoned that thought. Not to mention whether he could escape. If this task was truly as he suspected, his words and actions would certainly be monitored. In reality, his captain of the guard, Isabella, could absolutely do this. And in the virtual universe, his words and actions would be recorded. Not only would he be unable to let Lin Wanli escape, but it would also cause the difficulty of his assessment to skyrocket. Suddenly, he looked at the task content, his eyes narrowing slightly. Just apprehension. If that's the case, wouldn't there be room to maneuver regarding sentencing and conviction? Thinking of this, Lin Hao had an idea. He said righteously, although some of these people are my relatives, and one is even my son, the law shows no mercy. We must arrest those who need to be arrested. There will be absolutely no leniency. The three, Lucas, Owen, and Reed, exchanged glances. We will strictly follow Inspector Lin's orders. All three thought at the same time, it's time to pull some strings. We can't stay in the Jushi branch anymore. The three wanted to take their leave. But just then, Lin Hao called them back. Wait, you three. Actually, I have also found some clues that might interest you. Lin Hao immediately sent them the information that his superiors had investigated over the years. These matters were mainly about some illegal activities that the three, Lucas, Owen, and Reed, had participated in. Bribery, shielding and indulging younger descendants, silencing witnesses, and so on. These crimes weren't huge for the three of them. After all, they were World Lord rank powerhouses. According to the unspoken rules, powerhouses had quotas for killing and rights to sentence reduction. After all, it's different if a planetary level kills thousands of people versus a World Lord rank killing thousands. The former would be sentenced to death, while the latter wouldn't even receive a punishment. However, their crimes were not trivial either. At the very least, they would have to leave their posts for a period of time. The three looked at each other, and Lucas spoke up. Inspector Lin, this. Lin Hao smiled. I mean, you still have a chance to make amends. You know what to do. At the very least, it can reduce your punishment, right? Lucas's eyes lit up. understood. Thank you, Inspector Lin. Owen and Reed were a bit confused, but Lucas kicked each of them, and they hurriedly said, Thank you, Inspector Lin. Chapter 25, A 500-year prison sentence. Lin Hao said, let's leave it at that. This matter needs to be resolved as soon as possible, it's better for everyone this way. Lucas said, Very well, we will act immediately. After saying this, Lin Hao logged off directly. Owen and Reed looked at Lucas and asked, Why did you thank Lin Hao just now? Wasn't he threatening us? Lucas patted his head, sighed, and then explained, this wasn't a threat, it was a warning. And also a form of cooperation. He sent us this evidence of our crimes so that we could handle it ourselves first, and then, while he is still an inspector, cooperate with him to reduce the severity of these offenses. Owen and Reed suddenly realized, so that's it. This is a good thing. Lucas nodded and added, however, we also need to do something. Those friends and relatives of Inspector Lin must be arrested. But their sentences must be light. Do you understand? The two nodded repeatedly, understood. Now that you put it that way, we understand. Lucas pondered for a moment. Among them, Inspector Lin's son must be given an even lighter sentence. It doesn't matter if the others are sentenced more heavily, but Lin Wanli must be treated leniently. The tribunal was under the jurisdiction of the Martial Department. Owen nodded and said, understood. I will give the instructions later. Lucas was a bit uneasy. Have the chief of the tribunal come see me, I will arrange it with him. Owen knew he wasn't suitable for handling this kind of matter and didn't refuse. Fine, I'll have him go see you in a while. Lucas looked at Reed from the military department. I'll leave the arrests to you. Make sure there are no mishaps. Reed said with a confident look, isn't it just arresting some people whose highest strength is only astral rank? What a small matter. ... After Lin Hao logged out of the virtual universe, he didn't take any action and continued to comprehend the laws in his secret room. Isabella, who had been monitoring Lin Hao, was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected that Lin Hao would really take no action at all. 3 days later, Lin Hao's smart AI, Xiao Bai, sent a reminder, Master, your second wife and fourth son are contacting you, they want to speak with you. Lin Hao said irritably, I won't see them. He thought for a moment and said, forget it, I'd better see them. Lin Hao's consciousness arrived at the Lin family estate in the virtual universe. His second wife and his fourth son, Lin Wanli, were both there. Seeing Lin Hao appear, Lin Wanli knelt down with a look of terror and said, Father, save me. The people from the Virtual Universe Corporation are going to arrest me. Lin Hao sighed, I ask you, have you illegally captured slaves? And did the capture process result in the deaths of thousands of people? These people were not residents of the planets under your jurisdiction, right? You did not have the authority to dispose of these people. Lin Wanli quickly denied it. I didn't. I didn't do it. Lin Hao looked at him with an expressionless face. Lin Wanli suddenly realized, and with a look of despair on his face, he asked, Father, you knew they were coming to arrest me? Lin Hao nodded, I knew. The second wife threw herself to the ground, Master, please, save Wanli. He is still just a child. Lin Hao shook his head, he is already over 50 years old, he is not a child. If one does something wrong, one must bear the consequences. Lin Wanli's face turned ashen, Father, I was wrong. I was just momentarily muddled. I needed money at the time, so I targeted that planet. Lin Hao interrupted him, all right, what's the point of saying this now? Reform yourself well in prison, perhaps there will still be a chance for you to come out. Just as Lin Wanli was about to say something, his figure disappeared. Lin Hao knew that the people from the Jushi branch had caught him and shut down the device Lin Wanli was using to connect to the virtual universe. The second wife cried and said, Master, please save him. He is our son. Lin Hao said, I will find a way to reduce his sentence, at least so he won't die of old age in prison. I cannot do any more than that. The second wife continued to cry. Lin Hao felt a bit annoyed and logged off, leaving. In reality, Lin Hao said, Isabella, come out and let's chat. The surroundings were silent. Lin Hao continued, those people should have all been arrested by now, and your mission to monitor me has also ended. The next instant, Isabella appeared in front of him. Mr. Lin, good evening. Lin Hao asked, I want to know, if I were to intervene and let some of them go, what would happen? Isabella said, the mission I received was to monitor your every move and report it to the virtual universe. If you were to intervene and let some people go, I would not stop you, but this matter would be known to my superiors, which would ultimately lead to a lower evaluation of you. Lin Hao asked, what happens if the evaluation is lowered? Isabella thought for a moment and said, since your assessment is now over, I can tell you about this. A lower evaluation means you will need to demonstrate greater talent to enter the core layer of the Virtual Universe Corporation. I don't know the specific details, but perhaps you will know when the time for your assessment comes. Lin Hao nodded, I understand. A month later, Lucas invited Lin Hao to enter the virtual universe. Lin Hao arrived at a conference room. Lucas, Owen, and Reed were all there. Seeing Lin Hao arrive, they all stood up to welcome him. Lin Hao nodded, and then he noticed that besides the three of them, there was another person he hadn't seen before. Owen introduced, Inspector Lin, this is Raymond, the chief of the tribunal for the Jushi branch. Raymond quickly saluted and said, Inspector Lin, hello. Lucas said to Lin Hao, Inspector Lin, a month ago, our Jushi branch mobilized the military to arrest some lawbreakers. This is the list of those who have been apprehended. Lin Hao looked at the list and was surprised to find that the number of people on it exceeded 30,000. He looked closely and saw that the vast majority of them were related to Lucas, Owen, and Reed. The information regarding illegal activities by the three of them that Lin Hao had received previously was related to these people. Could it be that the three of them had directly sold out all their subordinates? Most of the 30,000 were their friends, relatives, and confidants. In this way, the culpability of the three of them for their previous offenses was greatly reduced. At the very least, it could be considered a meritorious service. Of course, the 600 or so people from Taoduoduo Mall were also all included, not a single one missing. Lucas continued to explain, after catching these people, Chief Raymond interrogated them. Now the preliminary trial results are out, and he wishes to report to us. Lin Hao nodded slightly, very well, start now. Raymond nodded and said, Inspector Lin, Minister Lucas, Minister Owen, Minister Reed, I will now report the trial results from this period. This case involves 32,832 people, of whom 28,000 are facing the death penalty. Lin Hao listened carefully, nodding from time to time. He also heard the verdict for his fourth son, Lin Wanli, a 500-year prison sentence. This sentence was not considered heavy for the crimes Lin Wanli had committed. However, Lin Wanli was at the planetary level and had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Being sentenced to half his lifespan all at once, this verdict was actually not that light either. At the very least, it provided an explanation to those above. Lin Hao was already very satisfied with this verdict. After all, if he were to be sentenced strictly according to the law, Lin Wanli would undoubtedly die. Once the verdict report was finished, the other four turned their gazes toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao nodded and said, I don't know much about these laws, you handle it as you see fit. Lucas and the others understood that this matter was now considered past, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere immediately became relaxed. Lucas then invited Lin Hao to have dinner together to build rapport. Lin Hao did not refuse. After all, after he stepped down from his post, Taoduoduo Mall would still need to develop within the Jushi Empire. Chapter 26, Returning to Qingfeng Branch. After the dinner gathering, Lin Hao sent an email to the Patriarch Lin and Lin Yi, explaining the sentencing results for the Lin family members involved this time. The Patriarch Lin and Lin Yi were unanimous in their tone. These Lin family members deserve their punishment. The Lin family has no objections to this. Lin Hao knew that Lin Yi's close relatives were also on that list, yet from beginning to end, Lin Yi seemed as if he didn't even know his own child had been arrested, not even making a move to plead with Lin Hao. Lin Hao thought to himself, truly, one who achieves great things does not fuss over trifles. To them, as long as the family could prosper, a mere few hundred Lin family descendants could be abandoned without a second thought. Then Lin Hao laughed at himself. Actually, I am the same kind of person. For the sake of my future, didn't I also send my own son to prison? He sent Lin Wanli's sentencing results to the second madam, then immediately blocked her email. Lin Hao pondered for a moment, then sent a message to Lin Yufeng. Have all the adults in our family enter the virtual universe later, I want to hold a meeting. Understood, father. Lin Yufeng naturally knew about his fourth brother being arrested, and he guessed it might be related to that. In a spacious room on the Qingfeng continent of the virtual universe, over 70 people stood in a crowded mass. These were all of Lin Hao's adult descendants. To be precise, they were the descendants produced from Lin Hao's own hand-planted fruits. Those descendants cultivated via test tube babies were not here, and they did not carry the Lin surname either. They stood around in small groups, chatting idly. Do you know why we're having a meeting? I heard that fourth brother was arrested by the Virtual Universe Corporation. Hey, what's the big deal? Father is an inspector, I reckon he'll be released in a couple of days. I don't think this is simple. If they really intended to release him in a few days, why bother arresting him in the first place? I heard that the Virtual Universe Corporation arrested quite a few people a while ago, and these people all had connections to the higher-ups of the Jushi branch. Could it be infighting among the higher-ups? Shish, father is here. Lin Hao walked into the room, accompanied by Lin Yufeng. Everyone lowered their heads slightly to show respect. Lin Hao's expression was serious. We are holding a short meeting this time. You may have all heard that Lin Wanli was arrested by the Virtual Universe Jushi branch. The charges are illegal slave trading and malicious causing of death. I can also tell you the final verdict in advance. He has been sentenced to 500 years in prison. Many people's faces showed shock. Most of them were only at the planetary level, and 500 years was simply too long for them. Furthermore, one cannot connect to the virtual universe in prison, nor can one cultivate, which makes it even more tortuous. Lin Hao continued, I know that some of you have also committed crimes, just not as severely as Lin Wanli. The main purpose of this meeting is to give you a warning. Even though Lin Wanli is my son, once such crimes are committed, there will be no special treatment, he will still be arrested. I hope you can be vigilant and not stray from the right path. Everyone was silent, trembling in fear, frantically recalling exactly what crimes they had committed. Lin Hao said, no matter how high my status becomes in the future, it is not a bargaining chip for you to place yourselves above the law. Yufeng. He looked at his eldest son. Lin Yufeng stepped forward. Father. Lin Hao said, from now on, establish an inspection department in the family to supervise the behavior of family members. Once someone crosses the line, take them down immediately and turn them over to the Virtual Universe Corporation. Lin Yufeng replied in a deep voice, yes. Lin Hao looked at the crowd, his tone softening, if all goes well, my status will only get higher. As long as you make money within the rules, you will receive the fairest treatment. This is something countless people desire but cannot obtain. You must learn to cherish it. All right, I have other matters to attend to, so I will leave first. I hope you remember what I said today. After saying this, Lin Hao left. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Hao's sixth son, Lin Yunfei, chuckled, look at what you've all done. It would be better to be like me, just eating, drinking, and having fun every day, it's much more carefree. The other ambitious brothers and sisters looked at Lin Yunfei with disdain, then immediately called out to their close acquaintances and left. Half a year later, Lin Hao stepped down as the inspector of the Virtual Universe Corporation's Jushi branch and sat in Isabella's spaceship, flying toward the administrative planet of the Qingfeng Universe country. This time, he was going to the Qingfeng branch of the Virtual Universe Corporation, where he would undergo the assessment for Special Elite. After passing the assessment, he would enter the core layer of the Virtual Universe Corporation. If he didn't pass the assessment, he could take up a sinecure position at the Qingfeng branch and wait 10 years to participate in the next assessment. Of course, if he never passed the assessment, he could also participate in the Peak Genius Battle. As long as he reached the top 1,000 in the entire universe, he could still enter the core layer of the Virtual Universe Corporation. 10 days later, the spaceship entered the administrative planet of the Qingfeng Universe country. Because this was the core planet of the Qingfeng Universe country, even Isabella didn't dare to ignore the regulations and could only honestly park the spaceship at the docking port. After disembarking, she took Lin Hao onto a hovercar and flew toward the area of the Virtual Universe Corporation's Qingfeng branch. Very quickly, they arrived at the area of the Qingfeng branch. Lin Hao looked at the hundreds of buildings towering into the clouds. Isabella pulled up a map and pointed to one of the buildings, saying, "This is the area where the branch higher-ups are located. Although your position is not high, because you are a special elite, your office location is also here. However, the branch higher-ups generally work in the virtual universe, so it is actually very empty here." Lin Hao nodded to show he understood. Finally, the hovercar stopped in front of the building. A young and beautiful woman was waiting there. Upon seeing Lin Hao, she bowed and saluted, saying, "Your Highness Lin Hao, welcome to the Qingfeng branch. I will be serving you for your life here." Isabella smiled and said, "All right, my mission ends once we arrive here." Lin Hao looked at Isabella, "Thank you for your protection over these years." Isabella laughed heartily, "You are the most worry-free person I've had in my escort work over these years. I believe you will definitely become a big shot in the company eventually. When that time comes, remember to look out for me." Lin Hao smiled, "Then I shall take your kind words as a good omen." Isabella turned the hovercar around and said to Lin Hao, "Goodbye." "Goodbye." After watching Isabella leave, Lin Hao turned his head to look at the woman beside him. "You don't seem to be human." The woman smiled and said, "That is correct. I am an artificial intelligence named Alice. Of course, you may also give me a new name." Lin Hao had no desire to name her and said directly, "Alice, what do I need to do next?" Alice said, "The decennial special elite assessment will begin in 3 days. You may arrange these 3 days as you wish. I will first take you to your place of rest." Lin Hao followed Alice into the elevator and soon arrived at the 88th floor. Alice introduced, "This is where the special elites live and work. You may choose any room to reside in. Currently, apart from you, there is one other special elite on this floor." Lin Hao's heart stirred. When did this person become a special elite? Alice shook her head and said, "I cannot disclose their information, you may ask them yourself. However, I must remind you that you cannot attack others in the Qingfeng branch, otherwise, you will be arrested by the security system." Very quickly, Lin Hao chose room 8808. Alice said, "If you have any needs, you can contact me at any time. I will not disturb you further." Lin Hao looked around the room casually, then walked out, heading straight toward room 8801. He had already sensed it just now, there was someone in that room. Chapter 27, Assessment Rules. Lin Hao reached out and knocked on the door. The door opened, and a young man with messy hair opened it. He looked at Lin Hao with a complex expression, sighed, and said, "You must be the one who recently became a special elite in the last 10 years, right?" Lin Hao said, "Yes, and you are." The young man smiled self-deprecatingly, "I became a special elite 80 years ago, but I've never passed the assessment." Lin Hao was silent for a moment and asked, "Can you tell me the reason why you didn't pass?" The young man shook his head, "The reason? I just couldn't beat them, what other reason could there be?" Lin Hao wanted to ask something else. As a result, the young man slammed the door shut, bang. Lin Hao felt a bit helpless, perhaps this guy was just in a bad mood. Thinking about it from another perspective, if he had failed the assessment several times himself, he would probably also lose his composure. Anyway, since he couldn't get any information about the assessment now, Lin Hao settled down here with peace of mind. His consciousness entered the virtual universe, and after thinking about it, he sent an email to Roland, "Big Brother Roland, I have arrived at the office area of the Qingfeng branch. I met someone here who became a special elite 80 years ago. Do you know him?" Roland quickly replied to the email, "Him. I know him. His name is Batu. He was the most dazzling genius of our Qingfeng branch 80 years ago. It's a pity, I don't know why, but after stepping down as the inspector of the Intermediate Civilization Empire, he has failed the assessment several times and can only remain stuck in the Qingfeng branch, neither here nor there." Lin Hao's heart stirred, and he asked, how was his performance during his tenure as an inspector? Do you know? Roland replied, I have indeed heard some rumors about this. It is said that he once had a conflict with 3 people in charge of an intermediate civilization empire branch. Because of a mission, and they almost fought, but it ended up being dropped. Lin Hao thought to himself, it seems this is the similar mission that Lucas and the other 2 received earlier. Perhaps those people in charge captured Batu's relatives, and he tried to use his authority to pressure them to solve the problem, but it didn't succeed, and eventually, a conflict arose. This is what led to him failing the assessment. Lin Hao didn't know if his own handling method met the requirements of the Virtual Universe Corporation. However, he immediately felt relieved. Who cares if it meets them or not? If he ends up failing the assessment for this reason, then at worst, he'll just stay here. The salary is high, the benefits are good, his time is free, and no one controls him. Wouldn't that be wonderful? He just needs to slowly wait for his descendants to gradually increase and his comprehension to continuously improve. The assessment that Batu couldn't pass might not be difficult for him. Taking a step back, even if he really couldn't pass the assessment for thousands of years, he could participate in the peak genius battle. His current strength is estimated to be able to reach the level of the top 500 in previous peak genius battles. Thousands of years later, he is confident that he will crush everyone and become number 1 in the entire universe. Thinking of this, he didn't care about that much anymore. There were still 3 days until the assessment, so he simply settled down to comprehend the laws. 3 days passed quickly, and Lin Hao's mailbox received an email. It was sent by Marquis Qingfeng, come to the 100th floor to see me immediately. Lin Hao opened his eyes, got up, and opened the door. Coincidentally, Batu, who had failed the assessment several times, also opened his door. He didn't even glance at Lin Hao and walked straight into the elevator. Lin Hao didn't bother to be overly friendly to someone who was cold to him and took another elevator upstairs. Ding! The 100th floor has arrived. Lin Hao walked out of the elevator. In front of the elevator was a hall, with 3 doors on each side. He didn't know where Marquis Qingfeng was, but Batu definitely knew. So he followed closely behind Batu and walked into one of the doors. Sure enough, Marquis Qingfeng was inside. Marquis Qingfeng was sitting on a large sofa. He pointed to the sofa opposite him and said, "Sit, what would you like to drink?" Batu didn't speak, and Lin Hao shook his head. Marquis Qingfeng smiled and said to Lin Hao, come to think of it, this is our first time meeting in reality. Time flies so fast, 8 years have passed in a blink. Marquis Qingfeng continued, Lin Hao, I hope you can pass the assessment in one go this time, don't let me down. Lin Hao cupped his hands and said, I will definitely do my best. Marquis Qingfeng turned to look at Batu and said with a bit of a headache, Batu, are you going to participate in the assessment again this time? Your strength hasn't improved much in 10 years, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to pass the assessment. Batu remained silent. Marquis Qingfeng felt a bit helpless towards Batu, forget it, suit yourself. He looked at Lin Hao and said, this is your first time participating in the assessment, so I will tell you about the content of the assessment first. It is actually very simple. Later, when you enter the virtual universe, you will arrive at a place called the Heaven-Reaching Tower. The Heaven-Reaching Tower has 100 floors, and each floor will generate an opponent based on your characteristics. You only need to defeat the opponent to pass through to the next level. It should be noted that the more floors you pass in the Heaven-Reaching Tower, the more generous the rewards you will receive. For the first 30 floors, for every floor you pass, you will receive 0.1 Hunyuan units. From the 31st to the 60th floor, you will receive 1 Hunyuan unit for every floor passed. From the 61st to the 90th floor, you will receive 10 Hunyuan units for every floor passed. And from the 91st to the 100th floor, you will receive 100 Hunyuan units for every floor passed. Lin Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this. Hunyuan units. 1 Hunyuan unit is equal to 1 trillion universe coin. Before Ji Chen went to the Primal Universe, he gave him 500 billion universe coin, and later the Qingfeng branch gave him another 100 billion universe coin. Added together, that was only 0.6 Hunyuan units. And for this assessment, passing each of the first 30 floors earns 0.1 Hunyuan units. This is truly too generous. Lin Hao couldn't help but ask, Marquis Qingfeng, how difficult is this heaven-reaching tower? Marquis Qingfeng said, if you have crossed the threshold of the laws, passing the first 30 floors is not difficult, after that, it becomes a bit difficult. Lin Hao understood. In other words, the 3 Hunyuan units from the first 30 floors were guaranteed, after that, it would depend on his ability. Seeing Lin Hao's expression, Marquis Qingfeng added, of course, these rewards can only be obtained if you pass the assessment and join the core layer. Lin Hao asked again, I heard that the difficulty for everyone to join the core layer is different. Is that so? Marquis Qingfeng nodded, that's correct. The difficulty of the assessment depends on your performance during your tenure as an inspector. The higher the score, the lower the difficulty, conversely, the higher the difficulty. Marquis Qingfeng said with a tone of disappointment, take Batu, for example. His performance during his tenure was extremely poor, and his score was only 46. That is to say, he needs to pass the 54th floor of the heaven-reaching tower to enter the core layer. He has participated in the assessment 5 times over these years, and his best result was the 49th floor, which is still far from the 54th floor. Speaking to the end, Marquis Qingfeng looked full of regret. Batu remained expressionless, as if they weren't talking about him. Marquis Qingfeng looked at Lin Hao and said, as long as your score exceeds 70, passing the assessment is very simple. As for your score, I don't know it either right now. Once you enter the heaven-reaching tower plane, you will be able to find out. Lin Hao nodded, okay, thank you, Marquis Qingfeng. The 3 of them then fell into silence. An hour later, Marquis Qingfeng suddenly said, all right, the time has come, you may enter the virtual universe. Hearing this, Lin Hao's consciousness entered the virtual universe. The next moment, he found himself arriving at a wide plaza, and in the center of the plaza was a cyan tower that was 100 stories high. His heart stirred, and he looked at the newly received email. Lin Hao, congratulations on completing the Jushi branch inspector mission. Based on your performance, your comprehensive score is 71 points. In the upcoming assessment, you need to pass the 29th floor of the heaven-reaching tower to be promoted to a core member of the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters. Good luck. Lin Hao smiled slightly, 71 points, not bad. He estimated that if he hadn't hinted for Lucas and the other 2 to go easy on his son and the others during the trial, he probably could have gotten over 80 points. But it didn't matter, 71 points was fine. Entering the core layer should be secure. Chapter 28, Assessment begins. Batu was right next to Lin Hao, and he couldn't help but ask, Lin Hao, what is your comprehensive score? Lin Hao gave Batu a strange look, I thought you didn't intend to speak to me. Batu fell silent again. Lin Hao said calmly, passing the assessment shouldn't be a problem. Batu's mouth twitched, then he sighed, and ultimately said nothing. Lin Hao looked around and discovered that the number of people in this plaza was not large, estimated to be around 200 or 300. It made sense, the standard for a special elite is to step across the threshold of an origin law, and doing this while at the astral rank is inherently very difficult. A single universe nation produces at most a few hundred over several thousand years, and to participate in this kind of assessment, one also needs to undergo training by a Virtual Universe Corporation branch. These few hundred people are split among the 5 major powers, the universe nation secret realms, and other lesser-known forces, so only about 100 or so are allocated to the Virtual Universe Corporation branch. Several thousand years means several hundred special elite assessments. Therefore, it is normal for a branch to only have one special elite participate in an assessment every few decades. As for those with higher comprehensive scores, it is estimated that they can pass in one go. It is also normal that there are over 200 or 300 people participating in the assessment this time. He guessed that among these people, the vast majority were likely those who had failed the assessment several times. In fact, this was the case, and he discovered that these people all knew each other. Even Batu, who had a slightly strange temperament, had a few people come up to greet him. Batu, you're here too. Will you be able to pass this time? Batu did not speak. Batu, how confident are you about reaching which level this time? Batu still did not speak. Batu, how many more years do you estimate you need to pass the assessment? Batu still did not speak. Soon, a person exuding a powerful aura appeared in the center of the plaza. He said expressionlessly, "This assessment is about to begin. Please be prepared. The assessment rules have already been sent to your mailboxes, please check them yourselves." After saying this, the person disappeared. Most people in the plaza were accustomed to this. This guy is indeed very perfunctory every time. If it were me, I would be perfunctory too. Over 70% of the people are old faces from previous years, there's no point in introducing anything. Tisk, that's true, but I should be able to pass this time. Congratulations, congratulations. In another corner of the plaza, a pair of siblings from the winged race stood side by side. Brother, it looks like the number of people for the assessment this time isn't high. The female winged race member looked around at the people curiously. The male winged race member replied, "The vast majority of people here have failed the assessment multiple times. You shouldn't have a problem this time. With a comprehensive score of 75, you only need to pass the 25th level." Just then, someone familiar with the male winged race member stepped forward to greet him. "Yi Chen, you should be able to pass the assessment this time, right? I remember you clearly could have passed the assessment last time, but you ended up giving up." The male winged race member, Yi Chen, nodded. "This is my younger sister, Xinghuan. Our talents are both quite good, so I plan to enter the core layer of the Virtual Universe Corporation together with my sister. It's just waiting 10 more years at most." That person realized, so that's how it is. I should be able to pass the assessment this time too. Let's keep in touch once we enter the core layer. Alright. Above this plane, in a place that the assessment participants could not perceive, more than a dozen undying spiritual gods were sitting in small groups. Just then, Marquis Qingfeng also projected a sliver of his consciousness into this place. Marquis Qingfeng actually came. Could it be that the little guy named Batu from their Qingfeng branch has a chance to pass the assessment this time? Marquis Qingfeng, you didn't come last time. Why are you so interested this time? Marquis Qingfeng smiled and greeted these people. "We have a new special elite in our Qingfeng branch this time, so I came to take a look. Oh, I wonder what this little guy's comprehensive score is." The undying spiritual gods could check the comprehensive scores on this plane, and soon, these people saw Lin Hao's score. 71 points, not bad. If there are no surprises, this little guy will be able to join the core layer directly this time. Your Qingfeng branch won't have to worry about this aspect of the assessment for the next 100 years. Marquis Qingfeng replied with a smile, "Luck, just luck." Subsequently, these undying spiritual gods began to discuss again. Speaking of which, this Batu's talent is really good. He passed 49 levels in the last assessment. It's just that his comprehensive score is too low, otherwise, he would likely already be a member of the Heaven and Earth Secret Realm in the core layer by now. Indeed, without having received training from the headquarters, he was able to reach the 49th level. That is quite impressive. Speaking of this, Marquis Qingfeng became agitated. "If you ask me, those people at headquarters are crazy. Such a good talent, yet they insist on blocking him outside the core layer. This regulation about the comprehensive score is truly demoralizing." The other undying spiritual gods felt the same way. They were all heads of the Virtual Universe Corporation branches in various universe nations, so naturally, they sided with their own people. I also think it should be enough. As a genius, of course, one has pride. Telling them that their loved ones have broken the law and then not allowing them to save them is really somewhat contrary to common sense. Living in this world, who doesn't have people and things they care about? Using the power in one's hands to give a helping hand is only human nature. An undying spiritual god said in a low voice, "I heard that the implementation of this regulation was because of the universe lord of the Yan god race, the Yan emperor. It is said that he once made a move against a fellow universe lord of his own race for the sake of a treasure. It was precisely because of this that the company began to attach importance to the character of geniuses." Someone said disdainfully, "This assessment isn't a sign of valuing character either, is it?" Aren't they afraid of forcing a few geniuses into rebellion? Others held a different view. If they can't take it during the genius stage and rebel, that's for the best. It saves them from rebelling after they become stronger, as the consequences would be much more severe. All right, our existences like universe lords something the likes of us can discuss. Since the company has such a regulation, naturally, the company has its reasons. Moreover, the other four major powers have similar practices. Besides, except for a few particularly extreme geniuses, most geniuses don't lose much time. On average, they pass the assessment in 300 or 400 years. This amount of time doesn't mean much even for the astral rank, and it's just right to temper the temperament of these geniuses. All right, stop arguing, the assessment has started. The undying spiritual gods immediately shut their mouths and focused on looking down. The assessment is about to begin. In 10 seconds, you will be transported into the heaven-reaching tower. Only by admitting defeat or death can you leave the heaven-reaching tower. 10, 9, 2, 1, start teleportation. The scene before Lin Hao changed, and he discovered that he was standing in a wasteland. A grand voice came from the sky, heaven-reaching tower, level 1. The opponent is a martial artist. Please select your weapon. As soon as the voice fell, a martial artist holding a long saber appeared 10,000 meters away opposite Lin Hao. Lin Hao said, select weapon, see God weapon. In this world, there are the 9 great divine weapons for controllers, and naturally, there are also corresponding divine weapons for martial artists. However, martial artists' weapons are complex, and it is impossible to classify every type of weapon into divine weapons corresponding to each origin law. Therefore, martial artist divine weapons are a series, consisting of as many as over 100 types of divine weapons. The Sea God weapon is one such weapon. This weapon is in the shape of a long saber, and the secret techniques mainly inscribed upon it are the law of water origin and the space origin law. Of course, the price of this Sea God weapon is extremely high. The prices of derivative God weapons are in units of Hunyuan, and the Sea God weapon is naturally the same. Even in the internal mall of the Virtual Universe Corporation branch, it costs as much as 1.5 Hunyuan. Lin Hao certainly couldn't afford it in reality, but that didn't affect him practicing with it in the virtual universe killing field. After more than 20 years of practice, the first layer, flowing cloud style, was executed quite proficiently, but the second layer, heavy water style, could not be executed no matter what. However, flowing cloud style is already enough. As the battle began, Lin Hao stomped hard on the ground, and his body rushed toward the enemy 10,000 meters away like an arrow released from a bowstring. Before the enemy could react, Lin Hao's long saber had already slashed across the enemy's waist. Flowing cloud style, the move is formless like flowing clouds, making it extremely difficult to block. Heaven-reaching tower level 1 passed, about to be transported to level 2. Heaven-reaching tower level 2. The opponent is a controller. Please select your weapon. Chapter 29, Illusionist. Lin Hao continued to choose the Sea God weapon. After battling the opponent on the first floor, Lin Hao basically understood the strength of his opponents. The strength on the first floor was roughly at the first or second level of the domain, let alone his current self. Even 28 years ago he could have easily slaughtered them. However, he could not let his guard down. After all, according to the rules, he would take turns battling martial artists, controllers, and illusionists. It would be a joke if he were to be caught off guard and lose the match. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Facing the controller on the second floor, Lin Hao did not rush to kill it, but instead began to adapt to its attack rhythm. After the two tangled for a few minutes, Lin Hao finally made his move to kill it. The opponent on the third floor was an illusionist. Regarding illusionists, Lin Hao's combat experience was almost zero. But fortunately, this illusionist's strength was relatively weak. Lin Hao immediately distinguished the true from the false in the illusion, woke up from it, and killed it with ease. Lin Hao thought to himself, illusionists are truly eerie and unpredictable. However, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but after falling into the illusion just now, he had noticed it immediately. Logically, this was his first time facing an illusionist, and he had absolutely no prior experience battling one. Even if the opponent's strength was weak, it shouldn't have been this easy. Although Lin Hao had some doubts in his heart, he temporarily pushed these thoughts aside and began to focus on the battle. As time passed, Lin Hao felt increasingly strange. Each floor of this heaven-reaching tower was slightly stronger than the previous one. When Lin Hao battled martial artists and controllers, he could clearly feel they were stronger than before. But when battling illusionists, he always felt that their strength was too poor. Even though he had reached the 27th floor, this illusionist did not feel much stronger to him than the illusionist on the 3rd floor. After falling into the illusion, he still immediately discovered something was wrong and then easily broke the illusion. Battling illusionists was easier than battling martial artists and controllers. Is it because I am a transmigrator, having lived 2 lives, that my will is strong? Or is it because all of this is brought by my golden finger? Or perhaps, because of my mountain and sea realm bloodline? Lin Hao couldn't figure it out, and the panel in his mind had never displayed information about willpower. Perhaps it is a combination of all 3. Soon, he killed the controller on the 29th floor and arrived at the 30th floor. Reaching this point, Lin Hao had actually already passed the assessment. However, he did not intend to stop here. This was all money. The reward for each of the first 30 floors was 0.1 hunyuan, and from the 31st to the 60th floor, the reward for each floor was 1 hunyuan. Every extra floor he cleared meant a lot more money. The 30th floor was an illusionist. Lin Hao did not hold back and rushed directly toward the enemy 10,000 meters away. Just then, that illusionist glanced at Lin Hao. Lin Hao instantly stopped in his tracks. Although everything around him was the same as before, he felt that he was already inside an illusion. He closed his eyes and opened them again, only to find that everything was the same. He hadn't broken the illusion like he did with the previous illusionists. He's got something. Lin Hao frowned. How could he break this illusion? Suddenly, he vaguely sensed danger approaching. Grasping his sea god weapon, he executed the flowing cloud style and slashed backward. Hia! As if a mirror had shattered, Lin Hao walked out of the illusion. He looked behind him. The illusionist had already been cut in 2 from head to toe by the flowing cloud style. My intuition is really quite awesome. Lin Hao exclaimed with some amazement. Of course, perhaps it was his own willpower that was awesome. Outside, beside Marquis Qingfeng, 2 familiar undying spiritual gods were watching Lin Hao's performance in the challenge together. This little guy is quite interesting. His intuition is shockingly accurate. That's right, every time he encounters an illusionist, he can easily break the situation. Originally, the illusionist on this 30th floor trapped him in an illusion, and I thought he would have to ponder for a while to break it, but I didn't expect him to directly detect the illusionist's position and kill it with 1 slash. When he killed the illusionist, he probably hadn't even emerged from the illusion yet. Marquis Qingfeng also exclaimed with some amazement. I thought this little guy was young and would have a hard time battling illusionists, but I didn't expect it to be so simple. Hey, come to think of it, he has already passed the assessment, right? He has. His comprehensive score is 71 points. As long as he clears the 29th floor, he passes the assessment. Now, Marquis Qingfeng, you can rest easy. Next, let's just watch and see which floor this little guy can reach. These few undying spiritual gods suddenly looked at another person's match performance. Huh. Isn't that Batu? He's failing already at the 45th floor. It turned out that Batu was facing the illusionist on the 45th floor. Last year he was able to clear the 49th floor, but this time he was about to be eliminated on the 45th floor. At this moment, Batu's eyes were sometimes clear and sometimes confused. Facing the illusionist's telekinetic weapon, he often couldn't react in time, and the wounds on his body were increasing. Finally, the illusionist used a move called Spark Explosion, blowing Batu's body into pieces. Batu was teleported out of the heaven-reaching tower and stood on the plaza, looking somewhat dazed. Marquis Qingfeng frowned and said to the people around him, "Everyone, I will log off to see what is going on with Batu. If Lin Hao finishes his challenge, please let me know." Easy enough, easy enough. Go ahead. This Batu's state is a bit off. In reality, Marquis Qingfeng directly put Lin Hao into his personal world ring to prevent him from being disturbed. Subsequently, he woke Batu up. Lin Hao quickly reached the 45th floor. The higher the floor, the more difficult Lin Hao's battles became. He had a premonition that he was probably reaching his limit. On the 44th floor, he had almost perished together with that controller opponent, except he still had one breath left. After arriving at the 45th floor, his injuries were completely healed. However, every previous battle against an illusionist had been quite easy. Even if he couldn't see through the illusion, it still didn't affect his perception of the outside world. If the illusionist was not careful, it would be killed by Lin Hao. The situation on the 45th floor this time was similar. As soon as Lin Hao saw the illusionist, he fell into an illusion. Theoretically, falling into an illusion would block the five senses, but Lin Hao didn't feel that at all. He could clearly perceive the illusionist's position. Lin Hao pretended to be trapped in the illusion to lower the opponent's guard, and then, the moment the opponent made a move, Lin Hao's sea god weapon slashed over. Flowing cloud style. Hia. The illusion was broken. To Lin Hao's surprise, the illusionist this time wasn't killed and still had one breath left. Lin Hao stepped forward to finish it off. Just then, another illusion enveloped him. He opened his eyes and found himself sitting at an office desk, with a stack of unprocessed files in front of him. Lin Hao frowned. He clearly perceived that he was currently in an illusion, could still feel the illusionist's position, and could even hear the illusionist's heavy breathing. He appeared to be holding a pen in his hand, but in reality, he was holding the sea god weapon. He only needed to slash forward, and the illusionist would be killed by him. Just then, his phone rang. Lin Hao took out his phone and glanced at it, discovering it was his mother calling. After hesitating for a moment, he answered the phone. "Xiao Hao, are you coming home for dinner today?" Lin Hao was silent. In his previous life, his mom and dad died in a car accident, and in this life, his mom also died shortly after giving birth to him. At this moment, he wanted to go home and see. "I'll come home for dinner, I'm heading back now." The next instant, the image before his eyes changed. He was back in his home from his previous life, sitting at the dining table, with all kinds of delicacies on the table. His mother was nagging endlessly on the side. "You need to hurry up and contact that young girl. Your mom worked so hard to get her number. You're almost 40 and still not married. My good friend's grandchildren are already over 10 years old." Lin Hao looked at the photo in front of him and said with a wry smile, "Mom, a 38-year-old woman can't really be called a young girl, right?" His mother got anxious. "You dare to talk back while I'm talking to you? Old Lin, are you still not going to manage your son?" His father smacked his lips. "The boy is grown up, why manage so much? Children and grandchildren have their own blessings." Lin Hao sighed in his heart and said, "Dad, Mom, don't worry. The number of my children is now too many to count, you can just rest in peace." Having said that, the chopsticks in Lin Hao's hand struck toward the lobster in front of him. The illusion shattered instantly, and the illusionist was also killed by Lin Hao's sea god weapon. Chapter 30. Is it possible to be eliminated after joining the Apocalypse Secret Realm? On the Heaven-Reaching Tower Plaza, most people had already come out of the Heaven-Reaching Tower. Some were happy, while others were worried. However, those who were happy were in the minority, the majority were worried. Quite a few people were watching the combat footage of others. This Lin Hao is quite impressive. This should be his first time participating in the assessment, right? He actually managed to reach the 46th floor. Being this strong just 10 years after stepping into the threshold of the laws is truly rare. I think this guy is quite strange. His strength is one thing, but it feels like dealing with illusionists in front of him is even smoother than dealing with martial artists. It seems like no illusion can interfere with him. Every time he sees an illusionist, he just slashes, as if he hasn't been affected by any illusion at all. Xinghuan and Yi Chen had also long since come out of the Heaven-Reaching Tower. Both of their comprehensive scores were good, so they had both passed the assessment. Watching Lin Hao's combat footage, Xinghuan couldn't help but exclaim, "I heard this Lin Hao is taking the assessment for the first time. I didn't expect him to be this strong. His talent must be very high." Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed. I had been cultivating for 10 years longer than him after stepping into the threshold of the laws, yet I only barely passed the 40th floor. For him to be able to reach the 46th floor, he is truly impressive. However, the two didn't discuss Lin Hao much further. After all, although Lin Hao's talent was outstanding, it wasn't exactly stunning. The 5-floor gap wasn't significant. They had been geniuses since childhood and believed that once they entered the core layer, they would certainly shine even brighter. When facing the martial artist on the 46th floor, Lin Hao lost by a single move. He ultimately stopped at the 46th floor. He was teleported out and discovered that most people had already finished their assessments. Quite a few people looked at him, but no one stepped forward to strike up a conversation. Another hour passed, and everyone had come out of the heaven-reaching tower. The undying spiritual god who had appeared here before reappeared. This assessment is now over. 83 people have passed the assessment, while everyone else has failed. Those who failed the assessment, please leave. As his voice fell, more than half of the people on the field instantly vanished, leaving only 83 people behind. The undying spiritual god's expression remained unchanged. Congratulations on passing the assessment. You will now become members of the Virtual Universe Corporation's core layer, the Apocalypse Secret Realm. However, you must absolutely not become complacent. Becoming a member of the Apocalypse Secret Realm is not a guarantee of success. If you rank at the bottom in the qualification battles of the Apocalypse Secret Realm, you will still be eliminated from the core layer and return to the branch to become ordinary members. Still be eliminated from the core layer. The 83 people present turned pale upon hearing this. The undying spiritual god comforted them. However, you need not worry too much. For the next 100 years, you will enter the primal universe to cultivate. You will not need to participate in the qualification battles during the 100 years after you come out of the primal universe. You only need to start participating from the 3rd qualification battle onwards. In other words, you have at least 300 years to cultivate. These 300 years will determine your future. I hope you will seize this opportunity well. The undying spiritual god left after saying this. Lin Hao remained silent. Perhaps this is the trade-off. Joining the core layer through the Virtual Universe Corporation branch selection is much easier than the peak genius battle. After all, for those who step into the threshold of the laws, there are hundreds of such people in a universe country every 5,000 years, but on average, only one out of these hundreds can enter the core layer. The selection within the Virtual Universe Corporation is much easier. As long as one steps into the threshold of the laws and passes the assessment, one can join the core layer. But correspondingly, not only are the rewards reduced, but there are also no generous point rewards like those for the top rankings in the peak genius battle. In the end, one can only join the Apocalypse Secret Realm, and if one fails to meet the requirements after 300 years, one will be eliminated from the Apocalypse Secret Realm. Therefore, for some geniuses with average talent, this is equivalent to gilding. In the end, they still have to return to their original branch to work. Soon, Lin Hao stopped overthinking. With his current comprehension, he was confident that he would not be eliminated after 300 years. Furthermore, in 300 years, his comprehension would certainly improve significantly. Perhaps he could even go a step further and break into the Heaven and Earth Secret Realm. A staff member appeared on the plaza and said to everyone, "Congratulations to all your highnesses for passing the assessment and becoming members of the core layer's Apocalypse Secret Realm. Next, we will dispatch spaceships to take you to the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters. Please do not leave your respective universe country branches and wait patiently for the arrival of the spaceships." Lin Hao listened, confirmed there was no missing information, and logged off. When he opened his eyes, he realized he was no longer in Marquis Qingfeng's office. However, after a flash before his eyes, he appeared in front of Marquis Qingfeng. Marquis Qingfeng seemed to be in high spirits. "Congratulations on becoming a member of the company's Apocalypse Secret Realm. I believe that with your talent, the Apocalypse Secret Realm is not your final destination. Strive to climb even higher." Lin Hao expressed his thanks. "Thank you, Marquis Qingfeng, for your cultivation over these years." Marquis Qingfeng laughed. "You're too polite. I didn't really do much, it was all your own effort." By the way, since you have joined the company headquarters core layer, the branch will give you a reward of 1 hunyuan. Please check it. The rewards you earned for passing the assessment will also arrive later. Marquis Qingfeng took out a world ring and handed it to Lin Hao. This is a reward from me personally, mainly consisting of some secret techniques that you might find useful. Lin Hao was somewhat moved. How can I accept this? Marquis Qingfeng stuffed the ring into Lin Hao's hand. Take it, don't be polite. We are all on the same side. Just consider it an investment in you, a genius. Lin Hao, thank you. After doing this, Marquis Qingfeng let Lin Hao leave. Lin Hao took the elevator back to the 80th floor. He unexpectedly saw Batu, who was also waiting for the elevator. Lin Hao nodded at Batu and turned to leave. However, Batu called out to him, Lin Hao. Lin Hao turned back. What is it? Batu said, I am preparing to break through to universe rank. Lin Hao looked surprised. Not going to try again? Batu shook his head. No. I plan to go out and train after breaking through, and I will participate in the next Peak Genius battle. Lin Hao nodded. I wish you success. Batu smiled. Thank you. Lin Hao said with surprise, I didn't expect you to be able to smile. I thought you were expressionless. Batu smiled. Over these past few decades, I have doubted countless times whether my initial choice was correct. Now it's fine, I've figured it out. Why worry so much? I believe my choice wasn't wrong, and that's enough. All right, I'm off. See you if fate allows. After saying that, Batu walked into the elevator and left. Lin Hao rubbed his head. Batu's state of mind seems to have improved. Perhaps it's a blessing in disguise. Lin Hao immediately stopped thinking about it and returned to his room. He logged into the virtual universe and discovered that he had received 2 transfers. They were 1 hunyuan and 18 hunyuan, respectively. 1 hunyuan was the reward from the Qingfeng branch for him, and 18 hunyuan was the reward for passing the 45th floor of the heaven-reaching tower. His previous balance of universe coin was not much, only about 100 billion left, but now it was much more relaxed. He pondered for a moment. Now that he was about to enter the virtual universe's Apocalypse Secret Realm, there was nothing he urgently needed to buy at the moment. He did want to buy a spaceship, but he couldn't afford the really good ones, and he didn't like the ordinary ones. Moreover, they weren't of much use to him right now. Of course, he also wanted to buy an auxiliary life form, but as the saying goes, if he raised it according to high standards, he could afford to buy it but not to maintain it. Furthermore, his current funds were not abundant. For the time being, he didn't really need to improve his combat power that much.